Chapter 38-35. Hearing this, 100-mile Impermanence's face almost turned green. His heart was filled with regret. He should have known that a child who could become a high-level 4th-grade God's Realm warrior at such a young age would definitely have an amazing father. However, it was too late to regret now. He could only wait and see if Wu Hedong would consider their past friendship and spare his life. Bailey Wuchang, what happened? I know very well whether you have a grandson or not. Let's make things clear so that there won't be any misunderstandings. Wu Hedong said with a frown. Everyone looked at Bailey Wuchang with a strange expression. The Zhao clan's disciple sneered in disdain. He had guessed correctly. City Lord. He looks like a distant grandson of mine. I might have mistaken him for someone else. Bailey Wuchang said. Mistaken? Tell me honestly, what are your intentions towards Tathagata? Ning Qi smiled. Brother Wu, you see, maybe this is really a misunderstanding. How about this? I'll let Bailey Wuchang apologize to Brother Wu. Just now, Brother Wu also killed many elders of the Bailey clan. How about that? Wu Hedong said with a smile. Brother Wu, this person wants to capture my son. I don't know what he wants. If I didn't come in time, my wives would have been killed. How can I let this matter go so easily? Ning Qi said with a smile. Wu Hedong's expression changed. He squinted his eyes. Then what does Brother Wu plan to do? It's simple. If he doesn't tell me what he wants, I'll wipe out the entire Bailey clan. Ning Qi said with a smile. Bailey Wuchang couldn't help but shiver. He quickly looked at Wu Hedong. Wu Hedong's expression changed. Brother Wu, this is Xianguang City. I am the city lord. If you wipe out the entire Bailey clan, won't you make things difficult for me? What does that have to do with me? Ning Qi smiled. Wu Hedong was merely a first revolution emperor. This was nothing in Ning Qi's eyes. If Wu Hedong attacked, Ning Qi could test the limits of his great emperor abilities. It seems that Brother Wu is not going to give me any face. Wu Hedong's face turned cold, and the fake smile on his face disappeared completely. He looked at Ning Qi coldly and suddenly laughed. Your cultivation is almost the same as mine. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Hearing this, Ning Qi's eyes flashed, and his pupils turned into starry vortexes again. He looked at Wu Hedong, and Wu Hedong's expression suddenly changed. He let out a deafening roar, turned around, and fled. Ning Qi, who looked so ordinary in his eyes, gave him a sense of extreme danger. This was a feeling he'd only felt when facing a 4th revolution emperor or higher. After taking a few steps, Wu Hedong's body stopped moving. Then, the crowd watched in horror as Wu Hedong's cultivation dropped layer by layer, just like the group of Bailey family elders who had been killed by Ning Qi. Level 6, Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. Finally, Wu Hedong became a child. He turned to look at Ning Qi, dumbfounded, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Sir, please wait. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Slow my ass. Ning Qi scolded. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hedong turned into a baby at a speed visible to the naked eye, then an embryo, and finally disappeared, leaving behind only the Taoist robe he was wearing. What a powerful technique! Seeing this, Wang Shui and the other women smiled happily. Even Ning Qi was shocked by his own great emperor divine art. Even a first revolution emperor couldn't fight back against his divine art. This great emperor divine art was extremely powerful. The street was dead silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe. They had seen with their own eyes that Wu Hedong, the city lord of Xianguang City, who was at the beginning stage of level 6, couldn't even fight back in front of Ning Qi. Wu Hedong had disappeared without a trace. It was highly possible that he was dead. Thump! Bailey Wuchang's knees softened, and he knelt in front of Ning Qi. His old face was full of tears. Senior, I was wrong. I was muddle-headed and recognized the wrong person. Please spare my life. I have lived for many years and don't have much lifespan left. Please have mercy, have mercy. I hate people who take advantage of their seniority the most. Not only are you taking advantage of your seniority, you are also a human trafficker. If you don't tell me your real purpose, the Bailey family will be exterminated today." Ning Chi said indifferently, looking at Bailey Wuchang's old face without the slightest bit of compassion. "Senior, I know what this old man is trying to do." A young man suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully towards Ning Chi. Bailey Wuchang's expression changed when he saw this young man. "Oh, you know." Ning Chi looked at the young man. "I am a disciple of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families of Xianguang City. Our family's disciples all know that Bailey Wuchang has a soul-shifting technique that can be used to take over someone's body. The reason he wants to capture your son is because he saw your son's talent and intelligence, and that he is already an advanced 4th-grade god realm warrior at such a young age," the young man said respectfully. Hearing this, Bailey Wuchang's face turned ashen. A trace of anger flashed across the sacred concubine's eyes as she said to Ning Chi, "Husband, this old man actually wants to take away Rilai's body. We can't let him off so easily." "No, it's a misunderstanding." Bailey Wuchang still wanted to argue. But before he could finish his words, just like Wu Hadong, he gradually disappeared from the crowd's sight, leaving behind a pile of clothes. Such an unfathomable method caused the crowd to look at Ning Chi with even more fear. "Do you know where the Bailey family is?" Ning Chi looked at the young man and smiled. I know." The young man was slightly taken aback, then nodded his head with a bitter smile. If he brought Ning Chi to exterminate the Bailey family, who knew if trouble would come knocking on his door in the future? However, if he didn't bring Ning Chi, he was afraid that he would suffer the same fate as Wu Hadong, Bailey Wuchang, and the others. This kind of miserable scene of dying without leaving behind a single strand of hair was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Soon, the young man brought Ning Chi to the Bailey family. At this moment, the people of the Bailey family still had no idea what was going on. Seeing Ning Chi carrying Ning Rilai and a few women directly barging into the Bailey family's residence, the guards at the gate were the first to scold them. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of clothes on the ground. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Bailey family's residence?" One by one, the Bailey family's god realm warriors rushed out, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The Zhao family disciple following behind Ning Chi was even more curious as to what kind of method Ning Chi had used to kill people without leaving a trace. At the same time, he was also a little afraid. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen to Floating Light City after today. Not long after, the Bailey family's residence was completely annihilated, but Ning Chi didn't leave. Instead, he sat in the main hall, waiting for those who had yet to return. Several days later, after confirming that most of the Bailey family's people were dead, Ning Chi left Floating Light City with Saint Concubine Cold Sky and the others, flying in the direction of his courtyard. On the other hand, the Zhao family disciple who was leading the way seemed to be deep in thought as he held an interspatial ring in his hand. There were 10 million god domain stones in the ring. To a god domain warrior at the early stage of grade 4, this was a huge sum of money. Chapter 38-36. After Ning Chi left Xianguang City, there was a commotion in the city. Without Wu Hadong as the city lord, the Bailey clan was annihilated by Ning Chi. The remaining members of the Bailey clan could not resist the other 3 clans and could only flee Xianguang City in an attempt to seek revenge in the future. The Bailey clan left behind many properties which became the targets of the other 3 clans. In addition to the friction between the 3 clans, it gradually led to a fierce battle. However, in this battle, the Zhao family had invisibly gained the upper hand. The other 2 families had some apprehension towards the Zhao family because many people had seen with their own eyes that the Zhao family's disciples had a close relationship with the realm of the gods warrior who killed Wu Hadong. In just half a month, the battle in Xianguang City came to an end. The Zhao clan won, and the other two clans received some of the Bailey clan's properties. However, compared to the Zhao clan, they received much less. It could be said that as long as the new city lord did not attack the Zhao clan would be the leader of the three clans in Xianguang City. 1 month later, 2 intermediate grade 6 divine realm warriors came to Xianguang City together. They directly found the three clans and asked about the details of the person who killed Wu Hedong before leaving. A few days later, an early-stage 6th grade warrior from the Celestial Realm came to replace Wu Hedong and become the new city, Lord of Xuanguang City. At the same time, all the major cities in the Star Divine Kingdom received a wanted order, and the portrait of Ning Qi was on the wanted order. The city lord was equivalent to the backbone of the Star Divine Kingdom. At the same time, he was directly under the jurisdiction of the ultimate gods in the Star Divine Kingdom. Wu Hedong, who was killed by Ning Qi, was a subordinate of ultimate god Quicksand, one of the 8 ultimate gods in the Star Divine Kingdom. However, the 8 ultimate gods each had their own territories. Even if they all belonged to the Star Divine Kingdom, ultimate god Quicksand's wanted order could not be sent to every major city. He could only send a wanted order to his own territory. Coincidentally, Tianding City was not under the jurisdiction of ultimate god Quicksand. Otherwise, Fei Yan, who stayed in Tianding City, would definitely be implicated by the wanted order. Ning Qi had no idea about any of this. He had already returned to his courtyard. Because he had just broken through, his cultivation base wouldn't be very effective in a short period of time. Thus, he spent a rather leisurely time with the Saint Concubine and the others in the courtyard. However, when night fell, Wang Shui would drag him into making babies. After more than a month, Wang Shui and the rest were preparing to leave the courtyard to explore the creation divine realm. Ning Qi was somewhat helpless and could only leave a trace of qi on the girls and Ning Rulai. If they encountered a strong enemy that was difficult to resist, such as an early-stage 6th grade divine realm warrior, this trace of qi would be able to buy them some time. Ning Rulai's cultivation increased very quickly. Ning Qi only considered for a few breaths and decided to let him continue to follow sacred concubine Cold Sky and the other women. Perhaps the next time he came in, Ning Rulai would already be a 5th step cultivator. The Great Tribulation was about to arrive, and even the Silver Dragon had said that there was not much time left. The cultivation of the people around him should be increased as much as possible. Even if there was a trace of risk, he could not have any misgivings. Back at the Moon Elephant sect, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. This time, after he broke through to the first revolution of the Great Emperor Realm, he had only exchanged blows with Wu Hedong, who was an Emperor Realm expert. Under his Great Emperor Divine ability, Wu Hedong had no ability to resist at all. This meant that the Great Emperor Divine ability played a large part in the battle between great emperors. If the Monarch Divine art was slightly weaker, he might have to exchange a few hundred moves with Wu Hedong to decide the winner. However, with his current understanding of the Monarch Divine art, he might be able to hold his own against a 2nd or 3rd Revolution Monarch. With his terrifying physique, he shouldn't be afraid of a 3rd Revolution Monarch. However, the 4th Revolution Great Emperor was obviously a different boundary. Whether he could resist or not, he had to try to know. The premise of all this was that the opponent's Great Emperor Divine ability was not stronger than his. If there was also a 1st Revolution Great Emperor, but the Great Emperor Divine ability was 2 or even 3 times stronger than him, Ning Qi might not even be able to win against such a person of the same realm. Compared to the previous realms, the Great Emperor realm has an additional variable. A while later, Ning Qi stood up and left the stone chamber. Zhao Lei and the others were cultivating outside, guarding the entrance. When Ning Qi came out, the 3 of them woke up one after another and quickly stood up to greet him. Ning Qi asked Qin Zhong and Ming Xiong to leave, leaving Zhao Lei alone. "Do you still want to go back to Earth?" Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded. Seeing this, Ning Qi chuckled, hold my hand." Hearing this, Zhao Lei's cheeks flushed, and she gently pulled on Ning Qi's arm. A moment later, Ning Qi spent a negligible amount of merit points to use the system's myriad heavens and worlds function to select the immortal realm. His figure disappeared from the cave with Zhao Lei. When they reappeared, the two of them were already in the universe of the immortal world. A faintly discernible pressure suddenly stretched out from the void and landed on Ning Qi with unerring accuracy. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He had just arrived in the immortal realm, and his cultivation was actually being suppressed in some way. However, Zhao Lei's expression didn't change at all. Clearly, this pressure was only targeting him. The only thing that can make me feel pressure is the rules of this world, and that is the heavenly Tao. Ning Qi raised his head slightly with a deep gaze. The pressure was not very strong, as if it was warning him not to make a move recklessly, lest he destroy the extremely fragile immortal world. There was a reason why Zhang Xian chose to leave the Moon Elephant sect this time. His rate of cultivation was simply too fast. In less than a year, he had risen from the sempiternal realm to the martial monarch realm. If the upper echelons of the Moon Elephant sect were to find out about this matter, Vice Sect Master Yin, whom he had met the other day, might very well get to the bottom of it. He was a boundless realm cultivator of the Supreme Saint Council, an expert above the 7th Revolution Great Emperor realm. If he found out anything, Ning Qi suspected that he would be suppressed before he could even escape. "Senior Brother Wu, is this the Milky Way?" Zhao Lei was a little excited. However, no matter how she looked, she could not confirm whether they were in the galaxy they were in was the Milky Way. "No, this is still a distance away from the Milky Way. To be more precise, this is the immortal world. You must have read about the myths on Earth, right? The place where the deities in those stories stay." Ning Qi smiled. "Myths?" Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment before she gasped. "Senior Brother Wu, do the deities in those myths really exist?" "Yes, they do. However, there was a great calamity in the immortal world. The deities in the heavenly court either died or reincarnated. There are not many left. If there's a chance in the future, I can introduce a few to you." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Zhao Lei's eyes were filled with curiosity. "Senior Brother Wu, how strong are the deities?" Chapter 38-37. During the Great Tribulation, most of the immortals were not strong. Some of them were similar to you and were second-step cultivators. However, there were also a few immortals who had entered the third step. The strongest ones had perfected the Tao, querying realm and condensed immortal palaces. Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with joy. She was not comparable to the strongest immortals. She was very satisfied to hear Ning Qi say that her strength was similar to some immortals. The impression that cultivators gave her was far less profound than that of these immortals. When she thought that she might have become a mythical immortal, Zhao Lei's heart was filled with satisfaction. She almost forgot that she was a servant disciple of the Moon Elephant sect. Next, as Ning Qi brought Zhao Lei to Earth, he told her a little about the great war of immortals and demons. Ning Qi's current cultivation was unfathomable in this world. With just one step, he could cross a very long distance with Zhao Lei. His speed was much faster than riding on the Niwa ship, and it was effortless. I didn't expect Senior Brother Wu to have seen the victorious fighting Buddha, and the Elder Lord is still alive. Zhao Lei kept sighing in her heart. When she heard the exciting parts, her face would be flushed. Unknowingly, she felt that only a few days had passed. However, she suddenly realized that Ning Qi had brought her to a familiar planet. Earth. It's really Earth. I'm back. When Zhao Lei saw the Earth, her face lit up with excitement. However, she didn't realize that there was something wrong with the Earth's aura. When Ning Qi realized this, he immediately scanned the Earth with his divine telekinesis. His face instantly turned pale. Ning Qi's divine telekinesis swept across Earth and immediately turned to the Moon. When he left the last time, many humans had already migrated to the Moon. However, when his divine telekinesis swept across the moon, his face became increasingly gloomy. Both the Earth and the moon were in ruins. He couldn't even find a single human being or cultivator. It was as if these two planets had been massacred by some kind of existence. The cultivators on Earth were very weak. A few Earth immortals and Sky immortals could easily wipe out all the humans on Earth and the moon. Therefore, Ning Qi did not think that what had happened here was targeted at him. It could be the result of an immortal passing by in the immortal world. However, Earth had existed for countless years. Why would it be wiped out at this time? Was it just a coincidence? His mind raced. After several breaths of time, Ning Qi revealed a stunned expression. Then he revealed a bitter smile. When he came to Earth last time, he took away the projection of Panga's axe. He also absorbed Panga's heart and turned it into the Panga bloodline in his body. This was probably the root cause of the bloodbath on Earth. Even if immortals passed by Earth where Panga's heart once existed, they would probably be able to vaguely sense the threat. With the cautiousness, carefulness, and life-cherishing attitude of immortals, they would absolutely not dare to act recklessly under this threat. Zhao Lei could not wait to enter Earth. Seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of moving, she used her divine telekinesis to scan around, intending to see what Earth was like now. After she activated her divine sense, Zhao Lei's expression became extremely astonished as well. "Senior Brother Wu, I understand." Ning Qi nodded. Zhao Lei's eyes suddenly turned red, and a trace of anger could be heard in her voice. "Who is it?" Earth was her hometown, but now there was not a single person on the huge Earth. There were ruins of cities everywhere, and it was almost impossible to see the shadow of the past. It was very likely that this place had been bloodied 180 years ago. "Don't move. Whatever you see later, don't make a sound. Even if you leave Earth and return to the Moon Elephant sect, don't mention it to anyone." Ning Qi suddenly spoke. Zhao Lei was slightly startled and nodded subconsciously. Then she saw Ning Qi's pupils change in an instant. Both of his pupils turned into star vortexes, as if there were two universes hidden in them. Zhao Lei's expression gradually became blank, and then she didn't know anything else. At the same time, Earth and the moon were shrouded by a mysterious force at the same time. An extremely mysterious change was constantly happening on them. This change was as if time was going backwards rapidly. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Gradually, a layer of dense sweat appeared on Ning Qi's forehead, and the whites of his eyes were also covered with extremely prominent blood vessels, looking extremely frightening. A few hours later, there were obvious changes on Earth and the moon, and there was a trace of life on them. Like a television rewind, the ruins of the buildings became intact, and figures appeared on the streets, homes, and schools. Even in the universe, there were gradually many satellites that were supposed to be orbiting Earth. In the beginning, Earth first changed to the appearance when Ning Qi left, but Ning Qi did not stop the Great Emperor's supernatural power and continued to reverse the time on Earth. Unknowingly, Earth returned to the appearance when Ning Qi first returned to Earth. However, his ability would only affect everything that should have existed on Earth, and things outside of Earth would not suffer any changes. For example, he could not use the supernatural power to see himself in the past. It's about time Ning Qi's eyes changed to their original appearance, and the sweat on his forehead evaporated. At this moment, the spirit Qi on Earth had not yet begun to recover. The strongest cultivators on Earth were only at the nascent soul realm, and their numbers were as few as before, unlike in the future when the spirit Qi had recovered, when cultivators were everywhere on the streets. When Ning Qi withdrew the supernatural power, Zhao Lei also woke up from her state of confusion. In her perception, she thought that she had only been distracted for less than half a breath, but when she looked at Earth again, her expression became extremely strange. She swept it several times with her divine mind, and finally, Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi, only to feel that her mouth and tongue were dry. "Senior Brother Wu, what happened?" Is this all an illusion? Or was what I saw just now just an illusion? She suddenly remembered what Ning Chi had just told her. Don't mention it when you go back. Could it be that the current changes on Earth, which should have been dead and without a single living creature, were caused by Ning Chi? Thinking of this, Zhao lay suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and her eyes were full of shock and even a trace of fear as she looked at Ning Chi. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally know. The current time on Earth should be February 14th, 2019, which happens to be Valentine's Day. If you have a boyfriend in the past, you can go and meet him. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Chapter 3838. It's been 11 years. I'm afraid he's already married. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. The memories in her mind were already a little blurry. 11 years had passed on Earth, but she had stayed in the Moon Elephant sect for countless years and did not count them carefully. However, it was long enough for her to forget someone's face. It's all right. It won't be a problem to meet him. I'm here for a walk anyway. Do you just want to take a look at Earth here and return to the Moon Elephant sect? Ning Chi smiled. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. Naturally, she could not just look at Earth here. She had many friends and family on Earth that she had to meet no matter what. Thinking of this, she scanned the Earth with her divine will and soon locked onto the aura of her family. However, her expression changed slightly. Seeing that, Ning Chi did not ask anything. The two of them disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already on a busy street. The pedestrians nearby did not notice the two of them appearing out of thin air at all. In fact, they did not seem to see Ning Chi and Zhao Lei at all. Seen your brother woo your clothes? Zhao Lei was stunned to see that Ning Chi's clothes had turned into an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. She then reacted and hurriedly cast a spell to change her clothes. Her clothes in the Moon Elephant sect were like those in historical dramas. If she was seen by others, it would inevitably attract strange gazes. Actually, you don't have to change. Many people like to wear Han clothes now. Ning Chi smiled. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment before smiling. Actually, when I first arrived at the Moon Elephant sect, the only thing I was most satisfied with was the clothes of the Moon Elephant sect. The two of them chatted as they walked. In the beginning, Zhao Lei's eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding scenery and pedestrians, as if she couldn't get enough of it. When they entered a villa district, a trace of timidity appeared in Zhao Lei's eyes. Feeling homesick? Ning Chi smiled. Zhao Lei shook her head. I just don't know how to explain where I went in the 11 years that I was missing. 11 years is extremely long for mortals. I disappeared without a trace and didn't even leave a message. I'm afraid there must have been many changes in my family because of that. Since you're back, those changes can be reversed. Given your means, giving your family a few elixirs will be enough to make up for the 11 years. Ning Chi smiled. Can I? Zhao Lei was slightly startled. Aren't we not allowed to interfere with the order of the mortal world? Disrupt the order? In the cultivation world, there has never been such a thing. You can give medicinal pills to your family members, or even help them with their cultivation. You can forcibly increase their cultivation bases, and no one will care about you. This is an opportunity that belongs to them. Not even the natural laws of the heavenly Tao can restrict your actions. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Zhao Lei finally understood. She had thought that she would not be able to casually let her family know about her cultivation. In that case, it would not be difficult to explain why she had been missing for 11 years. A smile appeared on Zhao Lei's face. Your family is quite rich, right? Ning Chi glanced at the surrounding buildings. The villas here were extremely luxurious, and the green area had reached more than 70%. It was such a large piece of land, but so much greenery had been done. It was enough to show the quality of this villa area. My father started a small business, but when I disappeared, his business had already run into some problems. I didn't expect that after 11 years, he would have already gotten over the crisis. Zhao Lei nodded. Not long after, the two stopped in front of a villa. At that moment, there were several luxury cars parked outside the villa. Press the doorbell. If we go in directly, we will scare them. Ningqi smiled. Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment before reaching out and pressing the doorbell. Then, a woman dressed as an auntie opened the door and looked at Ningqi and Zhao Lei with some confusion. "Who are you two looking for?" "Auntie Chen, it's me, Zhao Lei." When Zhao Lei saw the woman in her 50s, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Zhao Lei. Xiao Lei?" Auntie Chen's eyes gradually revealed a trace of astonishment. Soon, she finally recognized Zhao Lei based on her memory. However, Zhao Lei looked exactly the same as when she had disappeared. In fact, she looked even younger, so she couldn't recognize Zhao Lei at first sight. "Xiao Lei, it's really you!" Auntie Chen suddenly shouted in surprise. She turned around and shouted, "Master, Madam, Xiao Lei is back!" Soon, a series of hurried voices came from inside the villa. Not long after, more than 10 figures squeezed to the door. More than 10 pairs of eyes fell on Zhao Lei at the same time. The man and woman walking at the front looked to be about 60 years old. They were already showing signs of old age. They stared at Zhao Lei in disbelief. Their mouths were slightly open, but no words came out. However, behind them stood a girl about 17 or 18 years old. The girl looked at Zhao Lei with a scrutinizing gaze and suddenly said, "She's not Zhao Lei." Zhao Lei was already 23 years old when she disappeared. How can she be so young? Xiaoxi? After seeing the girl, Zhao Lei thought for a moment and finally recognized her. The girl's name was Xiaoxi, and she was her biological sister. She was 15 years younger than her. Counting the past 11 years, she was already 19 years old. "Do you really recognize me?" "Zhao." She still had a doubtful look on her face. However, the old couple suddenly walked out of the door and walked toward Zhao Lei with some excitement. "Dad, Mom." Zhao Lei smiled, but her eyes were already red. "Xiao Lei, it's really you." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Lei's mother rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Tears flowed down her face as she muttered, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mom thought I would never see you again in this life." "Yes, it's good that you're back." Zhao Lei's father seemed to be more steady. Although he was excited, he did not immediately go forward. Then he noticed Ningqi standing behind Zhao Lei. His eyes revealed the same scrutinizing look as Xiaoxi. "Is it really cousin?" "It's good that cousin is fine. Everyone, come into the house and talk." Soon, everyone arrived at the villa and sat on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Lei's parents kept asking her where she had been all these years, while the rest of the people had strange expressions on their faces. Among them, Xiaoxi's expression was extremely ugly. Occasionally, she would look at Zhao Lei with a trace of resentment and doubt. Zhao Lei looked too young now. Some people would believe that she was 17 or 18 years old. However, Zhao Lei should be 34 years old now. "Zhao Lei, is this your boyfriend?" "Zhao," she suddenly looked at Ningqi and said coldly. Zhao Lei's parents also reacted and looked at Ningqi in unison. Their daughter had been missing for many years, but she had returned with a man. This caused a trace of suspicion to arise in their hearts. Could it be that this man had kidnapped their daughter? But soon, they felt that this was not the case. Ningqi also looked very young. 11 years ago, he should have been a child. Chapter 38-39. Huh. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment before she quickly shook her head. A blush flashed across her face. "This is Senior Brother Wu, not my boyfriend." "Senior Brother Wu? What kind of a dress is that?" "Zhao," she frowned. "Zhao Lei, there's been no news from you all these years. You didn't even come back to see Mom and Dad. Do you know how much they've cried for you? You're so nervous the moment you come back. What's your purpose for coming back today?" "Purpose?" Zhao Lei was stunned. She couldn't understand Zhao Shi's attitude. Shouldn't her sister be happy that she was back? Why did she vaguely feel a sense of rejection from Zhao Shi? Zhao Shi, she's your sister. Don't be so disrespectful. Zhao Lei's mother's eyes flashed with anger. Mom, I'm still wondering if she's Zhao Lei. Even if she's Zhao Lei, she's not my sister. She disappeared for more than 10 years, and now she's back. What's the meaning of this? Zhao, she snorted coldly. When the others saw this, they did not make a sound. They were all Zhao Shi's cousins. Among them, there were 2 pairs of similarly old couples who had been scrutinizing Ning Qi and Zhao Lei from beginning to end. One of these 2 couples was Zhao Lei's aunt and uncle, while the other was Zhao Lei's aunt and uncle. Little Shi, I know that these past 10 years. Zhao Lei's face revealed a trace of sadness. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Zhao Shi. You don't have to say anything else. I've already called the police. Tell them what happened in the past 10 years that you've been missing. At the same time, do a paternity test to see if you're Zhao Lei or if someone had plastic surgery to deceive our Zhao family. Brother, little Shi is right. I think we have to be careful about this matter. I doted on little Lei a lot back then, but this little Lei looks really too young now. Zhao Lei's aunt said in a low voice. When Zhao Lei's father heard this, his expression became somewhat complicated. However, Zhao Lei's mother had always believed that the person in front of her was her daughter. Little Lei, tell Mom, where have you been all these years? Zhao Lei's mother said in a low voice. I went up the mountain to cultivate. A day on the mountain is 10 years on earth. Junior sister Zhao Lei accidentally went into seclusion for too long. In the blink of an eye, 11 years have passed. Ning Qi said lightly, Go up the mountain to cultivate? When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more strange. In their eyes, Ning Qi and Zhao Lei had already become liars. Even if Zhao Lei really wasn't an imposter, using such an excuse, they obviously had other motives for returning home. Little Lei, you really went to cultivate? Zhao Lei's mother was stunned. Senior brother Wu is right. I did go up the mountain to cultivate. Zhao Lei nodded. Nonsense. Zhao Lei's uncle, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. He stood up from his chair and stared at Ning Qi with bright eyes. Speak. What is your purpose? Zhao Lei, I'm afraid you've forgotten that I used to be a criminal police officer. Although I'm retired now, I can still tell what you're up to with just a glance. Zhao, she sneered. Junior sister Zhao Lei, it seems like they don't really believe you. Why don't you show us a thing or two to avoid future trouble? Ning Qi smiled faintly. When Zhao Lei heard this, she suddenly thought of something. A flying sword appeared out of thin air in front of everyone and circled around them a few times. Her uncle was dumbfounded. He retreated back to the sofa and sat down. After a few breaths, the flying sword disappeared. The hall became silent. After a while, Zhao Lei's father looked at everyone blankly. Did you all see that just now? Yes, I saw it. That's a flying sword. I've only seen it in the movies. It's really a flying sword? Could it be some kind of camouflage? The expressions of several young people gradually became excited. The way they looked at Ning Qi and Zhao Lei also changed again and again, from the initial suspicion to the current apprehension and a trace of fear. After a few breaths of silence, Zhao, she suddenly sneered. For the sake of cultivation, you cannot come back for more than 10 years? Isn't it just a flying sword? What's so great about it? After saying that, she opened her mouth, and a flying sword also flew out. After circling around the crowd a few times, it returned to her mouth. Ning Qi and Zhao Lei were not surprised at all. In fact, Ning Qi could see Zhao Shi's cultivation at a glance. She was just a small cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. When Zhao Lei used her divine thoughts to search for her family outside Earth, she also noticed that Zhao Shi was a cultivator. At that time, A strange expression appeared on her face. Mom, Dad, it's not that I want to hide it from you, but Master said that people like us go against the heavens. We can't easily use our methods in front of mortals, lest we bear too much karma and suffer the thunder tribulation. Zhao, she said in a low voice. Her parents looked at each other. Their daughter, who had been missing for more than 10 years, had returned. In the end, she said that she was an immortal who had been cultivating for more than 10 years. Now, even their youngest daughter had displayed extraordinary methods. Their worldview suddenly collapsed. It took a few hours before everyone gradually digested the whole thing. It turned out that Zhao she had once traveled abroad and encountered danger. However, she was saved by a Taoist. Later, she was accepted as a disciple by the Taoist and was taught the method of immortal cultivation. When Zhao Shi's cousins saw this, they surrounded her and asked her all sorts of questions. Their faces were full of yearning. As for Zhao Lei and Ning Qi, they were left out. In their opinion, Zhao Shi was clearly closer to them. Mom, Dad, my master will come to the city tonight. Originally, I planned to receive him and a few senior brothers and sisters alone. Since you already know, why don't you go together? Zhao Shi said. After a pause, she glanced at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei can also go together. Since we're all in the same circle, it's good to have more interaction. By the way, Zhao Lei, what's your cultivation now? Cultivation? Zhao Lei's face showed a hint of hesitation. Zhao, she smiled. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is a little low. My master is one of the top 10 experts on Earth. If you're lucky, he can also give you a few pointers. Then let's go together. Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. It's fine if you go. I'll go around. Since you're Zhao Lei's senior brother and also a cultivator, there's no reason for you not to pay a visit to a senior like my master. Otherwise, if your master finds out, he'll definitely scold you for not knowing etiquette. Zhao, she looked at Ning Qi and snorted coldly. Zhao Shi, don't talk to senior brother Wu like that. Zhao Lei's eyes finally surged with a trace of anger. When Zhao Lei's parents saw this, they hurriedly spoke up to stop the two from quarreling. When it was dinner time, an extremely luxurious stretch Lincoln arrived at the door of the villa. A middle-aged man got out of it. After seeing everyone, he said very politely, Uncle Zhao Shi master asked me to pick you and your family up. Senior brother, you're too polite. A hint of a smile flashed in Zhao Shi's eyes. Not only did he ask his parents to get in the car, but he also asked his aunt, uncle, and cousins to get in the car. Chapter 3840. After Zhao Shi greeted everyone, she finally looked at Ning Qi and Zhao Lei and said lightly, You too get in the car. Although you can fly on the sword, it's not good if you're seen by mortals. Ning Qi noticed that Zhao Shi's understanding of mortals seemed to be somewhat biased. She was only a qi condensation cultivator, but she clearly drew a clear line between herself and mortals. She didn't know that in the eyes of some existences, what was the difference between a cultivator like her and a mortal? In some places, if mortals mastered some special methods, killing a qi condensation cultivator would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Senior brother Wu, little she hates me for a moment, and I understand that. However, I've caused you to suffer here. Junior sister really feels bad. After getting in the car, Zhao Lei quietly transmitted her voice with a trace of apology in her eyes. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head slightly. Why would an elephant care about an ant at its feet baring its fangs and brandishing its claws? Zhao Lei was stunned, and then she sighed in her heart. With her cultivation, in Ning Qi's eyes, perhaps she was no different from an ant at his feet. Fortunately, senior brother Wu is also from Earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have any hope of returning here in this lifetime, Zhao Lei thought with some joy in her heart. On the way, a group of young people surrounded Zhao Shi, asking about the cultivation world, asking about Zhao Shi's master, and even about Zhao Shi's senior brothers and sisters. For these young people, Suddenly seeing a legendary cultivator was like being hit by a pie from the sky. Everyone had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps they could also cultivate? Zhao Lei, you've cultivated for 11 years and refined your natal flying sword. You should also have a cultivation of the 4th level of qi condensation, right? Zhao, she suddenly said. Zhao Lei's parents could only sigh helplessly in their hearts when she called her by her name. They knew that with Zhao Xi's temper, she wouldn't be able to change this form of address in a short time. However, the two of them believed that, after all, they were sisters. As long as they waited for a period of time, a few months, or maybe 10 days, the two of them would be able to reconcile. Most importantly of all, the two of them were both legendary immortal cultivators. Naturally, they had more in common. The 4th layer of qi refining. Zhao Lei revealed an awkward expression. She had already skipped over this realm when she had just arrived at the Moon Elephant Sect. With the spirit qi of the Moon Elephant Sect, Zhao Lei, who was immortal back then, managed to condense her nascent soul with just one breath. But in today's situation, Zhao Lei didn't dare to say it out loud. She was afraid that Zhao Shi would lose his confidence. Just as she was hesitating on how to answer, Zhao Shi suddenly smiled. Since it's not the 4th level of qi refining, it should be the 3rd level of qi refining, right? To be able to cultivate to this level in 11 years, you can be considered to have some talent. Cousin Zhao Shi, what about your cultivation? What level of qi refining? The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He was the eldest son of Zhao Lei's aunt. When the others heard this, they all looked at Zhao Shi with curiosity in their eyes. Master gave me a lot of medicinal pellets. Plus, I have a spiritual vein, which is very helpful to my cultivation. After 4 years of cultivation, I have already reached the 5th layer of qi training. Zhao Shi smiled. The 5th layer of qi refining? Everyone immediately opened their mouths to praise him. For years to the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, 11 years to the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm. His aptitude was immediately reflected. Little brother, what's your cultivation? A girl who was about the same age as Zhao Shi happened to be sitting not far away from Ningqi. Seeing that everyone was surrounding Zhao Shi and constantly praising and asking questions, she sat next to Ningqi and Zhao Lei. She first chatted with Zhao Lei for a while before looking at Ningqi curiously. In fact, Ningqi's current age looked even younger than this girl. Senior brother Wu. She's my aunt's little cousin, Miao Chiyu. Zhao Lei hurriedly introduced her in a low voice. Not a bad name. Ningqi smiled. As for my cultivation, do you really want to know? Can I know? Miao Chiyu was a little expectant. Among so many people, you are the most polite. Since you want to know, then you should be mentally prepared. Ningqi smiled. I still need to be mentally prepared? Miao Chuyu's eyes lit up slightly, and she became more and more curious. Just as she was guessing what level of qi refining Ningqi was at, she suddenly realized that the scenery around her had changed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived outside of Earth in the universe. Ah! Miao Chuyu let out a cry of surprise, but she soon found that she could still breathe. Suddenly, she was not so nervous. Looking around, she saw that Ningqi was standing not far away, looking at her with a faint smile. Little brother, we are now in... Miao Chuyu looked up at the incomparably huge moon and then looked at Earth. Her breathing became a little faster, and her tone was full of anticipation. Yes, in the universe. Ningqi smiled. Little brother, are you a god? How did you bring me to the universe in the blink of an eye, and I don't even suffocate? This is so fun. Miao Chuyu was extremely excited. God? Sort of. Ningqi smiled. Little brother, that cousin Zhao Shi's cultivation is at the 5th level of qi refining. Can she bring me to the universe with a swoosh like you did? Miao Chuyu was extremely curious. With her cultivation, she doesn't have the ability to cross the universe with her physical body, let alone bring people into the universe. In my eyes, Zhao is a frog at the bottom of a well. Even Zhao Lei's cultivation is more than 100 times stronger than hers. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Miao Chuyu was extremely shocked. I'll take you back when you've seen enough. Ning Qi smiled. Not enough, not enough. Even if I don't eat that meal tonight, I want to see a little more. Miao Chuyu hurriedly waved her hand, then glanced at the moon, and suddenly said to Ning Qi with a face full of expectation, Little brother, can you take me to the moon for a walk? Easy. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Chuyu suddenly found that she was already standing on the moon. At this time, the moon had not begun to have cultivators immigrating, and everywhere was barren. Miao Chuyu happily jumped on the moon. Because of Ning Qi, she was no different on the moon than on Earth, and she would not be lost to the universe because of random jumps. 10 minutes later, Miao Chuyu finally felt a little tired. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled. The next moment, Miao Chuyu suddenly found that she was still sitting in the Lincoln Stretch limousine, and the group of cousins were still around Zhao Shi. Regardless of whether Zhao Shi was younger than them or not, they all had a trace of admiration on their faces. Miao Chuyu looked at Ning Qi, raised her hand to her mouth, and made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, Little brother, I won't tell them. Chuyu, what just happened? Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. In her eyes, Ning Qi and Miao Chuyu had never left. I won't tell you. Miao Chuyu smiled mischievously. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Lei's face. After she returned home, apart from her parents, only Miao Chuyu did not feel the slightest estrangement with her, making her feel a sense of kinship. Chapter 38:41. The place where Zhao Shi was treating was the largest restaurant in the area. Looking at its scale, it already had the feeling of a super 5-star restaurant. When everyone was seated, an extremely young and handsome young man, who would definitely cause tens of thousands of people to scream if he were to become a star, walked into the room. As soon as he entered, the waiter in the room immediately bowed and saluted him. Hello, Boss Wu. Wu Xiangtao nodded with a faint smile. His gaze landed on Zhao Shi, and he walked forward while laughing. Little junior sister, it's been a long time. If it wasn't for Master coming this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to invite you. Senior brother, you're too kind. Zhao Shi hurriedly got up to greet him. After a few words of greeting, Zhao Shi introduced them to each other. Oh, these two are also cultivators. When Wu Xiangtao learned that Ning Qi and Zhao Lei were both cultivators, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. May I know which senior you two are from? Wu Xiangtao cupped his hands and asked. My master is not famous, and he doesn't want us to mention him among the mortals. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wu Xiangtao was slightly startled when he heard that, and then nodded with a smile. I understand some seniors have very strange tempers. I've seen many of them. Miao Chuyu quietly sized up Wu Xiangtao, then looked at Ning Qi and could not help but nod. Even if she was not a cultivator, she was 70% to 80% sure that Wu Xiangtao was definitely not Ning Qi's match. Thinking of this, Miao Chuyu was secretly delighted. Everyone thought that Zhao Shi and Wu Xiangtao were experts, but only she knew that Ning Qi's means were true immortals. No wonder little brother said that cousin Zhao Lei's cultivation is thousands of times higher than Zhao Shi's. With a powerful senior brother, like little brother, how can her cultivation not be high? Boss Wu. Zhao Lei's uncle suddenly spoke, looking a little surprised and doubtful. Just call me Xiao Wu, your junior sister's uncle. But you're so polite to me. Won't junior sister be angry with me in the future? Wu Xiangtao smiled. Hearing that, Zhao Lei's uncle took advantage of the situation and said directly, Xiao Wu, this hotel is yours. Yes, it's a small business. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Wu Xiangtao smiled and nodded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With the luxurious level of this hotel, it was worth at least 300 to 400 million. but in Wu Xiangtao's eyes it was a small business not worth mentioning. How big was Wu Xiangtao's business? Dad, Mom, Uncle, Senior Brother Wu's business is spread all over the world. Even among the world's top 500 corporations, there are more than a dozen companies with Senior Brother Wu as their major shareholders. Zhao, she said with a smile. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Ning Qi and Zhao Lei and continued with a smile. Cultivation is also very costly. If you just hide in the deep mountains and forests, you won't be able to cultivate. This sentence was obviously Zhao, she mocking Zhao Lei for entering the mountain to cultivate for 11 years. Zhao Lei could only smile bitterly in her heart. She was afraid that if she told the truth, it would scare Zhao Shi. The misunderstanding between the two sisters could only be resolved slowly. Little junior sister, long time no see. Another graceful figure walked into the private room. Seeing this, Zhao Shi immediately greeted her enthusiastically and introduced the woman to everyone. She was Zhao Shi's second senior sister, and also Wu Xiangtao's second senior sister. Apart from Ning Qi, the rest of the men in the private room were attracted by the aura of this second senior sister. Even Zhao Lei's father was slightly dazed. Stinky man, as expected, little brother has the highest cultivation and the best willpower. Miao Chuyu curled her lips in disdain. Seeing that Ning Qi was unmoved, she immediately felt happy. After learning that Ning Qi and Zhao Lei were also cultivators, Zhao Shi's second senior sister was not as enthusiastic as Wu Xiangtao. She just nodded lightly and then chatted with Zhao Shi about cultivation. Basically, it was Zhao Shi who asked questions and second senior sister who answered. Many of the terms used in cultivation stunned everyone. Little Shi, this second senior sister's cultivation must be very high. Everyone thought to themselves. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked into the private room. When Wu Xiangtao, Zhao Shi, and their second senior sister saw this middle-aged man, they subconsciously stood up and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother? That must be an extremely powerful existence. Everyone in the box stood up and saluted the eldest senior brother, but only Ning Qi, Zhao Lei, and Miao Chuyu were still sitting in their chairs. Seeing this, Miao Chuyu's parents showed a trace of anxiety on their faces and kept winking at her. Miao Chuyu acted as if she could not see them and refused to stand up to bow. Second junior sister, third junior brother, little junior sister, why are you so polite? The middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly. After exchanging a few words with the three, he nodded at Zhao Lei's family and finally looked at Ning Qi and the other two. Although he maintained a seemingly elegant smile on his face, there was a flash of anger in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied that Ning Qi and the other two did not stand up to bow. May I know who these three are? The middle-aged man said with a smile, Eldest senior brother, this is little junior sister's elder sister. She is also a cultivator. This is her senior brother. My surname is Wu. Wu Xiangtao introduced. Also a cultivator? A flash of coldness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. If they were just ordinary people, it would be fine. Since they were cultivators, they still did not stand up to bow. This was very insensible. I didn't expect to meet fellow cultivators in this small place. It's a pleasant surprise. Master has gone to kill an enemy. It will take about half an hour. We can't waste this half an hour. Why don't you guys exchange a few moves with my little junior sister? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Okay. Those young people did not think it was a big deal and quickly nodded in agreement. They were excited to see cultivators fight. That's not good. Zhao Lei's parents looked at each other. Mom, Dad, it's just a fight. It won't hurt anyone. Zhao Lei, I'll fight with you. Don't worry. I'll only use the cultivation of the third level of qi refining. I won't take advantage of you. Zhao, she looked at Zhao Lei with a flash of coldness in her eyes. Xiao Shi, I won't fight with you. Zhao Lei shook her head. Are you afraid? Zhao, she sneered. Junior sister is indeed afraid. Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. How could he say that about his junior sister? Junior sister is afraid that if she's not careful, she will kill her own sister. If you want to fight, why don't I do it? Ning Qi said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xi's eyes flashed with anger. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the middle-aged man give her a look. Thus, she reluctantly shut her mouth. Women against women, men against men. Since you want to fight, let my third junior brother fight with you. How about it? The middle-aged man said with a smile. When Wu Xiangtao heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3842. Zhao Lei looked at Wu Xiangtao with a strange expression. She didn't know that Ning Qi had broken through the Emperor realm, but she knew that Ning Qi was previously a cultivator in the Eternal Realm. Such an existence, compared with Wu Xiangtao, a cultivator in the 10th level of Qi refining, was simply like the gap between an ant and the heavenly law. However, except for Zhao Lei and Miao Qiyu, the others didn't think that Ning Qi could defeat Wu Xiangtao in a fight. Zhao Lei's parents and Ning Qi were Zhao Lei's senior brother and junior sister. They wanted to persuade him, but they felt a trace of fear for the eldest senior brother's momentum. In the end, they opened their mouth but didn't say anything. Brother Wu, there is an unwritten rule in the fight between us cultivators. Do you understand? The middle-aged man smiled. Ning Qi smiled. What rule? We're just having a normal fight, not a life and death battle, so we can't affect the outside world. Even the grass and trees in this box can't be affected. Otherwise, we'll consider it a loss. The middle-aged man smiled. This rule was recognized by everyone present. In this way, they didn't have to worry about the flying sword being blind and falling into it. Okay. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Brother Wu, please advise me. Wu Xiangtao cupped his hands at Ning Qi, and the others ran to the sofa on the side. Zhao, she looked at Ning Qi with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Although Wu Xiangtao's aptitude and cultivation were not high, not comparable to second senior sister and eldest senior brother, among the cultivators in the world, there were not many who could reach the 10th level of Qi refining. After all, the spiritual Qi on the earth was getting thinner and thinner. In a few hundred years, it was estimated that even the foundation establishment would become an extremely difficult thing. Wait, Ning Qi smiled and said to Miao Qiyu, Go get me a piece of paper. Huh. Miao Qiyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, got up and went to the waiter to ask for a piece of paper. Charm? The middle-aged man's eyes moved slightly, but the corner of his mouth evoked a disdainful smile. What kind of charm could be drawn on such an ordinary piece of white paper? Tear a small person out. After Miao Qiyu took the paper, Ning Qi continued to speak with a smile. Miao Qiyu's eyes lit up. With this, she felt a sense of participation. Even though she didn't know what Ning Qi was planning, she still happily tore apart a twisted little person with a crooked sword in its hand. Acting all mysterious, Zhao, she sneered. You guessed right. I was just pretending to be mysterious. Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi was stunned, and his expression became extremely ugly. Brother Wu, can we start now? If it was a real battle, there wouldn't be any time to take a piece of paper. Wu Xiangtao smiled. All right, let's begin. Ning Qi lightly slapped the table, and the paper man instantly stood up. It brandished the sword in its hand and pointed it at Wu Xiangtao. Ah, how magical. The paper doll is actually moving. Zhao Lei's relatives were shocked when they saw this scene. Miao Qiyu, on the other hand, was overjoyed because she had personally torn off the waving paper doll. Go. Wu Xiangtao did not intend to waste any more time. With a low shout, he instantly spat out a flying sword from his mouth and attacked Ningqi at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the paper doll leaped up and brandished the crooked sword, easily blocking Wu Xiangtao's flying sword. The exciting battle immediately made everyone's mouth turn into an O shape. How is this possible? Wu Xiangtao was a little dumbfounded, causing his flying sword to almost fall to the ground. His eldest senior brother, second senior sister, and youngest junior sister, Zhao Shi, were also a little shocked after seeing this scene. They felt very surprised. An ordinary paper doll, and Ningqi did not cast any spells or draw any talismans on it, could actually fight evenly with Wu Xiangtao, who was at the 10th stage of qi refinement. Little brother, this move is so fun, can you teach me? Miao Chuyu immediately sat next to Ningqi and grabbed his arm, coquettishly. Junior sister Zhao Lei also knows how to do it. You can ask her to teach you. Ningqi smiled. In the eyes of everyone, this scene seemed magical, but in fact, Ningqi had just casually injected a little spirit energy into the paper doll and used his primordial spirit to control it to fight with Wu Xiangtao. However, Ningqi's bit of spirit energy was enough to make the paper doll exert strength equivalent to that of a fourth-step cultivator. As long as Ningqi wanted to, it could kill Wu Xiangtao in an instant. She knows how to do it too? Zhao Shi subconsciously looked at Zhao Lei, and her expression became more and more ugly. The battle lasted for a few minutes. Seeing that he could not even take down a paper doll, Wu Xiangtao's face gradually became covered in a layer of sweat. Third junior brother, stop. You are no match for him. Second senior sister suddenly spoke. She glanced at Ningqi coldly. Did you hide your cultivation level? Is he not a qi refinement cultivator? Zhao, she suddenly understood. Wu Xiangtao also noticed this. He immediately withdrew his flying sword and looked at Ningqi with an ugly expression. Guess. Ningqi smiled. Second senior sister's expression suddenly changed. She then took a step forward and stood in front of Wu Xiangtao. She stared at Ningqi coldly. Let me fight with you. Isn't it a man against a man and a woman against a woman? Ningqi smiled and glanced at the middle-aged man. Second senior sister snorted coldly. You don't dare to fight with me? Well, make your move. Ningqi smiled faintly. Second senior sister was a foundation establishment cultivator. Her cultivation level was much lower than Wu Xiangtao's, and the grade of her flying sword was not comparable to Wu Xiangtao's. When everyone saw her spit out a beautiful flying sword with a fluorescent flow, their eyes were instantly attracted by the flying sword. Clang! There was a crisp sound. Before anyone could react, the beautiful flying sword had been smashed into pieces by the paper doll. Uft! Second senior sister spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and her face became extremely pale. Wu Xiangtao and the middle-aged man immediately exclaimed when they saw this. The intrinsic flying sword was destroyed by the paper doll? Second senior sister, are you okay? Zhao, she hurriedly ran to second senior sister's side, with a trace of worry on his face. At the same time, he looked at Ningqi with a very horrified gaze. How dare you? The middle-aged man suddenly let out a roar. Just as he was about to move, he found that he had become unable to move. The paper doll flew directly in front of him. With a few swishes, the middle-aged man's elegant long hair fell to the ground. It's just a spar. It's not life-threatening. Why are you so nervous? With your temperament, you are not suitable for cultivation. I'll help you shave your head and become a monk. Ningqi smiled. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the strongest was not Zhao Shi's third senior brother, second senior sister, or eldest senior brother, but senior brother Wu, who was with Zhao Lei. Chapter 3843. Shave my head and become a monk? Whether my disciple becomes a Taoist or a monk, it's not up to outsiders to interfere. An old man slowly walked into the box. When Zhao Shi, Wu Xiangtao, and second senior sister saw this, their faces immediately showed a hint of surprise, and they hurriedly bowed. The middle-aged man was restrained by Ning Qi's aura and could not move at all. He could only keep looking at the old man with a trace of a pleading look in his eyes. "This is little Shi's master?" There was a trace of curiosity in everyone's eyes. The old man looked sage-like and did indeed look like an otherworldly master. "Your Excellency is indeed admirable to have such a cultivation at such a young age. My disciple was not strong enough, but he still wanted to fight with you. It's understandable that he was taught a lesson." The old man smiled faintly. He first criticized his disciple, causing Zhao Shi and the others to look ashamed and angry. But then he immediately changed the topic and said to Ning Qi with a smile, "However, I will naturally teach my disciple a lesson. If the disciple is not good enough, as a master he will also lose face. I am also quite famous in the cultivation world. Let me see how powerful your means are." As soon as he finished speaking, the paper man suddenly jumped up and flew from in front of the middle-aged man to the old man. He raised the curved paper sword in his hand and madly slapped it at the old man's head. Bang, bang, bang. The paper sword was waved extremely fast, and the old man was beaten into the ground inch by inch. There was a burst of exclamation from below. Obviously, the floor had been broken through. "Master!" Zhao Shi and the other three watched with their eyes wide open, but a creepy fear rose in their hearts. Their master, who was extremely powerful in their hearts, could not defeat a mere paper man? The old man was dizzy from the paper sword, but what scared him the most was that his body could not move at all, as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain. At this moment, Ning Qi, who was looking at him with a smile, became unfathomable in the eyes of the old man. "Little brother really did not lie to me. Even Zhao Shi's master is no match for him. It seems that cousin Little Lei is also extremely powerful." Miao Chiu looked at this scene with a look of surprise, while the expressions of the others became very strange. "Senior brother Wu." Zhao Lei saw that Zhao Shi's expression was dull, as if he had just been struck by lightning. His whole person was numb. A trace of pity rose in her heart, and she looked at Ning Qi. "All right, I was just joking." Ning Qi smiled, and the paper man gradually floated to the ground. The old man and the middle-aged man felt their bodies recover at the same time. They no longer felt the numbness of being pressed down by a huge mountain. As senior, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended senior. Please forgive me." The old man smiled bitterly and apologized to Ning Qi. His body was still stuck in the floor. Without Ning Qi's order, he didn't dare to come out of the floor. The disturbance downstairs also gradually subsided. It seemed that Wu Xiangtao's subordinates had already appeased the guests downstairs. "It's all a misunderstanding today. However, I won't be eating. Junior sister Zhao Lei, I'll bring you around the immortal world after settling things at home before returning to Moon Elephant Sect." Ning Qi smiled, told Zhao Lei, and got up to leave. Seeing this, Miao Chiu got up subconsciously and followed. Her parents looked at each other but didn't say anything. After seeing Ning Qi's means, they had long regarded Ning Qi as an immortal. If their daughter could obtain some opportunities from him, she would definitely not be any worse than Zhao Shi. Around the immortal world? Moon Elephant Sect? The old man didn't have much emotion towards the latter term. However, when he heard the words immortal world, his expression gradually became shocked. Half an hour later, the gathering in the private room had become dominated by Zhao Lei. The old man, the middle-aged man, second senior sister, and Wu Xiangtao were all sitting upright like obedient children. "Mom, Dad, this is what happened. There were too many people when I went to climb Mount Tai. When I was watching the sunrise, I was accidentally squeezed down. As a result, when I woke up, I was in the sect." Zhao Lei briefly recounted her experiences over the years. Zhao Shi's expression gradually changed. She had been lowering her head because Ning Qi easily defeated her master, causing her to lose face in front of Zhao Lei. However, after hearing Zhao Lei's experiences over the years, her attitude towards Zhao Lei changed. "Sister, you didn't deliberately not return all these years, but you couldn't return?" "Zhao," she whispered. "Yes, if it wasn't for Senior Brother Wu, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sit here today." Zhao Lei sighed. At this moment, the old man suddenly looked at her carefully. "Senior Zhao, according to what you said, your cultivation is golden immortal." Zhao Lei smiled. "Immortal indeed. Immortal indeed." The old man's face suddenly revealed a trace of madness. Although his cultivation was very low, he had heard some things about the immortal world from ancient books. In the immortal world, a golden immortal was considered a mighty figure. Thinking of this, the old man was suddenly filled with deep respect for the Moon Elephant sect that Zhao Lei mentioned. Even a golden immortal could only be a servant disciple. How terrifying was this sect! "Zhao Lei, the servant disciples you mentioned are..." Zhao Lei's parents were stunned. "Our duty is to serve the inner sect disciples of the Moon Elephant sect. Senior Brother Wu is the strongest among the inner sect disciples. Some inner sect disciples are very violent and would beat or scold the servant disciples. However, Senior Brother Wu is very kind. Not only did he stand up for us when we were framed, he was also willing to bring me back to Earth. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Wu, I might not have been able to return." Zhao Lei's expression was complicated. She still remembered the scene on Earth. She wasn't sure if it was all an illusion or reality. In short, without Ning Qi, she might not have been able to see her parents again. "Zhao Lei, Qiu, you just left with your Senior Brother Wu. Isn't that a good thing?" Zhao Lei's aunt suddenly spoke. When her uncle heard this, he hurriedly looked at Zhao Lei with anticipation. "Senior Brother Wu quite likes Qiu, I can tell. However, it's not that kind of love. Qiu, you won't be in danger if she follows Senior Brother Wu. If she's lucky, she might get a great opportunity." Zhao Lei smiled. When her aunt and uncle heard this, they immediately grinned from ear to ear. The others, however, were a little regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have gone to curry favor with Ning Qi just now. Wouldn't they have gotten a great opportunity too? "Mom, Dad, I might not stay for long this time. Here are some elixirs. I'll help you take them. This way, you can also step onto the path of cultivation and live for countless years in the future. The next time I come back, I'll be able to see you again." Since she had already revealed her true identity, Zhao Lei was not afraid of shocking the world. She planned to use a few days to help her parents step onto the path of cultivation. Chapter 3844. In the next few days, Zhao Lei used the pills and the cultivation of a golden immortal to easily let her parents embark on the path of cultivation. She also obtained a lot of benefits, and Miao Qiu, who had been by Ning Qi's side, also obtained something. Ning Qi had thought that Zhao Lei would stay on Earth for a few months or even a few years. Unexpectedly, she found Ning Qi and planned to leave Earth for the immortal world. "You just came back a few days ago, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "If you want to come back next time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Why don't you stay a little longer?" Zhao Lei smiled bitterly and shook her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Ning Qi did not ask further. The two of them quickly left Earth and flew towards the celestial world. "Senior Brother Wu, what is the immortal world like?" Zhao Lei was curious. "It's different from Shenlua world. Shenlua world is like a boundless planet. Even emperors can't reach the end of it. It might be a planet that's about the size of a universe. The celestial world represents a universe. Just like the Milky Way, there are many planets. However, most of the planets in the celestial world are suitable for ordinary people to live in." Ning Qi laughed. "Is that so? Why are most of the planets on this side of the Milky Way uninhabitable?" As Zhao Lei spoke, she sized up the planets they passed by. Any random planet had an extremely harsh environment, the kind where mortals couldn't survive at all. Because the Milky Way is considered a part of the ghost realm. Ning Qi smiled. The immortal world is divided into countless immortal domains. Most of the planets in these immortal domains are inhabited by mortals. Outside of these immortal domains is the ghost domain. The spiritual qi there is thin, not to mention mortals. Even if immortals enter these ghost domains, they will not be able to absorb enough spiritual qi, causing their cultivation to regress. Don't you feel it? No wonder. There was a flash of realization in Zhao Lei's eyes. No wonder she felt uncomfortable after only staying on Earth for a few days. Senior Brother Wu, which immortal region are we going to this time? Zhao Lei's face revealed a trace of anticipation. I don't know. Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. I've locked onto the aura of the guy who turned the Earth into such a state. This time, I'll go and find him first. I can't be sure which immortal realm he will go to. Ning Qi said with a smile. Zhao Lei gasped in her heart when she heard this, and she had a better understanding of Ning Qi's strength. As expected of an imperishable realm cultivator, Senior Brother Wu can even lock onto the aura left behind by the other party. Zhao Lei sighed in her heart. Up until now, she still didn't know that Ning Qi had already entered the great sovereign realm. His life form was completely different. In the immortal world, although he wasn't comparable to the heavenly Tao, he wasn't much weaker. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao wouldn't have emitted a trace of threatening aura when he first arrived in the immortal world. Songbei Mystic Domain. This immortal domain had a very low presence in the immortal world. Even when the Devil Clan invaded, they didn't really enter Songbei Immortal Domain. Because Songbei Immortal Domain had very few cultivation resources, there are no experts, and the strongest was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It could be said that after countless years, Songbei Immortal Domain would become a ghost domain. Many immortals would choose to leave this place and go to other, more prosperous immortal domains if they had the conditions. Senior Brother Wu, the spiritual qi in the Songbei Mystic region seems to be more than that in the Milky Way. Zhao Lei and Ning Qi walked in the universe. Yes, it's about 10 times more than the Milky Way. Compared to other immortal domains, this place is almost like a ghost domain. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. If I came to the immortal domain back then, I might not have broken through to the second step and would still be at the first step. Even if other immortal domains are 10 times or 100 times stronger than Songbei Immortal Domain, they can't be compared to Moon Elephant Sect. Zhao Lei sighed. At this time, she suddenly felt lucky that she had transmigrated to Moon Elephant Sect. Although she was reduced to a servant disciple, even if she didn't take any elixirs, as long as she cultivated in Moon Elephant Sect, she would still be able to reach the third step after thousands of years. At that time, she would have the opportunity to pass the assessment and become an official outer sect disciple. She wouldn't need to do these servant jobs anymore. You're lucky. When I first cultivated, I walked step by step. I don't know how long it took me to break through to the human immortal realm. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Zhao Lei was suddenly very curious about Ning Qi's experience. Just as she was about to ask, she saw the two of them flash and appear outside a planet. It's here. Ning Qi smiled. He could clearly feel that the aura was on this planet at this moment. I sensed a few auras with similar cultivation levels to mine. Zhao Lei said, There's another person with a higher cultivation level than you. He's in Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This planet should be the strongest planet in Songbei Immortal Domain. Ning Qi smiled. Senior Brother Wu, how strong is the cultivation level of the person who attacked us on Earth? If I can, I want to kill him with my own hands. Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with anger. If she and Ning Qi hadn't coincidentally returned to Earth and Ning Qi didn't have those mysterious means, her family and friends would have died. His cultivation level isn't too strong. He's currently establishing a sect and recruiting disciples. Let's go and watch the show. Ning Qi smiled. Yufanqing, 100,000 huge mountains. The territory here was very vast, and there were many sections. However, because of the problem of resources, there were countless sects killing each other at every moment. Some sects were destroyed overnight, while others established their own sects overnight. The main reason was that there were too few resources in the Songbei Mystic region. Most of the resources were concentrated on the Yufan star, and 8 or 9 out of 10 of them were in the 100,000 mountain range. If cultivators did not fight with each other, they would definitely fall behind and end up in a bad situation. At this moment, in the depths of the innumerable huge mountains, there was a very lively place. About thousands of cultivators gathered there. Their cultivations were not particularly high, and there were many cultivators at the first step of the crossing calamity stage and the great vehicle stage. Then there were human immortals, earthly immortals, and only a few heaven immortals. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on a middle-aged cultivator who was standing in midair and talking loudly. The middle-aged cultivator exuded a trace of aura that only belonged to a golden immortal. When he spoke passionately, the aura that occasionally overflowed from him made the heaven immortals, earth immortals, human immortals, and first step cultivators feel heavy pressure. Senior, when Tianzi's cultivation level is really strong, just the aura that overflows from him is already a little unbearable. We are the first batch of disciples to enter the heavenly sect. In the future, we should be able to get a lot of cultivation resources, right? Of course. I heard that when Tianzi invited more than a dozen heaven immortals. Unfortunately, only 3 came this time. If a few more came, the heavenly sect strength could be ranked in the top 5 in the 100,000 huge mountains. Chapter 3845. That's enough. I heard that Senior Wen Tianzi was only a heaven immortal and offended Senior Gua, who is a golden immortal. Senior Wen Tianzi escaped from Yufanqing because of this. I didn't expect that Senior Wen Tianzi had already become a golden immortal when he came back. He even seriously injured Senior Gua in a fight. With such a battle record, who would dare to invade our sect? Hee, the good times are coming. Everyone listened to Wen Tianzi talk about the future direction of the sect and the recent goals. They whispered and looked forward to the future. Among the crowd, Zhao Lei's eyes were fixed on Wen Tianzi. When a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, Wen Tianzi, whose cultivation was almost the same as hers, noticed it. Wen Tianzi immediately locked on to Zhao Lei and was startled when he saw her unfamiliar face. "Who are you, and why have you come to my heaven-seeking sect?" When Tianzi looked at Zhao Lei seriously, an unfamiliar golden immortal, it was very likely that he came from another celestial realm. However, Songbei's celestial realm was a place that was about to become a ghost realm. Usually, there would not be a single foreign cultivator for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Why would a golden immortal secretly appear at his opening ceremony? Could it be that old Gua invited her to help? Thinking of this, Wen Tianzi's expression suddenly turned cold. After hearing Wen Tianzi's words, everyone looked in the direction of Ning Qi and Zhao Lei and subconsciously retreated a distance. Their eyes revealed a trace of doubt. The 3 heaven immortals in the field looked at each other. The next moment, they flew into the sky and landed behind Wen Tianzi. They looked at Zhao Lei with vigilance, indicating their position. "Senior Wu?" Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi and saw him nodding slightly. She sneered at Wen Tianzi and said, "You are Wen Tianzi? Your cultivation is not high, but your name is so domineering. Wen Tianzi, Wen Tianzi, what right do you have to ask the heavens?" Zhao Lei's voice reverberated within a radius of hundreds of miles. It was deafening. As soon as she said this, everyone immediately knew that Zhao Lei did not come with good intentions. Wen Tianzi's expression suddenly changed. He scolded, "Are you the helper that old Guo invited? Today I will open the sect and establish the great Tao. If you want to fight with me, then we will fight to the death." "So what if I fight to the death?" Zhao Lei sneered, "Have you been here before?" A stream of spiritual energy appeared in front of Zhao Lei and formed a scene. It was the earth and the moon. This scene was the scene of the end of the world when she first arrived on Earth. Son of Heaven Wen took a look and his expression turned weird. "Who are you? Aren't you the helper that old Gua hired?" "Senior Brother Wu, it seems like it's really him." Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi. From Son of Heaven Wen's expression, it was obvious that he had been to Earth before. In that case, the scene on Earth and the moon must have been created by this golden immortal. "So you're cultivators from that planet?" "That can't be right. The spiritual qi on that planet is extremely thin. At most, there would only be a few nascent soul cultivators. How could there be a golden immortal like you?" A trace of doubt flashed in Son of Heaven Wen's eyes. However, from his tone he was relieved. If Zhao Lei was hired by old Gua, he might have to consider her background. But now it seemed like Zhao Lei had no background at all. How strong could a cultivator from a lowly planet be? "Ha ha ha! The spiritual qi on that planet is extremely thin." Ning Qi couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know who the immortals from that planet are?" "You're with her too?" Son of Heaven Wen's gaze fell on Ning Qi, and he sneered. "What kind of cultivators can come from such a lowly planet? The two of you are the strongest, right? When the immortal world was invaded by the demon race, the ancient immortals who fought against the demon race were all from the lowly planet you mentioned. Which of those ancient immortals wasn't talented? They could kill an ant like you with a wave of their hand." Ning Qi smiled. "Who are you trying to fool? How long has it been since the great war of immortals and demons ended? Do you think I don't know?" Son of Heaven Wen sneered. "I'm talking about the first great war of the immortals and demons, not the recent one." "Well, there's no point in talking to you. You're just a golden immortal. During the second great war of the immortals and demons, you were only a heaven immortal, right? You weren't even qualified to participate in it." Ning Qi laughed. Heaven Wen saw Ning Qi and Ning Tian Zi repeatedly humiliating him, and his eyes suddenly emitted a strong killing intent. He sneered and said, "I only used less than the time to drink a cup of tea to obliterate all the living beings on those two planets. Since you have come today for this matter, then let's have a fight. Today is the day of my Heaven Wen sect's establishment. I will take this opportunity to let the other sects in the 100,000 mountains see how strong I, Heaven Wen sect, is." "Son of Heaven Wen, you're so arrogant." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang above everyone's head. Son of Heaven Wen's expression changed slightly. Old Gua? He was already seriously injured by him, yet he still dared to come forward to die. When Son of Heaven Wen raised his head, he was stunned. He saw a young man standing beside a pale-faced old man. This young man was none other than Yu Fanqing's only Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He was also the strongest cultivator in the Songbei Celestial Realm. "Grand Heavenly Master, why are you here?" Son of Heaven Wen looked at the young man respectfully and cupped his hands. When the other cultivators saw this, they were also shocked. They quickly cupped their hands and greeted Son of Heaven Wen as Grand Heavenly Master. In addition, the three Heaven Immortals standing behind Son of Heaven Wen's expression changed slightly. There was a hint of retreat in their eyes. Gua Fan said that you have an extremely evil item in your hand. You relied on it to injure him. Today, I'm here not only to be a mediator to resolve the grudge between you two, but also to see this item." Grand Heavenly Master smiled. Son of Heaven Wen's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously took a step back. Gua Fan was the old man. At this moment, the way he looked at Son of Heaven Wen was not only gloating, but also vicious. "Grand Heavenly Master, I don't talk nonsense. Take it out and let me have a look." Grand Heavenly Master smiled. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and Zhao Lei. "Son of Heaven Wen is one of Yu Fanqing's people. If you have any personal grudges, do it after he leaves Yu Fanqing, understand?" Grand Heavenly Master is indeed domineering. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Well, it seems that we came to Son of Heaven when first, even if it's to settle a grudge. There's still a first come, first served rule, right? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Grand Heavenly Master frowned. In the next moment, a majestic aura swept out from his body. Everyone thought that Ning Chi and Zhao Lei would be directly suppressed, but Ning Chi only raised his hand gently and pressed down. The Grand Heavenly Master fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He knelt down with a trace of shock on his face. Chapter 3846. Grand Empyrean. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Who is he? Guai Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and almost fell from the sky. However, when he came back to his senses, he immediately landed on the ground and looked at Ning Chi and Zhao Lei with fear in his eyes. Heaven's Son Wen's body suddenly tensed up, and he looked at Ning Chi and Zhao Lei with a stiff expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. With a wave of his hand, he had suppressed the number 1 expert on Yu Fanqing, a Grand Empyrean with the cultivation of a perfected golden celestial. How strong was he to be able to do this? Heaven's Son Wen's heart was suddenly filled with regret. I already said, first come, first served. Don't you understand? Ning Chi slowly walked up to the Grand Empyrean, looked down at him, and smiled. Say, asi. The Grand Empyrean stuttered and couldn't say a complete sentence. When everyone saw this, they felt a strange feeling in their hearts. The Grand Empyrean was the number 1 expert on planet Yu Fanqing. Most of the people here had seen the Grand Empyrean's heroism. In their minds, the Grand Empyrean was synonymous with invincibility on planet Yu Fanqing. However, right now, this synonymous invincible person was so scared they couldn't even speak a complete sentence before Ning Chi. Senior. Finally, the Grand Empyrean managed to control his trembling voice and shouted a clear name. Then he quickly continued. This lowly one had eyes but didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, Senior. Every time someone offends me, you always ask me to forgive you. Can you change the words? Ning Chi smiled. Yes, Senior. Please treat this lowly one as a fart. Just let me go. The Grand Empyrean quickly smiled. Treat a fart. Everyone's expressions became even more strange. They never knew that a Grand Empyrean could show such a humble expression and say such shameless words. You're cursing me. Ning Chi frowned slightly. Are you calling me a fart? No, Senior, you misunderstood. Tears almost came out of the Grand Empyrean's eyes as he hurriedly tried to explain. However, no matter how he explained, Ning Chi remained indifferent and coldly looked at him. A trace of despair gradually appeared in Grand Empyrean's heart. He was born on the Yufan planet, spent countless years of bitter cultivation, and experienced countless tribulations to reach where he is today, becoming the number 1 expert of the Northern Heaven's immortal domain, the number 1 expert of the Yufan planet. But today, because of his recklessness, everything was going to be for naught. At this moment, the 2 people Grand Empyrean wanted to kill the most were Guo Fan and Wen Tianzi. If not for these 2 people, he wouldn't be here. They were the cause of his death. Karma. Grand Empyrean didn't think he would never be able to escape karma. You don't deserve to die. Just kneel here. Grand Empyrean was in extreme despair when he suddenly saw Ning Chi smile at him and walk toward Heaven Wen. At this moment, Grand Empyrean suddenly felt how beautiful the world before him was. Say, Senior, Son of Heaven Wen also became a stutterer, seeing Ning Chi approaching him step by step. He didn't even have the desire to escape. Because he couldn't escape at all. Even a Grand Empyrean was easily suppressed. How could a mere early-stage golden immortal like him escape? In a short period of time, Son of Heaven Wen suddenly recalled his short life path of cultivation. These memories were like fragmented pictures that flashed through his mind. Soon, Ning Qi stood before Son of Heavenwind and smiled. When you became a human immortal, didn't anyone tell you that the more you kill, the more karma you'll get? With this karma, unless you're strong enough to cut it off yourself, you'll have to wait for someone else to cut you off. Yes, Master once told me that. Son of Heavenwind quickly said with a respectful expression. Since your master told you that, why did you still destroy all life on the planet? I'm very curious. How did Earth offend you? Ning Qi smiled. This guy actually destroyed the senior's ancestral planet. Son of Heavenwind's guts are too big. Slaughtering a planet is a taboo among immortals. After all, who knows what kind of powerful figure this planet has produced? Not only did Son of Heavenwind implicate himself, but he also implicated a Grand Empyrean. Everyone looked at Son of Heavenwind as if they were looking at a dead man. How could he survive after offending a powerhouse like Ning Qi? Moreover, the grudge between the two was no ordinary one. Slaughtering the ancestral planet was even deeper than wiping out a sect. The Grand Empyrean decided that after Ning Qi left, if Son of Heavenwind was still alive, he would definitely make Son of Heavenwind know what it meant to live worse than death. At this moment, Son of Heavenwind was also very regretful. More importantly, he felt that he had been wronged. Who would have thought that such a terrifying existence could be born on such a ghostly planet? As senior, I was chased by Guofan some time ago, so I passed by Senior's ancestral planet. I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Son of Heavenwind knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. At this moment, Guofan suddenly said, Senior, he has an extremely special artifact on him. That traitor Son of Heavenwind must have destroyed Senior's ancestral planet because of that artifact. He must have broken through to the early stage Golden Immortal because of that artifact. He still wants Senior to implicate me. Hearing Guofan's words, Son of Heavenwind's kowtow paused for a moment. Ning Qi saw this and smiled. Come on, stop pretending. What did you get on Earth that you have to slaughter the entire planet's life? Son of Heavenwind raised his head with a blank look on his face. Boom! Son of Heavenwind's body had disappeared, leaving only his head floating in the air. Everyone could not help but gasp when they saw this. They did not even see how Ning Qi did it, and Son of Heavenwind ended up like this. Were Golden Immortals really so weak? As long as your head is still there, you can still live. But if your head is gone, then you're dead. Ning Qi smiled. Son of Heavenwind was afraid. He was really afraid. If he did not tell the truth, he was sure that he would die in the next moment. Even if he told the truth, he might still die, but he had a better chance of survival than the former. Senior, I'll tell you, Heaven's Son smiled bitterly, but in the next moment he suddenly found that his physical body had recovered without a scratch. Shocked by Ning Qi's means, he quickly took out an item that looked like a metal plate and said to Ning Qi, Senior, it was after I obtained this fragment from your homeworld that I comprehended the great Tao and broke through to the realm of Golden Immortal. Chapter 38:47 Fragment. Ning Qi gently raised his hand, and the fragment fell into his palm. There was a familiar aura on it, which instantly made the Pangu bloodline in Ning Qi's body, which had been dormant for a long time, feel like it was boiling. Ever since he stepped into the Emperor realm, his life form had completely changed. Every cell had been reorganized, but the Pangu bloodline still remained in the deepest part of his body. This is the fragment of Pangu's axe. Ning Qi's eyes moved. He already knew the origin of this fragment. Pangu's cultivation was most likely at the 5th step, so the grade of Pangu's axe was naturally not low. When Tenzi, a mere heaven immortal, obtained the fragment of Pangu's axe and used it to comprehend the aura on it to advance to the Golden Immortal realm. As long as he was given a certain amount of time, it would not be difficult for him to use this fragment to become an immortal emperor. Ning Qi also did not expect that there would be a fragment of Pangu's axe on Earth, and that it was coincidentally discovered by an immortal who was passing by. Putting away the fragment, Ning Qi looked at Wen Tianzi. You massacred the stars because of this, afraid that others would know that you obtained this item. Wen Tianzi really wanted to say no, but after thinking for a while, he nodded his head obediently. Senior, that's indeed what I thought. If I knew about Senior's existence, I definitely wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. I hope that Senior can take into account the innocence of the ignorant and forgive me next time. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and become a good person. All right, I will give you a chance to be a good person. Everyone thought that Ning Qi would definitely not let Wen Tianzi go, but Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Even Zhao Lei was a little surprised and quickly looked at Ning Qi. Really? Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Wen Tianzi continued to kneel and kowtow, rejoicing that he had survived a disaster. You will kneel here for 1,000 years and reflect on your mistakes. If you do not run away during this period, I will forgive you. Ning Qi continued. Kneel for 1,000 years? Here, this was the heaven inquiring sect that he had just established. If he were to kneel in front of his sect for 1,000 years, how would the juniors who had agreed to join the sect view him? When Tianzi suddenly thought of a scene where his sect's disciples walked in and out, pointing at him from time to time. As the founder of the sect, he could only kneel on the ground and let them point at him. Senior, I will kneel here for 1,000 years to atone for my sins. Son of Heaven once said decisively, no matter what, he had to agree first. He didn't believe that such a powerful being would stay here with him for another 1,000 years. Yes, I'm afraid you will be too lonely, so I'll let your Grand Emperor kneel with you. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He waved his hand, and the Grand Emperor flew over. The Grand Emperor knelt down beside Heaven's Wind. Grand Emperor seemed to have 3 question marks on his face. Didn't Ning Qi just let him kneel for a while? He had to accompany Wen Tianzi for 1,000 years? At this moment, Grand Emperor felt extremely humiliated in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. 1,000 years was not a long time, nor was it short. After kneeling for 1,000 years, he would no longer have the face to stay on planet Yufan. Senior Brother Wu, isn't 1,000 years too easy for him? Zhao Lei walked to Ning Qi's side and stared coldly at Sun Wen. She wanted nothing more than to smash Sun Wen's head with her palm. 1,000 years is enough. We have to give people a chance to repent. We can't be too ruthless. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Then, he pulled Zhao Lei and the 2 of them disappeared. The scene was very awkward. Countless eyes fell on Grand Emperor and Son of Heavenwind. The former, the #1 expert on planet Yufan, was now kneeling. The latter was preparing to establish the heaven-seeking sect and was in the limelight for a while. Now he was kneeling in front of the sect he had just established and was being watched by countless juniors. Grand Emperor, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Guofan walked to the side of Grand Emperor and said awkwardly. Grand Emperor found that not only was he unable to speak, but he couldn't even move a finger. Seeing that Grand Emperor was silent, Guofan took it as a tacit agreement. He quickly turned around and left, disappearing from everyone's sight. Grand Emperor, we will also leave first. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other and cupped their hands at Grand Emperor before quickly leaving. They were afraid that if they stayed here for too long, Grand Emperor would remember them and settle the score with them after 1,000 years. In the end, there were less than 300 immortals left. These immortals felt that it didn't matter even if Heaven's Son was punished to kneel for 1,000 years. If they could help him in his hour of need, he would definitely treat them as a direct descendant of Heaven's Son after 1,000 years. Someone was even more quick-witted. One of the 3 celestial immortals behind Heaven's Son quickly walked behind the 2 and whispered, Grand Heavenly Sovereign, Senior Wen, I'll cast an illusion spell. What do you think? Sure, Son of Heaven, Wen replied. How could he speak? Shock appeared in Grand Emperor's eyes, but he couldn't turn his head. He could only maintain his kneeling position and stare straight ahead. That heaven immortal was about to use a spell when he felt a special force enveloping him. With a plop, he knelt beside the two of them. "What's wrong with you?" Son of Heaven Wen looked at him angrily. He was afraid that Ning Chi hadn't gone far, so he didn't dare to move. However, Ning Chi only told him to kneel and didn't tell him not to speak. Therefore, apart from not getting up, Son of Heaven Wen could do anything. That heaven immortal was at a loss. Then, a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. He found that he couldn't speak or even move a finger. His body was being suppressed by a special force. Senior Wen, he might have been suppressed by that senior, just like Grand Empyrean, another heaven immortal said with a complicated expression. He was secretly glad that he didn't go up to flatter Son of Heaven Wen. Otherwise, he might have ended up the same as that heaven immortal. "Is that so?" Son of Heaven Wen's expression changed slightly, but he found that he wasn't being suppressed by Ning Chi. He suddenly thought of what Ning Chi said before he left, and his eyes flashed with an imperceptible hint of mockery. "How naive! You want to use this to make me repent?" He thought that Ning Chi was the same as those Baldies in the Buddhist sect. They liked to use this method of repaying evil with good to make him realize his mistakes. Unfortunately, Son of Heaven Wen knew his own character very well. He wouldn't choose to convert because of this. He was only kneeling now to save his life. A few years later, Son of Heaven Wen suddenly smiled at the Grand Empyrean beside him. "Grand Empyrean, I won't kneel here for now. I'll take my leave first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely come back to see you. However, I might never come back again." The Grand Empyrean's eyes were filled with anger when he heard the gloating in Son of Heaven Wen's words. The next moment he saw that Son of Heaven Wen had just rushed into the sky when he seemed to be suppressed by some force. With a loud bang, Son of Heaven Wen knelt beside him again. Both of his knees had sunk into the ground. Son of Heaven Wen was stunned, but the Grand Empyrean laughed wildly in his heart. Chapter 3848. How could this be? Son of Heaven Wen was both shocked and enraged. Over the past few years, he had clearly probed the other party many times, but the other party did not leave any backup plans. He could leave at any time, but when he really wanted to leave, a mysterious force suddenly gushed out from the void, directly suppressing him. Now he could not move his limbs, neck, and even his eyelids could not blink. He was like a stone statue. Many of the Heavenly Wen sect's cultivators who were passing by could not help but feel a sense of fear. As for the two heavenly immortals who had been guarding the three, they subconsciously stood up and retreated more than 10 feet away, a look of shock on their faces. That senior's methods are really unpredictable. We better not stay here anymore, lest we end up like the three of them. One of the heaven immortals said. The other heaven immortal hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The two left the Heaven Wen sect without a word. Next, Son of Heaven Wen, Grand Heaven Venerate, and another heaven immortal who wanted to suck up to the two, knelt shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of the Heaven Wen sect. Regardless of the wind or the sun, they did not move an inch. As time passed, the story of the three gradually spread, attracting many cultivators to come and watch. At the same time, Ning Chi spent a few years touring the immortal realm with Zhao Lei. He was not wandering around blindly, but wanted to take the opportunity to see where the monkey had gone. In the end, even with Ning Chi's methods, he could not sense the monkey's whereabouts. If it had not left the immortal realm, then it had gone to the depths of the universe. It's about time we should go back. One day, Ning Chi suddenly reminded Zhao Lei. Hearing this, Zhao Lei nodded slightly. Although the immortal realm was good, the spiritual qi was extremely thin, completely incomparable to the Moon Elephant sect. Staying too long would not be of much benefit to one's cultivation. Zhao Lei was already very satisfied to have such an experience and to return to Earth. Moon Elephant sect. It was as if Ning Chi and Zhao Lei had never left. Even Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong thought that Zhao Lei and Ning Chi were in seclusion in the cave abode. Because they had a guess in their hearts, they did not dare to investigate, so they did not know where Zhao Lei and Ning Qi had gone for the past few years. Not long after returning to the cave abode, Vice Sect Leader Yun sent an inner sect disciple to deliver a message. Senior Brother Wu, I am Ling Huyi. Vice Sect Leader Yun ordered me to inform you that he has found traces of dark cultivators. They are quite strong, and he wants you to make a trip there. Ling Huyi said respectfully, although they were all inner court disciples. Ning Qi had already become quite famous during this period of time. After all, he could defeat Xue Qingguang and was in the imperishable realm. Most importantly, many people already knew that Lu Muqing's borderless cultivator status had been stripped by Vice Sect Master Yin, and Ning Qi had become a borderless cultivator that Vice Sect Master Yin had personally recruited. Not to mention inner court disciples like Ling Huyi. Even true disciples would have to give Ning Qi some face when they saw him. Dark cultivator? They still dare to appear in the primordial lands? Ning Qi was slightly startled, but he smiled without batting an eyelid. These dark cultivators are as cunning as foxes, so it is not surprising that they would appear in the primordial lands. This time, I heard that they had a conflict with an unrated sect. That sect just happened to be in the Moon Elephant Sect's territory, so they ordered people to come to the Moon Elephant Sect to ask for help. Vice Sect Leader Yin was too lazy to go, so he sent me to ask Senior Brother Wu for help. Ling Huyi said, You should also be a borderless cultivator, right? Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Ling Huyi was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. He took out a token and said, Junior brother, you're also a boundless border cultivator. However, the one who invited you to join our sect wasn't Vice Sect Master Yin, but a sempiternal realm senior. Junior brother Ling Hu, I have only become a borderless cultivator not long ago, and I do not know much about dark cultivators. I wonder how we can determine their identities. If this is just a misunderstanding, how should we resolve it? Ning Qi said, That is simple. Ling Huyi took out a bronze mirror and handed it to Ning Qi. Senior Brother Wu, this shadow breaker mirror was personally refined by one of the representatives. Every borderless cultivator in the primordial lands has one, and the borderless cultivators in the outside world do not have such good treatment. I am afraid that only those experts whose cultivation is similar to Senior Brother Wu can obtain the shadow breaker mirror. The aura of dark cultivators has already been locked on by the council, so if they dare to advance rashly, the council will be able to detect it. This shadow breaker mirror can capture the aura left by the Supreme Saint Council on them. If they are dark cultivators, there will not be a shadow in the shadow breaker mirror. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he took the shadow breaker mirror without batting an eyelid. He looked at himself with it, and sure enough, there was nothing inside. Seeing this, Ning Qi casually put away the shadow breaker mirror and smiled at Ling Huyi. Vice Sect Leader Yin did not give me the shadow breaker mirror. Junior brother, how about you lend it to me for a while? Sure. Ling Huyi smiled and nodded. He did not mind at all. After all, other than being used to identify dark cultivators, the shadow breaker mirror had no other use against enemies. For the borderless cultivators in the primordial lands, it was not particularly valuable. After asking for the location, Ning Xuani soared into the sky and left the Moon Elephant Sect. He flew towards the mountain gate of a certain unrated sect in the Moon Elephant Sect's territory. I didn't expect the shadow breaker mirror to exist in the primordial lands. Why didn't anyone warn me before? Could it be that it was just refined? Ning Qi felt a lingering fear. Vice Sect Leader Yin was extremely powerful. He was an expert above the 7th Revolution Emperor realm. The boundless Emperor of the Supreme Saint Council was not someone a third-rate cultivator like Great Emperor Jiang could compare to. If the Vice Sect leader had been suspicious that day, he could have taken out the shadow breaker mirror and shown it on him. Ning Qi's identity as a dark cultivator would have been exposed. Fortunately, the vice sect leader did not do that. Moreover, with Ning Qi's current strength and the fact that he was in the cultivation world, no one would dare to use a mirror to look at others for no reason. It was inevitable that some misunderstandings would arise. As long as Ning Qi was careful and did not arouse suspicion, it would not be so easy for his identity to be exposed because of the shadow breaker mirror. I just have to wait until the bone burial site opens. It's up to me whether I want this identity or not. Even if it's exposed, as long as I hide in the creation's celestial realm, the Supreme Saint Council will not be able to do anything to me. Ning Qi thought in his heart. About 2 hours later, Ning Qi arrived at a mountain range. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here. It was a mess. Someone saw Ning Qi's clothes and quickly came to greet him. "Senior, are you a boundless cultivator?" The person who came to greet him was an old man. His cultivation was not high, only in the sempiternal realm. Behind him stood a large group of cultivators. Their cultivation ranged from the 3rd step to the 4th step. They looked at Ning Qi with curiosity and respect. Chapter 3849. That's right. This is the Jade Tripod Sect? Ning Qi nodded indifferently. I'm the sect master of the Jade Tripod Sect, Su Qing. May I know how I should address you, senior? The elder hurriedly nodded. My surname is Wu. Let's get straight to the point. I heard that you discovered dark cultivators. Where are they now? Ning Qi said indifferently. One of my disciples accidentally got into a conflict with them. Who would have thought that they wouldn't let him off? They captured my disciple and killed their way into the sect. There were 5 of them, and one of them had a cultivation base similar to mine. After a battle, he fled in that direction. After Su Qing finished narrating, he pointed to the south. 5 of them, and all of them are at the sempiternal realm. Ning Qi frowned. Only one of them is at the sempiternal realm. 4 of them are at the rebirth realm, Su Qing said hurriedly. I got it. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly as his spiritual perception locked onto a few figures. With his present cultivation level, it was very difficult for 5th step cultivators to escape from his pursuit. Your name is Su Qing, right? Ning Qi suddenly smiled at Su Qing. Su Qing was slightly taken aback. That's right. You don't seem to be telling me the truth. If it was only your Jade Tripod Sect that offended them, why are there a few sempiternal realm cultivators pursuing them? Ning Qi said with a smile. Su Qing's expression changed a few times when he heard a loud bellow. Tell me the truth, honestly. If you hide anything, I'll punish you on the spot. Su Qing jumped in fright. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him coldly, his throat bobbed as he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He revealed a sheepish smile. Senior Wu, don't be agitated. I haven't explained everything clearly. In fact, I wasn't the one who first discovered those dark cultivators. 10 minutes later, Su Qing finally told the truth. The darkness-type cultivators he mentioned were being pursued from the beginning. After the cultivators passed by the Jade Cauldron sect, they sensed Su Qing's existence and got Su Qing to help intercept them. At the same time, they said that the few people were darkness-type cultivators. As long as Su Qing managed to intercept them, it would be a meritorious deed. Without suspecting anything, Su Qing attacked. He never expected the leading cultivator to be extremely powerful. Not only did he injure him internally, he even destroyed many of the Jade Tripod Sect's buildings. Su Qing wanted to continue his pursuit, but he was unexpectedly stopped by the few dark-skinned cultivators. As such, Su Qing naturally knew that he had been used as a tool. Senior Wu, they're chasing those dark cultivators, but they won't let me chase them. It's very likely that those dark cultivators have some kind of treasure on them. Su Qing smiled awkwardly. I roughly understand the situation now. In that case, you aren't too sure whether they are dark cultivators or not. ordering someone to send a message to the Moon Elephant sect is just to vent your anger, right? Ning Qi said with a smile. Su Qing hurriedly explained, Senior Wu, the Holy Saint Assembly has a rule. If you see an existence that is suspected to be a darkness-type cultivator, you have to report it to the nearest boundless cultivator. That's right. He did want to vent his anger, but he did not break the rules. Therefore, he was not very afraid that Ning Qi would punish him for it. If they are really darkness-type cultivators, I won't hold it against you. If not, I will settle the score with you for using the boundless cultivators as a tool. Ning Qi smiled. His figure immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning as he sped towards the south. Su Qing was taken aback as a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, he hurriedly flew in the direction Ning Qi had gone. He could only hope that those darn fellows were not messing with him regarding the darkness-type cultivators. Otherwise, if he were to be hated by a boundless cultivator, even 10 Jade Tripod sect would not be enough to suppress him. Sir, don't run anymore. Hand over that pill, and we'll let you and your disciples leave. The 4 sempiternal realm cultivators were standing in 4 different directions. Standing at the center of the group was a middle-aged man and 4 cultivators with slightly flustered looks on their faces. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was also at the sempiternal realm. There were few wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. As he was injured by someone of the same level, the wounds did not heal that easily. The pill is mine. As a reputable Orthodox sect, how dare you take it by force? The middle-aged man said with a sullen expression. Treasures naturally belong to the virtuous. Our strength is stronger than yours, so that pill should belong to us. Hee. The 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pill is a good thing that only those divine sects can get their hands on. Where did you get it from? Needless to say, you must have snatched it from others. The one who spoke was a female cultivator. She was dressed in revealing clothes and had thick makeup on her face. It was obvious that she was not an easy character to get along with. Someone is coming. A brawny man holding a long saber suddenly spoke. In the next moment, Ning Qi appeared in the encirclement of the 4 cultivators. Sir, these 5 are darkness cultivators. They stole our things. If you are passing by this place, why don't you leave? The brawny man cupped his fists toward Ning Qi. Brother, they are slandering us. They are clearly trying to steal my pill. That's why they came up with such a childish excuse. If we were darkness cultivators, how would we dare to roam the primordial land? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he called out to Ning Qi. Darkness cultivators are as cunning as foxes. They like to deceive others with words. Sir, don't be deceived by this person. He is our prey. It's best for you to leave. Seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of leaving, the faces of the 4 cultivators immediately turned cold. At this moment, another figure arrived. When they saw Su Qing, their faces changed. The 4 of you, why aren't you paying your respects to Senior Wu? Su Qing looked at the 4 cultivators with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Regardless of the outcome today, at the very least, the 4 cultivators would not be able to achieve their goal. Senior Wu. The 4 of them were slightly stunned. That's right. I heard that you were hunting darkness cultivators. I sent a message to the Moon Elephant sect. Senior Wu is a cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect. At the same time, he is also a boundless boundary cultivator. Su Qing sneered. As soon as he said that, not only did the expressions of the 4 cultivators change drastically, even the middle-aged man and the 4 rebirth state cultivators behind him looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear. However, they quickly concealed their strange expressions to prevent others from noticing. Senior, so you are a boundless boundary cultivator. If the 4 of us were impolite just now, please forgive us, the female cultivator with heavy makeup hurriedly said with an embarrassed smile. You said that they are darkness cultivators? Ning Qi said slowly. Yes, There was a hint of hesitation on the brawny man's face. However, after seeing the expressions of the other 3 cultivators, he gritted his teeth and nodded. You have the Shadow Breaker mirror? Ning Qi smiled. No, we don't. The expressions of the 4 cultivators turned even uglier. Since you don't have the Shadow Breaker mirror, how can you determine that they are darkness cultivators? Ning Qi smiled. The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were about to speak, Ning Qi looked at the middle-aged man and the 4 rebirth state cultivators and took out a bronze mirror. He smiled and said, This is the mirror of broken images. If you are really dark cultivators, your faces will not appear in this mirror. Therefore, it is very easy to find out your identities. If they have wronged you, I will stand up for you. If you are really dark cultivators, then you can only come with me. Chapter 3850. Ning Qi's words caused the expressions of both parties to change. As if sensing their emotions, Ning Qi turned around and smiled at the 4 before landing in front of the middle-aged man and the 4 rebirth realm cultivators. Come, let me take a look at you. Ning Qi smiled as he raised the mirror breaker mirror and shone it towards the 5 of them. From the beginning until the end, the 5 of them didn't resist, nor did they flee. This scene caused the expressions of the 4 of them to become even more unsightly, because the actions of the 5 of them completely proved that they were absolutely not darkness cultivators. Otherwise, they would have either attacked or started fleeing. In reality, the middle-aged man and the 4 rebirth realm cultivators' hearts were crumbling. It was not that they did not want to escape, but they could not escape at all. Their bodies were suppressed by some kind of power, and they could not move at all. They could not even express their emotions on their faces. It was as if they were petrified. Very quickly, Ning Qi took the mirror and walked back and forth in front of the 5 of them. None of their faces appeared in the mirror. This meant that the 5 of them were all dark cultivators. But even so, their expressions were very calm in the eyes of outsiders. They did not even show any fear, as if time had frozen. Throughout the entire process, Su Qing and the rest did not dare to go forward and watch. They were not clear about the rules of the boundless Jiang cultivators. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into Ning Qi and cause trouble. However, when Ning Qi finished examining the 5 of them, they realized that the 5 of them had very calm expressions. They were instantly a little disappointed. Say, senior, Su Qing's expression was a little awkward. You all privately fought over cultivation resources, making a ruckus. This kind of matter is not under my boundless border cultivator's jurisdiction. But because of this matter, you all lied about military intelligence without authorization, making trouble for my boundless border cultivators. Tell me, how do you all think today's matter will be resolved? Ning Qi said plainly. What was going on? The middle-aged man and the 4 rebirth realm cultivators were a little dumbfounded. They had clearly been exposed, but this boundless Jiang cultivator did not kill them or suppress them. If they were not still being suppressed by that power, they would have been shocked long ago. Su Qing smiled sheepishly. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I heard them say that the 5 of them were dark cultivators. That was why I followed the principle of killing the wrong person rather than letting the wrong person go. I ordered people to report to the Moon Elephant sect. Senior, it seems that we have misunderstood. The other 4 hurriedly spoke. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, how can I not know what you're thinking? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Kneel down and kowtow a few times. Admit your mistake, and I'll let today's matter go. Kowtow? Su Qing and the other 4's expressions changed. The woman with heavy makeup smiled awkwardly and said, Senior, this is a little too much. We haven't done anything wrong, so why should we kowtow? The blade-wielding brawny man's face was ashen. At this moment, a trace of Emperor Realm aura seeped out from Ning Qi's body. Although it was only a trace, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on Su Qing and the others. The terrifying pressure instantly caused them to bleed from their orifices. Great sovereign, the 5 of them looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. They thought that Ning Chi was just an imperishable realm cultivator, which was a level higher than them. They never imagined that Ning Chi was actually a great emperor. In the next moment, the 5 of them landed on the ground without hesitation. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. As they kowtowed, they admitted their mistakes. They didn't seem to be reluctant at all. It was as if the person standing in front of them was their family's ancestor. They kowtowed smoothly and didn't go against their will. Get lost. Ning Chi smiled. Thank you, Senior, for your magnanimity. The 5 of them hurriedly nodded and turned to escape. Su Qing was regretful and afraid. He never expected that Moon Elephant sect would send out an Emperor Realm cultivator when he wanted to vent his anger on them. That great sovereign looks unfamiliar. Did someone from Moon Elephant sect break through to Emperor Realm? Divine sect indeed. Including this one, Moon Elephant sect has a total of 15 great sovereigns. After Su Qing and the others left, the middle-aged man and the 4 Rebirth Realm cultivators suddenly realized that their bodies had regained their freedom and they could move. Say, Senior, you are? The middle-aged man carefully took a step forward and bowed to Ning Chi respectfully. The 4 juniors behind him also looked at Ning Chi in shock and curiosity. As a boundless domain cultivator, he didn't kill them. This made them vaguely guess Ning Chi's true identity. Which region are you from? Ning Chi glanced at the middle-aged man and said plainly, Which region? The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Even if Ning Chi didn't kill him, he couldn't confirm Ning Chi's true identity. There had been incidents of boundless domain cultivators pretending to be dark cultivators, causing great losses to the Dark Parliament. However, since Ning Chi had already seen through their identities, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Whether they lived or died, it was up to the heavens. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man said softly, I am from the 47th region. 47th region? I don't seem to know anyone. Your identities in the primordial land are very sensitive, so it's best to keep a low profile. This time it was me, so you guys can escape. Next time, you won't be so lucky. You guys can leave now. Saying this, Ning Chi waved his hand and soared into the sky, instantly disappearing in front of the 5 of them. After a while, the middle-aged man and the other 4 Rebirth Realm cultivators finally reacted. One of them said softly, Lord Fong, could this senior be one of the representatives of our Dark Parliament? Possibly. Fong Hao nodded solemnly. However, he hadn't seen the true faces of the representatives, so he couldn't confirm Ning Chi's identity. The cultivation of a great emperor and a boundless realm cultivator. I'm afraid only the representatives can do this. To be able to infiltrate the Supreme Saint Assembly as a dark cultivator. You are truly a role model for our generation. All right, let's leave this place first. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If that Lord's plan is ruined because of this, even 10 of your lives won't be enough to pay for it. Fong Hao said in a low voice. Hearing this, the 4 of them hurriedly nodded and swore a heavenly blood oath on the spot. Putting aside the fact that Ning Chi was a great emperor, even Fong Hao was the secretary of the 47th region and was in charge of the entire 47th region. If today's matter was spread out, Fong Hao wouldn't let them off. Not long after, Ning Chi returned to the Moon Elephant sect. Coincidentally, Linghu Yi walked out of another inner disciple's cave. After seeing Ning Chi, he was a little surprised. Senior Wu, is it done? Linghu Yi said in surprise. Chapter 3851. It's done. In order to steal other people's elixirs, these guys framed them as dark cultivators. I taught them a lesson and let them go. Ning Chi smiled. Linghu Ye's eyes flashed with anger. These guys, who do they think we boundless tribe cultivators are? How dare they make fun of us? After a pause, he said with a somewhat helpless, bitter smile, Even though the Dark Parliament isn't that strong, the Parliament is extremely nervous towards darkness cultivators. As long as there is even a hint of a clue, they will have someone report it. Sometimes, even if we know that the other side is purposely using us to do our dirty work, there is nothing we can do unless we can obtain proof. This is something that our boundless world's cultivators sometimes find hard to do. Ning Qi smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Ling Hu Yi smiled awkwardly and bid his farewell. After returning to his cave, Ning Qi entered the Fortune celestial realm with a thought. He took out the fragment of Panga's axe from the space bag. He had obtained Panga's bloodline and the shadow of Panga's axe, but he had never seen Panga's axe. It was the #1 primordial spiritual treasure on Earth, and its grade should not be as low as the immortal slaying gourd. Senior Silver Dragon, are you still there? Is the fragment in my hand left by Panga's axe? Why is its aura more mysterious than all the primordial spiritual treasures I have seen? Ning Qi's mind moved. Panga's axe is a chaos supreme treasure. The fragment in your hand is indeed a fragment of Panga's axe. With your 9 hell treasure forging technique, you can combine it with a primordial spiritual treasure. It is very likely that you can get an ordinary chaos supreme treasure. Silver Dragon's voice sounded in Ning Qi's ear. Panga's axe, chaos supreme treasure? Ning Qi was stunned. Panga's cultivation seems to be only at the 5th step. If he had a chaos supreme treasure, how could he have died? That's because Pangu reincarnated. The Pangu you knew in your previous life has reincarnated countless times. When he was at his strongest, he once tried to reach the Divine Lord Realm, but unfortunately he failed and was thrown into the infinite world reincarnation. However, his foundation was so strong that even the infinite world reincarnation couldn't deprive him of everything. Therefore, Panga's axe could reincarnate with him every time. Silver Dragon said slowly, once tried to reach the Divine Lord Realm? Ning Qi was stunned. Above the Great Emperor, there was still the 7th step. In the creation divine realm, this realm was called the Divinity, Venerable. Ning Qi had no idea what kind of power it had. Above the supreme gods, there was the Divine King realm. Above that was the Divine Master realm, who ruled over all living beings in the universe. If the Silver Dragon did not lie to him, then wasn't Pangu at the Divine King realm at his strongest? The legendary 8th step cultivator? Senior Silver Dragon, according to what you said, Pangu's cultivation at his peak was already comparable to the Divine King realm. Ning Qi asked, not bad. Silver Dragon said lightly, then the one who fought Pangu for the Divine Master, he lost as well. Both of them were heavily injured, and both of them fell into the reincarnation cycle of 10,000 realms. Otherwise, if there were divine masters in this world, you and I might not necessarily be able to exist in this world. Silver Dragon said, Senior Silver Dragon, there was once a legend in my hometown that this world was created by Pangu. Is this legend true? Panga's axe indeed has the ability to create a world. As long as Panga's cultivation was at the Great Emperor realm, he could create a small world. However, a large world like the Shenlua world can only be created by a divine master. Pangu has already reincarnated countless times. The small world you are in should have been created by him during one of his reincarnations. I see. Ning Qi felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the ancient secrets. He had always thought that his current cultivation had long surpassed that of Pangu, but he didn't expect that Pangu had already reincarnated countless times. Moreover, the peak of his power was probably very far away from the present, so much so that no one would remember him even if he kept using his original name. Thinking of this, Ning Qi was a little curious. Senior Silver Dragon, how many years has it been since Panga's peak era? It's been so long that I have already forgotten. I only know that when he fought for the Divine Master realm with that person, the current Divine Master had died less than 100 years ago. Silver Dragon said lightly, Doesn't that mean that Pengu existed in the same era as the Divine Master? At that time, there were a total of 108 Divine Kings. Each Divine King was under the command of the Divine Master, and Pengu was one of them. Silver Dragon's tone was a little emotional. 108 Divine Kings? Ningqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He already felt that the creation celestial realm was very powerful, but there were only 4 Divine Kings in total. According to the Silver Dragon, there were 108 Divine Kings in the world before the Divine Master fell. Wouldn't there be countless godly venerables and great emperors below them? Senior Silver Dragon, you know so much about these things. Were you also one of the Divine Kings back then? After Ningqi asked this question, he did not receive a response from Silver Dragon for a long time. He had already vaguely guessed something. However, Silver Dragon was unwilling to talk about the past, so Ningqi did not dare to ask too much. Until now, he did not know much about Silver Dragon's strength. But after today, he concluded that Silver Dragon was likely to be a Divine King at his peak. After sitting cross-legged for a moment, Ningqi suddenly moved his mind, and a gourd suddenly appeared in front of him. The 2 eyes on the gourd slowly opened, as if it was still sleepy. After a few breaths, little gourd suddenly opened its eyes wide and stared at the fragment of Penga's axe in Ningqi's hand. Its eyes were full of desire. Chaos! This is chaos! Little gourd could not help but growl. Is it useful to you? Ningqi smiled faintly. Useful. Very useful. If I absorb it, I will definitely be able to improve countless levels. I may even be able to take the step that all primordial spiritual treasures want to take, to reach the sky in one step. Do you know? Do you know what it means to reach the sky in one step? Little gourd was very excited. So excited that it was a little incoherent. Of course I know. It is to become a supreme treasure of chaos. Ningqi smiled and then poured cold water on little gourd. But tell me, why should I give it to you? Apart from you, I have an 8th class demon purification gourd. If it fuses with this fragment, its chances of becoming a supreme treasure of chaos will definitely be higher than yours, right? Little gourd suddenly calmed down and looked at Ningqi blankly. Then, tears even appeared in its eyes, and it looked at Ningqi with a pitiful expression. Forget it. Since you are my first primordial spiritual treasure, I will give this opportunity to you first. Eat it. Ningqi smiled and threw the fragment over. Seeing this, little gourd quickly evolved a big mouth and swallowed the fragment in one gulp. Immediately, a look of satisfaction appeared on its face. In fact, there was only one reason why Ningqi chose Little Gourd over Demon Purification Gourd. Little Gourd had told him that it was planted by its previous incarnation. With this relationship, there was no reason to let Demon Purification Gourd advance. It was a primordial spiritual treasure refined by the demon clan. If it became a supreme treasure of chaos, Ningqi was not sure whether it would turn against its owner. Chapter 3852. Not long after the small gourd ate the fragment of Penga's axe, something went wrong. The device spirit seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and its aura was fluctuating, like a bomb that was about to explode. Its aura was extremely unstable. Seeing this, Ningqi calmly set up a layer of restrictive spell, so that when he used the 9 Hell treasure forging technique later, its aura would leak out and hurt Zhao Er and Zuosher. After the restrictive spell was set up, Ningqi used the 9 Hell treasure forging technique. With the help of the Panga fragment, the small gourd's aura continued to rise, and soon it broke through the boundary of the 3rd grade primordial spiritual treasure, reaching the 4th grade primordial spiritual treasure, followed by the 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. Before reaching the 9th grade, the speed of its aura improvement was very fast, but after reaching the 9th grade, the aura of the immortal beheading gourd became slower. A few months later, with Ningqi's help, the aura of the immortal beheading gourd finally broke through the limit and reached the level of a chaotic supreme treasure. Not only did its aura change greatly, but its whole body exuded the power of chaos, and its shape also changed greatly. The original immortal beheading gourd was golden, but now it had become bright red, as if a layer of blood had been poured on it. With a whoosh, the immortal beheading gourd suddenly split into two and turned into two fat babies, one of which was wearing a red doo-doo, and the other was wearing a white doo-doo. The red doo-doo baby's face was filled with a happy smile, while the white doo-doo baby's expression was very calm, looking quite mature. "Boss, we are now chaotic supreme treasures." The red doo-doo baby looked at Ning Chi excitedly. Then, without waiting for Ning Chi to speak, he couldn't wait any longer, and overflowed the power of chaos in his body, as if presenting a treasure. At this moment, his aura had completely surpassed that of a cultivator at the peak of the eternal realm. The power of chaos. This was one of the most ancient energies in the world, as well as the harshest. It was very difficult for a normal living person to cultivate the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy represented the beginning of all things. There were many forms of energy. It was not fixed, nor was it singular. It could be understood as the fusion of countless types of energy. Under certain circumstances, it would change. This kind of energy usually existed in inanimate objects. When the amount of chaotic force was small, it was not particularly terrifying. However, when the amount of chaotic force increased, it would undergo a special qualitative change, erupting with extremely terrifying power. As a result, chaotic treasures were not divided by a single grade. Their strength depended on the amount of chaotic force they possessed. "What abilities do you have now?" Ning Chi laughed. The red Didadal was obviously Little Gourd, and the white Didadal was Little White. After Little Gourd heard Ning Chi's words, it revealed a proud expression. It looked at Little White and said, "Little White, why don't we kill a great emperor first to liven things up?" "All right," Xiao Bai nodded. "Calm down. There are no great emperors for you to kill now. Moreover, the means of a great emperor are not something you can easily guess. If you encounter some powerful great emperors, you may not be able to kill them." Ning Chi sneered. Little Gourd panicked when it saw that Ning Chi was still looking down on it. It wanted to say something, but it instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. After Ning Chi kept the immortal slaying gourd, he left the creation celestial realm and returned to the Moon Elephant sect. Now, his strength had improved a lot compared to when he first arrived at the Moon Elephant sect. Ordinary First Revolution Great Emperors, or even Second Revolution Great Emperors, would not be a match for him. There's still more than 10 years left. I have to send the Origin Essence Stones to Xue Qiu Commander. Oh, and the Xiling family. Xue Qiu Commander gave Ning Chi 6 billion Origin Essence Stones. Ning Chi did not know how much Xue Qiu Commander would earn in the creation celestial realm. Anyway, it was a round number of 60 billion. As for the Xiling family, they gave him 3 billion Origin Essence Stones, and the profit should be more than 10 times that amount. However, Ning Chi only needed to give them 6 billion Origin Essence Stones with interest. This time, he planned to return to the Dark Parliament. In addition to fulfilling his promise, there was another more important matter. Now that he was already in the Emperor realm, the Dark Parliament had given him the position of Secretary General in the creation celestial realm. Obviously, it was no longer worthy of his cultivation. This time, I should be able to see the other counselors. I wonder what Counselor Sirius cultivation is like. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Ning Xuanyi looked at Zhao Lei and the other two and said with a smile, "I'm going back to Tyli. If you encounter any problems, you can wait for me to come back. If it's urgent, go find Vice Sect Leader Yin." "Yes, Senior Brother Wu." The three of them showed a trace of gratitude in their eyes. They obviously knew that Ning Chi was afraid that they would encounter the same thing that Lu Muqing had done to them last time. However, since that incident, Lu Muqing was demoted to an outer sect disciple. In the inner sect, some of the inner sect disciples would smile and greet the three of them when they saw them. They knew that these arrogant inner sect disciples were so polite because of Ning Qi behind them. Therefore, even if Ning Qi temporarily left the Moon Elephant sect, what happened last time would not happen again. After a few words, Ning Qi left the Moon Elephant sect and flew towards the teleportation formation to Tyli Land. In the Moon Elephant sect, not long after Ning Qi left, Nailan Minghui arrived at the outer sect and landed in front of an imposing cave dwelling. Junior brother Lu. Nailan Minghui greeted him with a faint smile. Not long after, the door of the cave dwelling opened and Lu Muqing walked out. When he saw Nailan Minghui's inner sect disciple attire, he said with a cold expression, "Senior brother, what can I do for you?" "My name is Nailan Minghui. You're Lu Muqing, right? Actually, you don't have to be so guarded against me, because we both have a common enemy." Nailan Minghui smiled. Common enemy? Lu Muqing was slightly startled, and the first thing that appeared in his mind was a detestable face. "I've heard of you. Some time ago, you were humiliated by him in the outer sect." Lu Muqing nodded indifferently. Although he was an outer sect disciple, his cultivation and strength were there. Facing Nailan Minghui, he had no intention of flattering him. He was just a little curious. Why did Nailan Minghui look for him? Wu Yin's strength is not something that you and I can fight against. Now that he has Vice Sect Leader Yin as his backing, Nailan Minghui, just get straight to the point. Lu Muqing said indifferently, "In the Moon Elephant sect, we indeed can't do anything to him. What if he leaves the Moon Elephant sect and returns to Tyli Land?" Nailan Minghui's lips curled up slightly. As soon as he said this, Lu Muqing's expression changed, and he whispered, "What do you mean?" Chapter 3853. He has already left the Moon Elephant sect and headed to Tyli. I know you are from the Black Wind Cave, one of the 13 caves of Tyli. If you can get your cave master to help, killing a mere imperishable realm cultivator will be as easy as killing an ant. Nailan Minghui smiled. Lu Muqing's body couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. It wasn't fear, but excitement. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to take revenge so soon. However, Nailan Minghui, you want to harm me? He has already been accepted as a boundless border cultivator by Vice Sect Master Yin. Killing a boundless border cultivator is a serious crime. Your plan of killing with a borrowed knife is too improper. Lu Muqing sneered. So what if he is a boundless border cultivator? Isn't it normal for him to be killed by the dark cultivators in Tyli Land? Have there been any lack of boundless border cultivators who have died in the hands of the dark cultivators? Nailan Minghui smiled. He is also your enemy. Give me some time to think about it. Lu Muqing smiled and shook his head. If there is nothing else, please go back. Junior brother Lu, this opportunity won't come again. How about this? I won't let you suffer a loss. This time, the sect is going to arrange for cultivators to enter the divine realm of creation. I can ask someone to help you ask around in the divine realm of creation. As long as you have enough origin essence stones, you can even get the early 6th grade pill, the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pill, which is extremely useful for 5th step cultivators. Nailan Minghui smiled. 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pill? Lu Muqing's eyes narrowed. As a 5th step cultivator, he naturally knew about this pill. In the primordial land, if one didn't know how to refine the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pill, they could only buy it from the divine realm of creation. This pill was a divine pill for 5th step cultivators. It could help them refine their golden body and increase their cultivation. Words alone are no proof. Let's establish a written contract. As long as I can ask for the cave master's help, then even if we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope, we will share blessings and misfortunes together. Lu Muqing smiled. Written contract? Naylan Minghui looked at Lu Muqing with a faint smile. After a few breaths of time, he smiled and said, Junior brother Lu is really a cautious person. No wonder you were chosen by the Holy Assembly and became a boundless domain cultivator. I believe that as long as that guy dies, it won't be long before junior brother Lu soars into the sky. So are you going to stand or not? Stand. Not long after, Lu Muqing sent Naylan Minghui away with a smile on his face. Then he left Moon Elephant Sect without stopping and rushed towards Tylili, Heaven Connect City. When Ning Chi had just arrived at the Primordial Land, he had spent a long time traveling from the teleportation formation to the Moon Elephant Sect. But this time, after he had advanced to the Martial Monarch realm, his speed had increased significantly. In just 3 days, he had returned to the Sky Connect City in the Tyli Land. Ning Chi concealed his aura and did not leave Sky Connect City immediately. Instead, he went to the Rising Dragon Merchant Guild. At this moment, Fu Liang was enthusiastically receiving cultivators who came to sell cultivation resources. Ning Chi had ordered him to buy some worthless things. At first, Fu Liang did not know why, until some knowledgeable people whispered to him that these cultivation resources were extremely valuable in the hands of a specific merchant guild. This was because they could be sold in the divine realm of fortune and earn a huge profit. As for how much the profit was, apart from those sects that had the ability to enter the divine realm of fortune, ordinary people really did not know. Brother Ma, it's been a pleasure doing business with us. If you have more goods in the future, remember to leave them for me. Rest assured, Brother Fu, the Rising Dragon Merchant Guild is the only one that can go to the divine realm of fortune in Heaven Connect City. I will definitely sell the goods in my hands to you. Speaking of which, Brother Fu can be a steward in such a merchant guild. If you are promoted in the future, please take care of us. Everyone is too polite. If I am promoted, I will definitely not forget you. The smile on Fu Liang's face was incomparably bright. After he sent away the cultivators who came to sell their goods, another figure walked into the merchant guild. Seeing this, Fu Liang subconsciously asked, Your Excellency, the things we buy here are different from other merchant guilds. May I know what Your Excellency is planning to sell? How many goods have you received during my absence? Ning Chi smiled lightly. Hearing this, Fu Liang's eyes narrowed. Then he hurriedly walked up to Ning Chi and saluted. Subordinate greets Lord. No need to stand on ceremony. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. 2 hours later, Fu Liang showed Ning Chi a list of the goods he had received over the years, including the amount of money spent and goods received. Ning Chi nodded as he listened. Whether Fu Liang had profited from these goods or not, Ning Chi did not care. As long as Fu Liang received enough goods, the difference in price was negligible. Not bad. You've received so much goods in just a few years. How about this? Since the Merchant Guild's goods are relatively large, you can increase the purchase price by 10%. Spread the word that only 10 merchant guilds or individuals are qualified to trade with us, and the transaction date will be set for 5 years from now. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Fu Liang blanked for a moment, as if he did not understand. After Ning Chi explained, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. You mean, let those people help us purchase the goods, and we'll trade with them in the end? This will indeed save us a lot of effort. Ah. Fu Liang couldn't help sighing. During this period of time, regardless of the number of goods sold, he had to personally receive them. He did not even have enough time to cultivate. If he followed Ning Chi's plan, he could save a lot of time, but, Lord, if the price is increased by 10% and the quantity is slightly larger, we'll lose a lot of money for nothing. Fu Liang cautiously looked at Ning Chi. The money lost can be easily earned back. This is just a small amount of money. What I want is efficiency and speed. As long as you receive the goods fast enough, the profit will be endless. The more goods you receive, the higher the salary the merchant guild will pay you. As for the cost, You don't have to worry about it." Ning Qi smiled and said, "His current net worth of several hundred billion origin essence stones would soar more than 10 times if he exchanged them for goods and sold them all in the fortune divine realm. Several hundred billion could turn into several trillion in the blink of an eye. Raising the price by 10% really wasn't a big deal. Lord, this subordinate understands." Fu Liang hurriedly nodded. "Right, go call Hanwei over." Ning Qi smiled. Fu Liang was taken aback for a moment. Then a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Senior Han has often taken care of the merchant guild these years. This subordinate will go invite him over. After 10 minutes, Han Wei followed Fu Liang into the merchant guild. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, his eyes lit up with anticipation, and he went straight to the point. "Brother Wu, did you buy a Qilin's heart?" "Yes." Ning Qi smiled, taking out a Qilin's heart and throwing it to Han Wei. He had an agreement with Han Wei that Han Wei would take Zhao Chen's dog head for him, and also tell him that the burial site would open in 20 years, plus 3 billion origin essence stones, in exchange for a Qilin's heart. This Qilin's heart was specially left behind by Ning Qi for him. Catching the Qilin's heart, Han Wei was stunned for a few breaths before his face lit up with joy. Chapter 3854. Although the Qilin's heart was rare, there were still pictures of it in the world. Therefore, Han Wei was sure that the thing in his hand was a Qilin's heart. That kind of aura could not be imitated by ordinary spiritual materials. "Brother Wu, I didn't expect you to really help me get a Qilin's heart. I don't know how to return this favor." Han Wei put away the Qilin's heart and looked a little excited. "Favor? Didn't we agree before? Now, I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. Brother Han, you don't have to be so concerned. A mere Qilin's heart is indeed nothing to me." Ning Qi smiled. Fu Liang was dumbfounded. A mere Qilin's heart? In the Shenlua world, only the Qilin clan had a Qilin's heart. The Qilin clan was powerful and very united. To get a Qilin's heart from them, even the Supreme Saint Parliament did not have such a big face. But such a rare thing was nothing in Ning Qi's mouth. At this moment, Fu Liang had a deep understanding of the strength of the Chamber of Commerce he worked for. In any case, I still understand the value between the two. I will take my leave first. If there is anything I need in the future, Brother Wu, don't hesitate to ask. Han Wei cupped his hands solemnly and turned to leave. After Han Wei left, Ning Qi looked at Fu Liang and smiled. "Has the Northern Dragon Chamber of Commerce come looking for trouble with you because of Zhao Chen?" "Not really." Fu Liang smiled and shook his head. "Zhao Chen died miserably last time. I heard that Yi Ming and Li Tai even went to look for Heavenly Moon Emperor. In the end, Heavenly Moon Emperor ignored them. They immediately knew that our rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has a stronger background than them. After that, they never came looking for trouble again." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After instructing Fu Liang to spread the news of purchasing spiritual materials as soon as possible, he left Sky Connect City, District 5 of the Dark Parliament. Lord Zhenling, the other party, is a counselor. How could he be so ruthless to you? Don't the other counselors care? Jiao Kuan stood in front of the real spirit with an angry look on his face. The real spirit had the cultivation of the undead realm, but at this moment his aura was extremely weak and his complexion was a bit pale. Obviously, he had suffered a very serious injury. If one looked closely, one could also see a kind of aura on the real spirit, as if poisonous snakes and insects were constantly biting his body. Rumor has it that the councilman is the descendant of the dead councilman, and the dead councilman is extremely powerful among the councilmen. Why would the other councilman choose to offend him because of me? A bitter smile appeared on Zhanling's face. It's just that I never thought that a dignified councilman would ask me to persuade Ning Qi to give up half of the Fortune Divine Realm's profits for his own benefit. Just because you said you couldn't help Ning Qi agree he did this? Isn't he afraid that Ning Qi won't help the headquarters purchase the creation divine realm's heaven and earth spiritual materials because of this? Ju Kuin was in disbelief. Ning Qi is ultimately a dark cultivator. As long as he is a dark cultivator, he must rely on the dark parliament. Think about it. If we leave the dark parliament, how will we survive? The real spirit shook his head. Even if the councilman attacked me this time, Ning Qi can't help me in this matter. The gap between the imperishable realm and the great emperor is too big. Secretary Qi Yi was also present at that time and subconsciously blocked the attack, but he was also seriously injured. As for the other party, he didn't really attack, just a trace of his aura. After pausing for a moment, Zhenling sighed lightly. In reality, they're also testing Ning Qi's attitude. If Ning Qi hadn't obtained the passage to the divine realm of creation back then, with his aptitude, the counselors would definitely not have such an attitude. What they're afraid of now is Ning Qi leaving the Dark Parliament and starting his own business. After all, being able to enter and exit the divine realm of creation at will is something only the divine sect of the primordial lands possesses. Jiu Kuin couldn't figure it out. This was originally a good thing, so why did the Dark Parliament have so many speculations? Even the real spirit was seriously injured now. To be injured by the great emperor, such injuries weren't easy to recover from. At the very least, it would take at least a few thousand years to slowly recuperate before there was a possibility of recovery. At the same time, Ning Qi had already returned to the 5th district of the Dark Parliament, but he didn't go to see the real spirit. Instead, he went to look for Violet Spirit. When Violet Spirit learned that he had returned from the creation divine realm, she immediately sent a message to her family to collect the origin essence stones that they had previously promised. In the end, Violet Spirit didn't expect that her grandfather, the supreme elder of the family, had always been in the 5th district. After receiving Violet Spirit's message, he immediately appeared in front of Ning Qi. Senior Ning. The old man glanced at Violet Spirit, then his gaze immediately fell on Ning Qi with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. The origin essence stones that I promised your Z family are all in there. The capital, plus the profits, a total of 6 billion. Count it yourself. Ning Qi threw an interspatial ring to the old man. The old man swept it with his divine sense, and his face instantly revealed an expression of wild joy. It had only been a few years, yet Ning Qi had actually turned his capital of 3 billion into 6 billion. Such a speed of earning money was simply unheard of. No wonder those divine sects in the primordial lands were overflowing with wealth. The creation divine realm was indeed filled with treasures. He probably earned even more. If he could give all the profits to my Z family, it would be at least 30 billion origin essence stones. With this money, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to advance to the undead realm. An ordinary rebirth realm cultivator, including the number of spiritual treasures, might only have a net worth of 1 billion. Most of them would only have a few 100 million origin essence stones. A few billion origin essence stones was simply unimaginable to ordinary cultivators. After thanking Ning Qi, the old man hesitated for a few breaths, then glanced at Violet Spirit with an embarrassed smile and said to Ning Qi, Senior Ning, "Do you think we can maintain our cooperative relationship? Why don't you take this 6 billion to the creation divine realm?" Violet Spirit frowned slightly. "Grandfather, you're too greedy." "I'm also doing this for the family." Violet Spirit, in fact, those previous misunderstandings are nothing. If you are willing to return to the family, I can hand over the position of patriarch to you. The old man smiled. "You're dreaming. After a trip to the creation divine realm, your 6 billion origin essence stones should become 12 billion, right? And then 24 billion. Don't you think this money will come too quickly?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The old man was about to speak again, but saw a cold light flash in the depths of Ning Qi's eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly and hurriedly left. After the old man left, Violet Spirit, looked at Ning Qi helplessly. I've made a fool of myself. It's fine. From today onwards, you no longer owe the family anything. You don't need to care about their attitude anymore. Ning Qi smiled. Violet's spirit suddenly felt a little emotional. When she first brought Ning Qi to the Dark Parliament, she never thought that one day it would be Ning Qi who helped her completely separate from the family. By the way, you haven't seen Lord Jinling, right? I heard that Lord Jinling was injured in the headquarters some time ago. Violet's spirit suddenly recalled this matter and hurriedly informed Ning Qi. Chapter 38:55. Lord Jinling is injured. Ning Qi was taken aback and his face darkened. He never thought that someone in the Covenant of Darkness would dare to attack Jinling. That's right. It's a secret, and Lord Jinling doesn't seem to want to spread it. I went to the headquarters some time ago, and someone told me about it. Violet's spirit nodded with a worried look on her face. I wonder how Lord Jinling's injury is. It's just a small injury. Ning Qi smiled. I'll go take a look at Lord Jinling. I'll be leaving first. All right. Violet's spirit nodded. The next moment, she realized that Ning Qi had already disappeared. Violet's spirit couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Once upon a time, her cultivation base was much higher than Ning Qi's. Back then, Ning Qi needed her help to make contact with Lord Jinling in order to break through to the Karma realm. But now, Ning Qi's cultivation base was becoming more and more unfathomable to her. The gap between them could no longer be described with distance. It was as if they were people from two different worlds. Jinling was sitting cross-legged in his office to recuperate. However, he accidentally triggered the aura that the councilman had left on him. The aura was like a sharp sword that deepened his injury and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiao Kuan, who had been worried about Jinling's safety, was guarding the door. When he heard the commotion, he quickly pushed the door open and entered. Lord Jinling, are you all right? Jiao Kuan came to Jinling and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Jinling smiled and shook his head. How can you be fine? As soon as you recuperate, the aura will erode your injury again. The other party's intention is to make you spend thousands of years waiting for your injury to recover on its own. A voice suddenly sounded behind Jinling. Before Jiao Kuan and Jinling could react, Ning Qi had already placed his hands on Jinling's back. In the next moment, Ning Qi's great emperor's power instantly surged into Jinling's body. The other great emperor's power in Jinling's body immediately rushed forward, but was instantly defeated by Ning Qi's great emperor's power. Then, Ning Qi used the great emperor's power to help Jinling recover before he stood up. My injury has recovered. The true spirit was dumbfounded. He felt as if he had never been injured before. Jiao Kuan also looked at Ning Qi with a dull expression. He could feel that the true spirit's aura had recovered to its previous state, but the injuries on the true spirit were left by the great emperor. How could Ning Qi help it recover in an instant? Lord, true spirit, who left those wounds on your body? Ning Qi smiled. The true spirit's expression changed a few times. Then she smiled and shook her head. I was accidentally injured in a fight with someone. Jiao Kuan wanted to say something, but hesitated when he heard that. By the way, how did you heal my internal injuries? Logically speaking, this injury shouldn't be so easily healed. The true spirit looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Lord, true spirit, did you really get your injuries from fighting someone? I haven't seen you for a short period of time, and you're actually fighting a great emperor. I've never had such guts before. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. How did you know? The true spirit was stunned. If Ning Qi knew that his injuries were left by the great emperor, then wouldn't Ning Qi's method of healing his injuries be, Brother Ning, the injuries on the Lord True Spirit were left by Counselor Pu Luo. Some time ago, Counselor Pu Luo sent the Lord True Spirit to the headquarters and asked him to persuade you to give up the profits of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The Lord True Spirit only said that he couldn't make a decision on this matter and was injured by Counselor Puluo. Secretary General Chi Yi was also injured. Jiao Kuin immediately told the story. Although the True Spirit's injuries had recovered, there was still a trace of anger in his eyes. Counselor Puluo, I don't think I've heard of this counselor's name. Who is he? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. When the True Spirit saw this, he looked at Jiao Kuin reproachfully and sat back in his office chair. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Ning Chi. The other party only injured me to test you. You must not be impulsive. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave the Dark Parliament this time. Lord True Spirit, you know my temper. How can I be impulsive? Even if I want to be impulsive, I can't beat the counselor. Ning Chi smiled. When the True Spirit heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he nodded with a smile. Counselor Puluo is also from the Sea Clan and is related to Counselor Lu Shui. He is a junior of the latter. In the Dark Parliament, he is the most junior counselor. When I was still in the Rebirth Realm, Chi Yi had just reached the Undead Realm, and Counselor Puluo was the Secretary General of that era. I have seen him several times. Compared to the other counselors, Counselor Puluo is more impatient. So, Counselor Puluo's cultivation is not particularly strong. Ning Chi's expression became slightly strange. Chi Yi was now in the Undead Realm. That was equivalent to the time when Counselor Puluo became a great emperor. It was the same time when Chi Yi cultivated from the Undead Realm to the Undead Realm. In such a short period of time, even if he was extremely talented, the strongest he could be was a second-rank Emperor realm or even a first-rank Emperor realm. As for the third-rank Emperor realm, it was completely impossible. Not particularly strong. Both Zhenling and Jiao Kuin's expressions changed slightly. It was the first time they heard such words from someone else. The cultivation of a great emperor was not strong enough? Lord Zhenling, they used you to test me this time. If I didn't come back in time, wouldn't you have suffered a lot? I'm already the Secretary General of the Dark Parliament in the Fortune Divine Realm. Yet such a thing happened. If I don't get justice for this matter, they can suppress me whenever they want in the future. How can those who are on good terms with me have a foothold in the Dark Parliament? Ning Chi smiled faintly. You can't have such thoughts. How can you survive going against a counselor? Zhen Ling's expression immediately became solemn. On the other hand, Jiao Kuin was eager to try. This time, he felt that the Dark Parliament had gone too far. Injuring a diligent secretary like Zhen Ling was no different from those cultivators in the outside world. Lord Zhenling, I'm also a great emperor. Why should I be afraid of a mere counselor? Puluo. Ning Chi smiled. I know you're also a great emperor, but you're also a great emperor? Zhenling suddenly recovered and looked at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded expression. Brother Ning, have you already broken through? Jiao Kuin also found it hard to believe. How long had it been since Ning Chi reached the imperishable realm? How could he break through to the great emperor realm so quickly? That's right. Even if I haven't become a great emperor this time, this matter can't be forgotten. If they use this matter to force me to hand over all the profits in the Fortune Divine realm in the future, should I hand it over or not? Ning Chi's expression gradually turned cold. After a pause before Zhenling and Jiao Kuin could speak, Ning Chi had already grabbed the two of them and entered the flowing water-time passage in a flash, rushing towards the headquarters. Clan. Chapter 3856. Zhenling and Jiao Kuin felt as if their bodies weren't their own. They couldn't move at all. Not long after, they left the flowing time passage and arrived at the headquarters. The next moment, Ning Chi's aura that belonged to a great emperor was released without any concealment. The gazes of countless dark cultivators in the headquarters suddenly changed as they looked in the direction of Ning Chi and the other two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another appeared around Ning Chi. Not long after, Ning Chi saw two familiar faces, Commander Bloodtear and Commander Inzhen. Brother Ning, you are. Commander Bloodtear stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. He had only felt this kind of aura from a counselor, but the counselors of the Dark Parliament rarely appeared. Therefore, Commander Bloodtear wasn't sure if his guess was correct. Headquarters building. Chi-E, who was recuperating, suddenly stood up and left the stone room with a solemn expression. The next moment he appeared in front of Commander Bloodtear and the others. Almost at the same time, Tudwa and the other imperishable realm powerhouses appeared. These people were basically the backbone of the Dark Parliament. Except for a few people, everyone was present. As Ningqi's aura continued to spread, more and more dark cultivators gathered here. When they saw who it was, they were shocked. Isn't this Brother Ning? His aura is stronger than last time. Could it be? Sun Shu and the others happened to be at the headquarters. When they felt Ningqi's aura, they were shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. Although they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. The aura of a great emperor was completely different from the aura of an imperishable realm powerhouse. As long as they paid attention, they could tell the difference between the two. Brother Ning has really advanced to the great emperor realm. Jiao Kuan stood behind Ning Qi with a hint of admiration and joy in his eyes. Since Ning Qi had become a great emperor, he would naturally become a counselor of the Dark Parliament. In this way, Zhenling wouldn't be humiliated for nothing. Bei Xianyu. Qi, he looked at Ning Qi in shock. Secretary General, you're injured. Let me help you recover. Ning Qi glanced at Qi and gently raised his hand. A stream of great emperor's power instantly entered Qi Yi's body. His injuries healed in an instant. Qi Yi's body did not have the aura left behind by the representative, so it was much easier for him to recover from his injuries than it was for true spirit. Bei Xian, have you successfully reached the 6th step? Qi Yi discovered that his injuries had healed in the blink of an eye, and the shock on his face was even more intense. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, I just broke through a while ago. When everyone heard this, they revealed looks of shock on their faces. However, they were overjoyed in their hearts. The Dark Parliament had gained another counselor. This meant that the Dark Parliament was slowly becoming stronger. Sooner or later, everyone would no longer have to worry about the Holy Parliament and would be able to walk openly in the Shenluo world. Arrogant brat. Suddenly, a voice sounded above everyone's head. Then, another aura that was extremely similar to Ning Qi's came from the sky and suppressed Ning Qi. The expressions of Qi Yi and the others changed drastically. Before they could react, Ning Qi raised his head, and the aura disappeared instantly. In the next moment, Ning Qi punched the void, and a figure suddenly fell out of the void and landed heavily on the ground. How could this be? That figure clutched his chest in horror. He got up and stared at Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. He was a second revolution great sovereign. How could he be injured by a guy who had just broken through to the sovereign realm? Your great emperor techniques can only fool ordinary cultivators. You know that I have already become a great emperor, yet you still dare to attack me. Could it be that you are so arrogant because you have the support of Counselor Pu Luo? Counselor Pu Luo. Ning Qi looked at the figure indifferently. Counselor Pu Luo? This is also a counselor. Everyone immediately looked at the figure and saw gill-like marks on his cheeks. He was obviously from the Sea clan. However, they could not recognize Counselor Pu Luo at all. Usually, when these counselors appeared, they did not come personally. Only Qi Yi and the others had seen the true faces of these counselors. This is the legendary second Sea clan counselor. He is actually not a match for Secretary General Ning. I can't call him Secretary General Ning anymore. I should call him Counselor Ning. Yes, yes, yes. Look at my brain. That is indeed Counselor Pu Luo. He used to be the Secretary General of the headquarters. I had the honor of meeting him a few times. Some of the older people in the crowd basically recognized Pu Luo's identity. Their expressions suddenly became a little strange. Pu Luo was a senior counselor. How could he be injured by Ning Qi in just one move? Thinking of this, they looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Ning Beixian, you are very good. Counselor Pu Luo looked at Ning Qi coldly. His aura fluctuated a little. Ning Qi's punch gave him a sense of crisis. This surprised him, but at the same time he was even more furious. He was a counselor, but he was wasted by a junior and made a fool of himself in front of everyone. He could not swallow this anger no matter what. I know. Ning Qi chuckled. His pupils suddenly became as bright as stars. It was as if there were two universes, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Counselor Pu Luo was slightly startled. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He was shocked to find that a special power was enveloping him. This power was constantly giving him a terrifying change. What kind of great emperor theurgy is this? Counselor Pu Luo shouted angrily. The power in his body poured out like a flood. He wanted to destroy the theurgy that Ning Qi had cast on him. However, he was shocked to find that his power would immediately melt as soon as it came into contact with Ning Qi. It was as if the power had never existed. Soon, the crowd saw Counselor Pu Luo's aura dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was really shocking to Zhenling and the others. Enough! A figure condensed from water droplets suddenly appeared in the void. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ning Qi's great emperor divine ability was shattered by some kind of power. Seeing this, Councilman Pu Luo looked at Ning Qi with a livid expression, then cupped his hands at the figure and said, Pu Luo greets the great ancestor. So it's Counselor Lu Shui. Ning Qi smiled, and his pupils returned to normal. In such a short time, you have broken through the shackles of the eternal realm and become a great emperor. I have indeed underestimated you in the past. You are now qualified to become a counselor. I will give you an explanation for the enmity between you and Pu Luo later. Counselor Lu Shui said lightly. Hearing this, Pu Luo subconsciously looked at Counselor Lu Shui. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Chapter 38:57. A little later? How long? Ning Qi smiled. Beixian, forget it. Councilman Flowing Water has already spoken. Let's leave this matter at that. His true spirit advised. Councilman Flowing Water's tone turned colder. When I say a little later, it means a little later. As for how long, I'll tell you later. That's not very reasonable. That's a different matter. When I wasn't in the Dark Parliament, Counselor Pu Luo made a move against Lord True Spirit to threaten me. If I were still an imperishable stage cultivator today, would I have to give up all the profits from the creation divine realm? We're all dark cultivators. What's the point of targeting our own people instead of the Holy Parliament? I heard that Councilman Pu Luo was once the Secretary General. I don't think he's capable enough, let alone the Secretary General. He's not even qualified to be a councilman. Ning Qi smiled. Although his voice wasn't loud, all the cultivators in the Dark Parliament's headquarters could hear him clearly. Only then did everyone know that Councilman Pu Luo had attacked Jinling. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Councilmen had always been aloof and rarely took care of the matters below them. Only when the Dark Parliament encountered a major crisis would a councilman take action to turn the tide. The reason why the dark cultivators could be so united against outsiders was because bullying like this rarely happened in the Dark Parliament. Before this, they had never heard of any councilman attacking the younger generation of the Dark Parliament. If even the highest level of the Dark Parliament became like the sects in the outside world, where the upper echelons coveted the treasures in the hands of the people below and secretly plotted, then sooner or later the Dark Parliament would fall apart, unable to continue. Enough! Councilman Flowing Waters shouted, and a powerful aura directly pushed towards Ningqi. 9 inner hidden gates opened. In the next moment, Ningqi's aura increased by hundreds of times, forcibly resisting Emperor Flowing Water's attack. This scene surprised Emperor Flowing Water. Old ancestor, this kid is too arrogant. He has just broken through to the martial emperor realm, yet he dares to point his fingers at the parliament. He's an ingrate. He has never thought about who was protecting him before he broke through to the martial emperor realm. Councilman Pu Luo cupped his hands towards Emperor Flowing Water. His voice reverberated throughout the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness. Hearing this, Ningqi immediately laughed. When I first arrived at the Covenant of Darkness, it was Lord True Spirit who took care of me and gave me the qualification to advance to the Karma realm. This is something many people know. Now that you have attacked Lord True Spirit, it is the same as attacking me. Don't you understand this simple logic? After saying that, Ningqi looked at Councilman Flowing Water. There will be a battle between me and Councilman Pu Luo. If you want to stall for time today, you'd better kill me directly. Otherwise, with my cultivation speed, it won't be long before even you can suppress me. At that time, I'll take care of both of you together. The other councilmen won't be able to say anything, is that right? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Real Spirit was so scared that his face was a little pale, but Jiuquan's face was red and his blood was boiling. If Ningqi really wanted to publicly become enemies with Counselor Pu Luo and Counselor Flowing Water, he might be the first to jump out and support him. So what if he couldn't beat them? I didn't expect this kid to be so protective. Qi Yi's expression changed dramatically. Tu Duo and the other undead realm cultivators also glanced at each other. The way they looked at Ningqi had undergone a huge change. The other party was willing to become enemies with 2 heavenly emperors for an undead realm cultivator. Moreover, one of the heavenly emperors was not comparable to ordinary heavenly emperors. Such courage they did not have. Old ancestor, he's extremely arrogant. Councilman Pu Luo looked at Ningqi fiercely. If we don't get rid of this kid today, I'm afraid the Dark Parliament will be destroyed in his hands in the future. Councilman Flowing Water's aura fluctuated. Obviously, he was also brooding over Ningqi's words just now. Even the Rebirth Realm cultivators, like the Blood Tier Commander, could vaguely sense the faint killing intent from Councilman Flowing Water. After a few breaths, several figures suddenly appeared in the void. These figures, like Councilman Flowing Water, did not reveal their real bodies. As soon as they appeared, Councilman Pu Luo's expression changed. He quickly put away the fierce expression on his face and replaced it with grief and indignation. He seemed to be angered by Ningqi's words just now. Flowing Water, I've said before that Pu Luo's methods are a little out of spite. It's not good to use it on one's own people. You should give Bei Xian an explanation for this matter. Now that he has become a great emperor, he will soon become a councilman like us. If the relationship between you two is too stiff, Councilman Tongtian will not allow it. Ningqi was very familiar with this voice. It was the serious councilman who had planned to accept him as a disciple. However, Ningqi did not break through within the time limit set by the serious councilman, so the serious councilman did not accept him as a disciple. What do you mean? Councilman Flowing Water's voice slowly sounded. Let him fight with Bei Xian. The loser will apologize and admit his mistake. Then this matter will be over. The serious councilman spoke again. Have a fight? Everyone felt that this solution was the most suitable for the feud between cultivators. Whoever had the bigger fist was right. It was a very simple principle. However, after hearing this, Councilman Puluo's expression changed slightly. He had already exchanged a few moves with Ning Chi and was at a disadvantage in every move. He knew that if he fought with Ning Chi, it was very likely that he would not be Ning Chi's opponent. All right, let's fight then. Puluo, I'll lend you this chaotic supreme treasure for the time being. Councilman Flowing Water nodded his head and agreed very straightforwardly. The next moment, he waved his hand gently, and a blue gem-like bead flew out from his hand and landed in front of Councilman Puluo. As soon as the bead appeared, everyone felt the terrifying aura from it. It was chaotic force. Seeing this, Puluo's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the blue bead and looked at Ning Chi with a sneer. Come on then. Let's fight. If you lose, remember to kowtow and admit your mistake. Councilman Flowing Water, isn't this a little inappropriate? Bei Xian has just become a great emperor. Obviously, he doesn't have a chaotic supreme treasure. This is too unfair. What's unfair about it? I'm Puluo's old ancestor. It's normal for me to lend him a chaotic supreme treasure. Sometimes background is also a kind of strength. If you're willing to lend your chaotic supreme treasure to Ning Beixian, I won't mind. Councilman Flowing Water said lightly. There's no need. Before anyone could speak, Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. The next moment, the vermilion immortal slaying gourd appeared in front of Ning Chi with a thought. The immortal slaying gourd also emitted a trace of chaotic energy. Chaotic supreme treasure? Puluo was stunned. He had been a great emperor for so many years and had yet to refine a chaotic supreme treasure of his own. Yet the other party had such a treasure when he had just advanced. Councilman Flowing Water and the other councilmen were obviously surprised too. Chapter 3858. The aura of this chaos supreme treasure is a little special. It's not weak. It might be similar to my void-shattering sword. Your void-shattering silk has been nurtured for so many years, and you have to feed it with your own great sovereign's blood every year. Didn't he just become a great sovereign? Where did you get this chaos supreme treasure? The counselor's aura fluctuated with varying strengths. They were obviously shocked that Ning Chi could also take out a chaos treasure. Moreover, the aura of this chaos treasure was not weaker than the weak water pearl of the Flowing Water Great Emperor. Impossible. Counselor Puluo's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. Chi-E could not help but shake his head in his heart after noticing his expression. Back when Counselor Puluo was still the Secretary General of the headquarters, his state of mind was not as impetuous as it was now. On the contrary, after advancing to the Great Emperor realm, perhaps it was because he hadn't made any progress for many years, and seeing a junior catching up to him at such a rapid speed, his state of mind instantly became restless. Emotions that shouldn't have gushed out, similar to inner demons. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Even if he was in the imperishable realm and the Secretary General, and there was a high possibility that he would advance to the Great Emperor realm, with his current status, he couldn't rashly discuss the highest level of the Parliament. Congressman Proton, can we begin? Ning Chi faintly looked at Puluo. Weak water bead. The blue pearl in front of him instantly blossomed with a dazzling light. The next moment, Ning Chi felt his body become extremely heavy, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. His body was being pressed down inch by inch. Immortal slaying gourd, slay him. Ning Chi snorted coldly. A ball of white light suddenly emerged from the immortal slaying gourd and attacked Congressman Puluo at lightning speed. Congressman Puluo had no time to react and was circled around his neck by the white light. Immediately after, a red line appeared on Congressman Proton's neck, and his aura dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heavy aura that had almost made Ning Chi unable to move his fingers also disappeared in an instant. Not good. Counselor Flowing Water appeared in front of Counselor Puluo in a flash and immediately took away the weak water droplet. He then pressed one hand on Counselor Puluo's head and grabbed his body with the other. Ancestor, what's wrong? Counselor Pu Luo was slightly stunned. He was in the middle of a battle with Ning Qi. Why did Counselor Flowing Water suddenly intervene? Wouldn't that be breaking the rules? Your head has already been cut off by him, Councilman Flowing Water said with a solemn expression. What? My head? Only now did Pu Luo sense something. He extended his hand towards his neck in disbelief, and sure enough, he felt a sliver of blood. Currently, Counselor Flowing Water was channeling tremendous power of an emperor into Pu Luo's body, suppressing the sliver of chaotic force left behind by the immortal slaying gourd. If Counselor Flowing Water had not acted in time, Counselor Gennaro's body would have died for sure. If a martial monarch lost his flesh, although he could use the immortal palace to reform his flesh, the new flesh would be extremely ordinary. This was the kind of mortal body that had not been tempered by the golden body. This was why cultivators were careful after reaching the 5th step. If they could avoid fighting, they would avoid fighting. They were afraid that their bodies would be destroyed and all their previous efforts would be in vain. His chaotic supreme treasure is so powerful that even the aura of the weak water pearl can't suppress it. Counselor Gennaro stared at Ning Qi, his face a little pale. His injuries could be said to be serious, but they could also be said to be not serious. With Counselor Flowing Water treating his injuries on the spot, there would not be too much trouble. However, he had been defeated by Ning Qi in one move, and in front of countless dark cultivators. In the future, his reputation would definitely fall to rock bottom. Most importantly, he did not realize that his head had been cut off by Ning Qi. If Counselor Flowing Water had not discovered it, his body would have been separated from his body. This way of dying was extremely humiliating. Counselor Gennaro lost. Counselor Ning is really powerful. He has just broken through to the martial monarch realm. Yet he can defeat Counselor Gennaro in one move. In my opinion, this kind of strength should be at the 3rd revolution of martial monarch, right? Maybe 4th revolution. Everyone had a look of amazement on their faces. Zhan Ling and Jiu Kuan did not seem to think that Ning Qi could so easily defeat Counselor Gennaro, who had the weak water pearl. They looked at Ning Qi with slight surprise. After a few breaths, Zhan Ling's eyes suddenly showed a trace of relief. He had finally cultivated a big shot in the 5th district who had decision-making power in the Dark Parliament. Although he did not ask much about Ning Qi's cultivation, Ning Qi's first appearance in the Dark Parliament was in the 5th district. This fact could not be changed. Brother Ning is so strong. Sun Shu and others' eyes lit up, and they were ecstatic. The stronger Ning Qi was, the higher the status of Ning Qi's friends in the Dark Parliament in the future. How long has it been? A cultivator with no facial features stared blankly in Ning Qi's direction. He felt a little upset. This person was the executioner of the 8th district, Wu Xiang, whom Ning Qi had met the first time he came to the Parliament of Darkness headquarters. At that time, Ning Qi was still a junior in his eyes, but now Ning Qi's strength had exceeded his by countless levels. There was no longer any comparison between the two of them. It seems that we were all wrong. His Chaos Supreme Treasure is stronger than the weak water pearl. Several counselors looked at each other and looked at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. Counselor Flowing Water, the battle between me and Counselor Pu Luo is not over yet. It's not good for you to intervene, is it? Ning Qi smiled. The battle is over. Pu Luo has lost. Counselor Flowing Water looked at Ning Qi, his eyes gradually turning cold. Ancestor, Counselor Pu Luo looked at Counselor Flowing Water with a face full of shame. At this moment, he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. This time he had really lost face, and even his ancestor had to accompany him. Oh, since you've lost, then please kneel and kowtow to apologize. Ning Qi smiled. In the future, you will also be a counselor, and Pu Luo will also be a counselor. There is no reason for counselors to kneel and kowtow to apologize. This matter, Pu Luo has lost. It's over. Don't pursue it anymore. A trace of anger flashed in Counselor Flowing Water's eyes. I remember that kowtowing and apologizing was proposed by Counselor Puluo. Well, if Counselor Puluo thinks that this sentence is just bullshit, then it's fine to say it. Ning Chi smiled. Counselor Puluo's face turned extremely livid. The next moment, Counselor Flowing Water took him and disappeared from everyone's sight. When everyone saw this, their expressions became more and more strange. Emperor Flowing Water's action had obviously made Counselor Puluo tacitly agree with Ning Chi's words. In the future, when others mentioned Counselor Puluo, they would probably think of the word bullshit. Chapter 3859. Seeing that Councilman Flowing Water and Councilman Puluo had left, everyone immediately knew that Ning Chi had won this battle. They looked at Ning Chi with a trace of respect and awe. Cultivators worshipped the strong, and the dark cultivators were even more so. After all, they had a very powerful enemy, the Holy Assembly. So, the stronger the dark cultivators were, the better it was for them. Beixian, Councilman Tong Tian isn't in the parliament these days. Your status can only be decided after he returns. Before that, you can only continue to be the Secretary General. A figure appeared in front of Ning Chi. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly, he could tell from the voice that it was Councilman Sirius. Are the real bodies of the councilmen not in the headquarters? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly and he smiled. Well, most of us don't show our real bodies. After all, we have other identities in the Shenlua world. Councilman Sirius smiled. I see. I'm misunderstood. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his fists. They chatted for a while more before the councilman left. Councilman Tong Tian. Ning Chi pondered for a moment and went to the headquarters with Zhanling, Qi and the others. Those dark cultivators from the headquarters looked at Ning Chi with curiosity and respect. Normally, the counselors would appear and disappear like ghosts. Even if they appeared, they would be using a fake body. Now they were able to have such a close contact with Ning Chi. Normally, they wouldn't have such an opportunity even in thousands of years. I didn't expect you to advance to the Emperor Realm so quickly. Is it really that easy to advance to the Emperor Realm in the Creation Realm? Tu Duo looked at Ning Chi and sighed. Although the Creation Realm is full of treasures, it's also full of danger. It's not easy to advance. Maybe I'm just lucky. Ning Chi smiled. Chi-i, Tu Duo, and the others guessed that the reason Ning Chi could advance to the Emperor Realm so quickly was related to the things he obtained in the myriad realms of reincarnation in his previous life. However, now that Ning Chi had become Emperor, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask him about it anymore. After chatting for about an hour, Ning Chi stood up and left. No one dared to ask him to stay. After all, they didn't dare to interfere with the Emperor Realm's matters. Zhanling and Jiuquan didn't choose to return to the 5th district. Instead, they chose to stay at the headquarters for a while. As soon as Ning Chi left the headquarters, he saw the Blood Tier commander waiting for him outside. Ning. When the Blood Tier commander saw Ning Chi, a trace of joy appeared on his face. However, just as he opened his mouth, he froze because he didn't know how to address Ning Chi. What? Are you afraid after I advance to the Emperor Realm? Ning Chi smiled. The Blood Tier commander heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this. And he smiled. Brother Ning and I are good friends, so why would I be afraid? That's right. I've brought back your origin essence stone. I'll give it to you now. Tian Tian and Tian Chen Emperor is Jiang Xiandong, and Tian was Tian, and Chang Zuwez Jiang was Emperor, and Tian, the Blood Tier commander, scanned it with his divine sense, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. He was only at the complete rebirth realm, and with his cultivation, an ordinary cultivator would only have a few 100 million to 1 billion origin essence stones. He had followed Ning Chi to earn a few times on a heavenly origin stone, but it was only worth 6 billion. now that the 6 billion had instantly turned into 60 billion. Even an experienced and astute person would be grinning from ear to ear. Over the next few days, Ning Qi brought the Blood Tier commander, Sun Shu, and the others to the Heavenly Origin Stone exchange. Due to Ning Qi's current status, none of the vendors in the Heavenly Origin Stone exchange dared to casually raise the price. As long as Ning Qi named a Heavenly Origin Stone, no one would dare to rob him. Over the next few days, Sun Shu and the Blood Tier commander bought to their heart's content. Ning Qi even went to the Heavenly Origin Pavilion to collect his salary. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion had an excited smile on his face as he sent Ning Qi and the others off. Although Ning Qi had bought quite a few valuable Heavenly Origin stones from the Heavenly Origin Pavilion that could be sold at a high price, the Heavenly Origin Pavilion's pavilion master's face was filled with excitement. Although Ning Qi had bought a lot of valuable Heavenly Origin stones in the Heavenly Origin Pavilion, as Ning Qi's identity as a guest of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion would greatly increase the status of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion in the headquarters. After all, even the headquarters didn't have a great emperor. After the matters of the Dark Parliament were almost settled, Ning Qi left the Dark Parliament. He didn't choose to return to the Moon Elephant sect, but to the Ancient Star Pavilion instead. He wanted to see if Mo Xia had returned. If he had returned to the Ancient Star Pavilion, he would take him to the Creation Divine Realm. With Mo Xia's talent, he would definitely rise in the Creation Divine Realm. As for the destruction of the Jiang family, although he didn't know what the Ancient Star Pavilion's stance was, he was now a boundless border cultivator and an Emperor Realm cultivator. The destruction of the Jiang family would only be in vain, and no one would find trouble with him. Senior Brother Jiang, you used to be the chief disciple of the Star Palace. How could you turn hostile and attack us, junior brothers? Jiu, Qianbei, Feng Litian, and Feng Yin cursed as they ran. Behind them, Jiang Wankong was like a cat toying with a mouse. He revealed a sinister smile. Although he could have caught up with the three of them, he would rather use this slow method to instill fear in the hearts of Jiu Qianbei and the other two. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Chief disciple of the Star Palace? I have already left the Ancient Star Pavilion. Have you forgotten? If you were just ordinary disciples, I would at most teach you a lesson. But who asked you to have such a good relationship with Ning Beixian? Jiang Wankong laughed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the three of them slammed into an invisible barrier. They immediately felt dizzy and had nosebleeds. They looked very embarrassed. Jiang Wankong, you are bullying the weak. As an undead realm cultivator, you don't dare to find Senior Brother Ning and instead vent your anger on us. What kind of hero are you? Jiu Qianbei said angrily. Jiang Wankong, I am a disciple of the Feng family. If you dare to attack me today, my Emperor Feng will not let you go. Feng Litian threatened. At this moment, he could only try to use his background to see if he could scare Jiang Wankong away. After all, the Jiang family was gone and Jiang Wankong had left the Ancient Star System Pavilion. He was just an ordinary cultivator, and because of the enemies the Jiang family had offended, his situation was even worse than an ordinary cultivator's. Feng family. Jiang Wankong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Feng Litian with killing intent. While he hated Ning Qi, he also hated the Feng family, the Wei family, and the Yu family. These three families were all great emperor families, but they didn't help after the Jiang family was destroyed. This made Jiang Wankong extremely resentful. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the three great emperors didn't help because the Eternal Life Sword Emperor had taken responsibility for the destruction of the Jiang family. Just because you are a disciple of the Feng family, you deserve to die. Looking at Feng Litian, Jiang Wankong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Feng Litian. Chapter 3860. Jiang Wankong, you're crazy. What kind of enmity does Junior Brother Feng have with you? Why do you have to kill him? Jiu Qianbei said angrily. Feng Yin did not dare to speak, fearing that he would anger Jiang Wankong, who was about to lose control. "You're wrong. I don't have to kill him. Do you think you can escape?" The anger on Jiang Wankong's face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled at Jiu Qianbei. Jiu Qianbei's body stiffened, and he smiled. "Senior brother Jiang, everything can be discussed. You also know that there is no enmity between us. How about this? The three of us gather together and see if we can gather enough origin essence stones to your satisfaction. If you let us go, we will not pursue this matter. Okay, you guys kneel down and kowtow a few times. If you are sincere enough, I will let you go." Jiang Wankong nodded with a smile. Feng Yin was tempted, but Feng Litian and Jiu Qianbei looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. It was impossible for Jiang Wankong to let them go. Kowtowing was just a deliberate humiliation. After kowtowing, Jiang Wankong would still attack when the time came. "Are we going to die here today?" Jiu Qianbei smiled bitterly. "Jiang Wankong, it doesn't matter if we die today. Don't worry, we will wait for you in the myriad world reincarnation. Senior brother Ning will send you down to accompany us sooner or later." Feng Litian suddenly sneered. Hearing the words "Senior brother Ning," the smile on Jiang Wankong's face gradually disappeared. His eyes flashed fiercely. "Ning Beixian? Don't worry, he won't live for long. I will kill him myself sooner or later. What are you bragging about?" Jiu Qianbei sneered. "Your Jiang family was destroyed by Senior brother Ning. Even great Emperor Jiang couldn't escape. You, a mere undead realm cultivator, wants to kill Senior brother Ning with your own hands? Aren't you lying to yourself when you say this?" Jiang Wankong's expression changed a few times. Finally, he let out a roar and threw a palm at Jiu Qianbei. "You won't see the scene of me killing Ning Beixian with my own hands. Kill me? You think you can?" A voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Subsequently, Jiang Wankong realized that his technique had been nullified and his entire body was confined in midair by a special force. At this moment, even the wind could not move his hair, let alone his fingers. It was as if he had been petrified. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Wankong. Jiang Wankong's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, anger, resentment, and a trace of fear that even he was unwilling to admit. Senior apprentice brother Ning? Initially, Jiu Qianbei thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that the situation would change in an instant? When he and Feng Litian saw Ning Qi, their faces immediately revealed looks of surprise. "Jiang Wankong is the chief disciple of the Star Palace. How dare he attack you?" Ning Qi looked at the three of them and smiled. As for Jiang Wankong, he had been imprisoned by Ning Qi's martial monarch force. The technique was known as the martial monarch's cage by the cultivators. If Ning Qi were to leave right away without a martial monarch realm existence stronger than Ning Qi to help Jiang Wankong, he would most likely be imprisoned until his death, forever in this state. Senior brother Ning. Ever since the Jiang family was destroyed, Jiang Wankong failed to beg the elders of the main branch to help. So he took a group of Jiang family disciples and left the ancient Star Pavilion. Jiu Qianbei quickly said. Feng Litian nodded. Senior brother Jiu is right. Since he dared to attack us, I'm afraid he hates the entire ancient Star Pavilion. I heard that a lot of disciples went missing some time ago. Maybe it was because of him. I see. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. He now knew the ancient Star Pavilion's attitude toward this matter. It was obvious that the ancient Star Pavilion was on his side. He felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Thinking about this, Ning Qi's heart trembled slightly. Jiang Wankong found that he could speak again and immediately shouted at Ning Qi, "Ning Beixian, you devil! You just said that you would kill me with your own hands. Why didn't you do it?" Ning Qi smiled. "You." Jiang Wankong's face revealed a trace of humiliation. He didn't expect Ning Qi's cultivation to be this strong. With his undead realm cultivation, he didn't even have the qualifications to move in front of Ning Qi. I already said that you, Jiang Wankong, like to brag. Now you're not going to brag anymore. Zhu Qianbei laughed, gloatingly. Ning Beixian, you won't have a good ending. Even if the ancient Star Pavilion doesn't stand up for me, the Holy Assembly will definitely not let you go. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wankong's eyes revealed a trace of madness as he laughed wildly. The joy on the faces of Zhu Qianbei and the other two dimmed a bit and was replaced with a trace of worry. They had indeed heard that the Holy Assembly was investigating the destruction of the Jiang family. Just a while ago, a cultivator from the Holy Assembly had come to the ancient Star Pavilion to ask about Ning Qi's whereabouts. Do you think the Holy Assembly will stand up for your Jiang family? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Jiang Wankong, I didn't expect you to be so naive even after reaching the undead realm. Take a look at this token. Then Ning Qi took out the token that Vice Sect Master Yin had given him. Jiang Wankong's expression changed drastically when he saw it because he also had such a token. This token represented Ning Qi's identity as a boundless cultivator. Impossible. How can you be a boundless cultivator? Impossible. Jiang Wankong murmured to himself. Zhu Qianbei and the other two revealed a look of joy again. Senior Brother Ning, you're already a boundless cultivator? Then the Holy Assembly has no reason to hold on to you. Don't you know how to fight your own people? Zhu Qianbei laughed. The world is unpredictable. Even your Jiang family was destroyed by me. What else is impossible in this world? Ning Qi smiled. So what if you're a boundless cultivator? You destroyed my Jiang family. The Holy Assembly will still punish you. Jiang Wankong suddenly reacted and sneered again. That's right. The identity of a boundless cultivator isn't omnipotent, Senior Brother Wu. I should call you Senior Brother Ning, right? Hee, I didn't expect you to use a fake name when you joined the Moon Elephant sect. A voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Wankong, Zhu Qianbei, Feng Litian, and Feng Yin were slightly startled. Only Ning Qi didn't seem surprised at all. He turned around and looked at Lu Muqing, who was standing not far away, and smiled. Junior Brother Lu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you in Tai Li land. Lu Muqing's lips curled up slightly. It's quite a coincidence. What's more coincidental is that you're the culprit who destroyed the Jiang family. Vice Sect Master Yin must have been blind to let you become a boundless cultivator. However, I'll suppress you today and make a great contribution. I'll be able to restore my identity as a boundless cultivator immediately. Zhu Qianbei and the other two's expressions suddenly became extremely strange. Jiang Wankong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. From this sentence, he knew that the person who came was definitely on his side. Chapter 3861. Suppress me? Ning Qi chuckled. Junior Brother Lu, you've really forgotten about the pain. Don't show such a weird smile. That's right, my cultivation is indeed not as good as yours. Ordinary Eternal Realm cultivators like you won't be able to suppress you unless a great emperor takes action. Lu Muqing sneered. Eternal Realm? He's in the Eternal Realm? Jiang Wankong was slightly stunned and a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. He had never expected Ning Qi to reach the Eternal Realm in such a short period of time. No wonder he could suppress him so easily. Senior Brother, quickly escape from this place and report the news of this person to the Supreme Saint Council. We absolutely can't let him get away scot-free. Jiang Wankong transmitted his voice to Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing just glanced at him indifferently. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Her gaze then fell on Ning Qi. Senior Brother Ning, if you have any last words, just say them, because you're about to die. As soon as she said the word die, a majestic aura suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone only saw a blur before a burly man with dark skin appeared next to Lu Muqing. The burly man had a lot of hair on his body. If one did not look closely, he would look like a standing black bear. Black Wind Cave Master? So it's him. Jiang Wankong recognized the sturdy man's identity at first glance. He finally remembered who Lu Muqing was at this moment. In the next moment, Jiang Wankong's heart was filled with boundless joy. He thought that he would definitely die in Ning Qi's hands today, but he did not expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The cave master of the Black Wind Cave would personally take action, and Ning Qi would definitely be suppressed. Not only would he, Jiang Wankong, not die, but he would also be able to personally witness his family's revenge. At this moment, Jiang Wankong only wanted to laugh 3 times into the sky. Muqing, is he the person you're talking about? The Black Wind Cave Master looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Cave Master, that's him. I didn't expect him to be the murderer that destroyed the Jiang family. In this case, we'll be doing a meritorious deed by killing him, Lu Muqing said with a respectful expression. I've long heard that the Black Wind Cave Master is a bear spirit. It's indeed true. Ning Qi smiled. The Black Wind Cave Master did not get angry. Instead, he smiled at Ning Qi and said, I didn't expect that the existence that destroyed the Jiang family was also a great emperor. Great emperor? What was going on? The moment the Black Wind Cave's cave master said this, everyone's faces revealed a trace of astonishment. Wasn't he at the imperishable stage? How did she become a great emperor? Cave master, Lu Muqing stammered as she looked at the Black Wind Cave's master. The person you want me to deal with is a great emperor. Muqing, do you really not know? The Black Wind Cave's cave master said with a smile. Cave master, I really don't know. When he was at the Moon Elephant sect, he was only at the imperishable realm. Lu Muqing was dumbfounded. It doesn't matter if you don't know. The Black Wind Cave Master smiled, then cupped his hands at Ning Qi and said, Brother, feel free to visit my Black Wind Cave next time. Sure. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Lu Muqing watched as the Black Wind Cave Master left just like that. Cave Master, Lu Muqing was a little absent-minded. She subconsciously wanted to follow, but she realized that her body could not move. She ended up in the same situation as Jiang Wankong. She was confined in midair. There's no need to look. Your cave master has already handed you over to me. Ning Qi smiled. How could it be? Lu Muqing could not understand why the Black Wind Cave Master did not even have the guts to take action and betrayed her to Ning Qi just like that. What was this? You must be confused, right? Do you know what Great Emperor Zhang's cultivation base was at his peak? Ning Qi smiled. No, I don't. Lu Muqing forced a smile. Third transformation, Great Emperor. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Your Black Wind Cave Master's cultivation base was only second transformation, Great Emperor. Do you think I can't suppress Great Emperor Jiang? Lu Muqing suddenly came to a realization. In the next moment, there was only despair left in his heart. He had asked the Black Wind Cave Master to suppress Ning Qi, but Ning Qi was not suppressed. He even found out that Ning Qi was also a great emperor, now that the Black Wind Cave Master had obviously given up on him. Whether he could live or not depended on whether Ning Qi was willing to let him go. Thinking about this, Lu Muqing immediately put on an embarrassed smile and said to Ning Qi, Ning, senior brother Ning, please don't take what I said to heart. It doesn't matter if the Jiang family is destroyed. The Supreme Saint Council will not blame you for it. If I knew that senior brother Ning was a great emperor, today's misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Senior brother Ning, those who don't know are not guilty. What do you think? Ning Qi smiled. Lu Muqing's face instantly darkened. He could tell that Ning Qi did not plan to let him go. However, as long as he was not killed by Ning Qi, he still had a chance. At that moment, Jiang Wankong came back to his senses, and there was a storm in his heart. You are a great emperor? How could you be a great emperor? Didn't I tell you just now? The world is ever-changing. What's so surprising about me being a great emperor? Ning Qi said with a smile. Jiang Wankong's eyes were filled with despair. If Ning Qi was a great emperor, he had been waiting for the Supreme Saint Council to stand up for the Jiang family and suppress Ning Qi. This would never happen. Ning, senior brother Ning, have you really reached the great emperor realm? Jiu Qianbei and the other two had been in a daze ever since the cave master of the Black Wind Cavern had appeared until he left. The aura of the cave master of the Black Wind Cavern was too terrifying, causing them to be unable to concentrate. Only now did they regain their senses. They were equally shocked that Ning Qi had already become a great emperor. That's right. The three of you wait here. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Then his figure suddenly disappeared in front of the three of them. Jiang Wankong and Lu Muqing also disappeared together with him. Where is this? Jiang Wankong and Lu Muqing's eyes were filled with astonishment. A moment ago they were still in Tyli, but now they were in a place with an aura that was completely different from Tyli. Not far away, there was a willow tree with an extremely unstable aura. That is... Jiang Wankong stared in the direction of the willow tree. There were a few figures hanging on it, and he recognized two of them on the spot. Before Jiang Wankong could react, Ning Qi grabbed the two of them and brought them to Lu Huang. He smiled at Jiang Posha and said, I brought you another disciple of the Jiang family. You should recognize him, right? Ancestor. Wankong, Jiang Posha slowly opened his eyes and stared at Jiang Wankong. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted at Ning Qi, He is a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion, and he is from the same sect as you. There is no hatred between us. Why did you attack him? Jiang Tianshu also opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Wankong. After a few breaths, there was a flash of a smile in his eyes. He was not as angry as Jiang Posha. Chapter 3862. Wulin Chinese Network, the latest chapter of the strongest dragon slaying system. In terms of qualifications, Jiang Wankong was actually stronger than Jiang Tianshu. But in terms of destiny, he was slightly inferior. Before, Jiang Tianshu became the Alcade Star Palace's lead disciple. Jiang Wankong was already an undead cultivator and the palace's lead disciple. Later on, Jiang Tianshu obtained a great opportunity and broke into the undead realm. He also obtained a grade 8 demon refining gourd. His combat power was unparalleled, and he pushed Fei Xuanzi off his position as chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. In the end, Jiang Tianshu ended up being hung on the willow demon's body and was humiliated. Not to mention cultivation, it was a question of whether he could survive in the future. Now that Jiang Wankong had fallen into Ning Qi's hands, Jiang Tianshu was not angry at all. Instead, he was very happy. If they were going to die, then they would all die together. Jiang Posha is no longer a cultivator of the ancient star system pavilion. After your Jiang family was destroyed by me, he asked the elders of the ancient star system pavilion to help get revenge for the Jiang family. Unfortunately, the elders ignored him, and in his anger, he took the ancient star system pavilion with him. In a fit of anger, he took a group of Jiang family disciples and left the ancient star pavilion. Ning Qi smiled. What? Jiang Posha was startled. He looked at Jiang Wankong with eyes filled with resentment. He wasn't comforted by Jiang Wankong's ambition at all. After the Jiang family was destroyed, the scattered Jiang family members could only rely on their current backing to survive. The strongest sect in the Tai Li land was the ancient star system pavilion. With this relationship, even if they were once enemies, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Even if they were enemies, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the Jiang family disciples who were still disciples of the ancient star pavilion after the Jiang family was destroyed. However, Jiang Wankong had taken a group of Jiang family disciples and left the ancient star pavilion. Those who could enter the ancient star pavilion were all geniuses of their generation. They were basically stronger than the Jiang family members who joined other forces. But now these geniuses have been placed in an extremely dangerous situation by Jiang Wankong. Wankong, you're muddle-headed. Jiang Posha cursed. Jiang Wankong was startled, and his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Why was Jiang Posha cursing him? Did he do something wrong? His previous life was personally killed by the ancestor. Because of this, the ancient star system pavilion is already dissatisfied with our Jiang family. However, because of the ancestor and the Supreme Sacred Assembly, we didn't say anything. You want to ask them to avenge the Jiang family? Was it eaten by a dog? With a Jiang family member leaving the ancient star system pavilion? How will they deal with the enemies of our Jiang family in the future? Jiang Posha said angrily. Jiang Wankong stared blankly at Jiang Posha. Forefather, Jiang Posha, it's fine. Jiang Wankong will be here to accompany you in the future. You can scold him however you want. Take it slow. Don't scold him all at once. Ning Qi smiled and gently tossed Jiang Wankong away. Jiang Wankong was wrapped by a willow branch, leaving only his head exposed. He hung together with Jiang Posha, Jiang Tianshu, and the others. Lu Muqing stared dumbfounded at the scene. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said to Ning Qi, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, this is Fortune God Realm. Ning Qi smiled. Fortune God Realm? Lu Muqing sucked in a cold breath and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Even Jiang Wankong was the same. He could come and go freely between the Shenluo realm and the Fortune God Realm. I see. Lu Muqing revealed a bitter smile. I finally know why your cultivation level increased so quickly. Even a great emperor can't enter the Fortune God Realm, but you can come and go freely. This place is full of fortune. No wonder you reached the Great Emperor Realm in such a short time. At the Great Emperor Realm, even Cave Master is afraid of you. It's too late for you to understand now. All right. Ning Qi's expression became slightly strange. There's something I think I should tell you. Ning Qi looked at Lu Muqing. What is it? Lu Muqing was stunned. Didn't you suspect my identity and think I was a dark cultivator? Ning Qi smiled. No, I wouldn't dare. I was blind at that time to guess Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. Please give me a chance. Junior Apprentice Brother Ning will do anything in the future to repay Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. Lu Muqing hurriedly smiled. He rolled his eyes. If he could reconcile with Ning Qi's means as long as he stayed in the Fortune God Realm, wouldn't he have a chance to reach the Emperor Realm in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Muqing felt regret. If he didn't offend Ning Qi in the beginning, he would. You're wrong. Actually, you're not blind. I'm indeed a dark cultivator, and I'm not accepted by the Supreme Sacred Council. Ning Qi smiled. This sentence directly interrupted Lu Muqing's reverie. He looked at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. You really are, Lu Muqing stuttered. Yes, a dark cultivator. Ning Qi smiled and casually tossed Lu Muqing away. Lu Muqing was also tied up by a willow branch and hung in the air. He looked at Ning Qi's receding figure, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Jiao Qianbei and the other two didn't wait for long before they saw Ning Qi reappear. However, Jiang Wankong and Lu Muqing were already missing. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, where are those two guys? Jiao Qianbei asked curiously. They went to the place where they should go. Ning Qi smiled. The place where they should go. After the three thought for a few breaths, a trace of realization appeared on their faces. They looked at each other and saw that the other's anger had been vented. That Jiang Wankong doesn't care about old friendships at all. He really deserves to be killed. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, if you didn't arrive in time, the three of us would be in trouble. Jiao Qianbei felt somewhat fortunate. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, you're now a boundless Jiang cultivator and a great emperor. The Supreme Sacred Council shouldn't be looking for trouble with you for destroying the Jiang family, right? I saw many boundless Jiang cultivators coming to the sect to ask about your whereabouts some time ago. Feng Litian said, They won't. By the way, what's Feng Jiuyu's status in the Feng family? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head as he asked casually, Feng Jiuyu? That's my granduncle. Feng Litian's expression was strange as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Ning Qi definitely wouldn't ask this out of nowhere. It was very likely that his granduncle had offended Ning Qi. Oh, it's your granduncle. He has already joined one of the divine sects of the ancient land, the Moon Elephant sect, and become an outer sect disciple. When you have time, go back to the Feng family and mention him. There's no need to worry about his safety. Ning Qi smiled. What? Feng Litian was a little shocked, but then he was ecstatic. Divine sect. Although he had never been to the ancient land, he knew what a divine sect was. Only a sect with more than 10 great emperors could be called a divine sect. This was a rigid requirement. Feng Yin is Xia back. Ning Qi looked at Feng Yin and smiled. Junior apprentice brother Xia hasn't returned yet. I heard that he's doing well in a small world. Feng Yin's expression was a little strange. Chapter 3863. Wulin Chinese Network, the latest chapter of the strongest dragon-slaying system. Ning Qi noticed Feng Yin's expression and smiled. Which small world is Xia in? There was a senior brother who participated in the War of the 10,000 Races and returned from the Dongwu small world. He saw junior brother Xia and heard that he is married and has a few children. Feng Yin smiled. A few children? Looks like Xia is living well. Ning Qi smiled. Let's go back to the ancient star pavilion. I'll take you to a good place. Good place? The eyes of Zhu Qianbei and the other two lit up. They thought to themselves that Ning Qi was definitely planning to bring them to the primordial land. This was a rare opportunity. With their current cultivation, if they didn't have anyone to help them, they wouldn't be able to take a step into Tyli. Even Feng Jiu was cheated of all her origin stones and entered the immemorial land. If she had not met Ning Qi, she would have been sent back. With Ning Qi here, the journey that would have taken several days was shortened to 10 minutes. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the ancient star system pavilion, they saw Francisco Qingyang, star recorder Wuma, and the other head disciples of the major star palaces with smiles on their faces. The cultivators walked out of the mountain gate side by side. They happened to see Ning Qi and the others and were slightly startled. Why is he back? Francisco Qingyang and Wuma Zhuxing looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment, while the few cultivators that were with them revealed serious expressions. So, their figures flashed and instantly surrounded Ning Qi and the others. Ning Beixian. One of them shouted with a serious expression, Go and inform the main sect elder. Wu Ma suddenly transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Francisco Qingyang frowned slightly. He glanced at Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. This matter concerns the Holy Assembly. If we let the cabinet elders step forward, it will be equivalent to making things difficult for them. Let's see what the situation is first. Meteorologist Wuma was slightly stunned when he heard that. He immediately felt that Francisco Qingyang's words made sense. So he looked at Ning Qi, intending to see what would happen next. Yes, I am Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, You are Boundless World cultivators. Jiu Qianbei and the others were startled at first, but they immediately recovered and revealed a smile on their faces. Ning Qi was now a great emperor and a boundless border cultivator. These undead, realm, boundless border cultivators obviously couldn't do anything to Ning Qi. He was asking to be humiliated. It's good that you know. Did you have anything to do with the destruction of the Jiang family? The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His cultivation was the thickest among these boundless border cultivators, having reached the undead realm. I was indeed the one who destroyed the Jiang family. Ning Qi smiled. Then you'll have to come with us. I hope you don't resist. Otherwise, the Eternal Sword Emperor will personally come to suppress you. He's the Holy Assembly's patrolling envoy stationed in the Tyli land. The other party continued. I think you might have misunderstood. Although I destroyed the Jiang family, I didn't violate any of the Holy Assembly's rules. This can only be considered a personal grudge between them and me. Even if the Eternal Sword Emperor comes, he doesn't have the right to arrest me. Ning Qi smiled as he took out a token. When the few people saw it, their expressions changed greatly because Ning Qi's token proved that he was also a boundless border cultivator. He's also a boundless border cultivator. Francisco Qingyang's expression changed. Wu Ma's eyes were also filled with surprise. Obviously, he was very shocked by the change in Ning Qi's identity. You're also... The other party was slightly startled, but he immediately recovered. Even if you're also a boundless border cultivator, the matter of you destroying the Jiang family has caused a huge commotion. You should come with me. I'll be at the Ancient Star Pavilion. With your rank, I don't plan on wasting time with you. If you want to catch me, then let the Eternal Sword Emperor come. You guys probably don't want to fight me. Ning Qi smiled and led Zhou Qianbei's group of 3 into the Ancient Star Pavilion. He didn't even look at Francisco Qingyang, Wuma Zhuxing, or the other chief disciples of the other star palaces. During this process, the boundless Jiang cultivators subconsciously made way for them. They dared to block Ning Qi's path and surround him. They were already very bold. Fight him? Who would dare? Even such a powerful force like the Jiang family had been destroyed by Ning Qi. They didn't dare to fight Ning Qi at all. They were afraid that if they fought, they would end up like the Jiang family. Seeing Ning Qi and company disappear at the gate, the boundless border cultivators' faces turned livid. The young man looked at Wu Ma and company and said, Ning Beixian has already returned to your Ancient Star Pavilion. If he disappears, you'll have to take responsibility. I'll immediately inform the Eternal Sword Emperor to come and get him. After he finished speaking, he quickly left with the boundless border cultivators. He didn't even leave a single person behind to monitor them. Who knew if the people left behind would die silently? Why did he come back? Isn't he implicating our Ancient Star Pavilion? Francisco Qingyang's face turned a little ugly. With his personality, since he dared to come back, he should be fine. Wu Ma Xingxing said with a strange expression, just because of his identity as a boundless border cultivator? He was killed by Great Emperor Jiang in his previous life. I heard that the one who gave the order was the Supreme Sacred Assembly of the Primeval Land. In this life, even if he becomes a boundless realm cultivator, this identity won't be able to protect him. Francisco Qingyang shook his head. You guys go back and pack up. After we pick up Mo Xia's family, I'll take you guys away from Tyli, Ning Qi said to Zhu Qianbei's group of 3. The 3 of them immediately nodded and flew back to the cave. Since they were going to leave Tai Li, they naturally had to take care of some matters in the sect. The 3 of them had a premonition that they wouldn't be able to return to Tai Li for a long time. After Zhou Qianbei and the other 2 left, Ning Qi flew straight to the main vein. With his divine sense, the moment he stepped into the Ancient Star Pavilion, he noticed that the current Star Emperor was not in the sect. This made Ning Qi a bit disappointed. He originally wanted to see the number 1 expert in Tyli. He had never seen the Pavilion Master, even once after joining the Ancient Star Pavilion. Who is it? The cultivators responsible for guarding the main sect saw Ning Qi fly over and immediately went to stop him. However, when they saw Ning Qi's appearance, they were shocked. Ning Beixian. Why is he back? Everyone had a strange expression. I want to see Grand Elder Duan. Ning Qi smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd was stunned for a few breaths before they came to their senses. They quickly flew toward Grand Elder Duan's cave abode. Without Grand Elder Duan's permission, they would be punished if they allowed Ningqi to enter the main vein without permission. Chapter 3864. Halfway up the mountain, Ningqi arrived at a simple courtyard. He smiled and said, "Disciple Ning Beixian greets Elder Duan." At the same time, Elder Duan, who was cultivating in the stone room, was startled. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes as he walked out of the courtyard with his cane and looked at Ningqi in surprise. "Why did you come back?" "The Supreme Saint Council is looking for you. Don't you know?" Elder Duan's expression was a bit strange. Before Ningqi could say anything, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked Ningqi up and down suspiciously. Ningqi looked at Grand Elder Duan with a smile. A short while later, Grand Elder Duan said in shock, "Your aura is very similar to the Pavilion Master's. Have you broken through the shackles of the imperishable realm and become a martial emperor?" "That's right. I just broke through a while ago." Ningqi nodded with a smile. Elder Duan pondered for a while, and then said with a strange expression, "You are indeed worthy of being someone who can communicate with the Forbidden Star. In such a short period of time, it's like your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. However, the Emperor realm is extremely difficult to reach. In order to break through, you have to go through countless lightning tribulations, including the sovereign heavenly tribulation set up by the Supreme Saint Council. Many people have died at this trial and are unable to reach the Emperor realm. You must have put in a lot of effort to break through, right?" "I did put in a lot of effort, but I'll tell Elder Duan about this later." Ningqi nodded with a smile. He didn't plan to lie to Grand Elder Duan about the Fortune Divine Realm. If Grand Elder Duan had any ulterior motives, he could have gotten the Supreme Holy Assembly's cultivators to capture him when he communicated with the Forbidden Star. Instead, Grand Elder Duan hid this matter. Later on, the Ancient Star Pavilion's attitude after the Jiang family was destroyed made Ningqi very satisfied. However, the most important reason was that when he broke through to the reincarnation realm, the memory of someone holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars appeared in his mind. There was a 99% chance that it was Ningqi's previous life. In the end, the relationship between Ningqi and the Ancient Star Pavilion was extremely close. So. Several guards of the main sect ran toward them at top speed. In the main sect, ordinary cultivators were not qualified to fly in the air and could only rely on their feet. When they reached the gate of the yard, they quickly bowed to Grand Secretary Duan and then looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. "Elder Duan, without your permission, Ning Beixian." "All right, you guys can leave." Grand Secretary Duan waved his hand. The guards of the main branch were startled for a moment before they awkwardly nodded and left. They secretly thought that Elder Duan really treated Ningqi very well. No wonder Jiang Wankong didn't ask the Ancient Star System Pavilion to help even though he had to kneel before the main branch. "Grand Elder Duan, there's something I don't quite understand. I wonder if Grand Elder Duan can enlighten me?" Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. Grand Secretary Duan said with a smile, "Speak." "I wonder how many generations our Ancient Star Pavilion has been passed down for? Compared to the Xianyuan Immortal School in the Bone Burial Site, which one is stronger?" Ningqi asked. "It looks like you've learned a lot of secrets after reaching the Great Emperor Realm. The Xianyuan Immortal School has existed for too long, and only old guys like me know a thing or two from ancient books. Compared to the Xianyuan Immortal School, our Ancient Star System Pavilion was naturally not weaker. Otherwise, how could our Ancient Star System Pavilion have survived to this day after the Xianyuan Immortal School was destroyed?" Grand Secretary Duan smiled with a hint of pride in his tone. "Not weaker than the Xianyuan Immortal School?" Ningqi was a bit surprised. He was just casually asking. In truth, what he really wanted to ask was how many generations the Ancient Star Pavilion had existed for. As long as he knew this, he would be able to deduce which generation he was. He didn't expect Pavilion Elder Duan to admit that the ancient star pavilion was stronger than the Xianyuan celestial sect. In that era, the great emperor realm was nothing in this world. Only those who reached the seventh step could be considered the strongest in the world. Every powerful sect had a seventh step cultivator. The Xianyuan Immortal School had one, and our ancient star system pavilion had two. They were both at the Tyli realm. Grand Secretary Duan sighed. Pavilion Elder Duan let out a sigh. Unfortunately, the war between the 10,000 races reached its end and the flames of war spread to the god Luo realm. Many sects suffered because of this. Some people deliberately took advantage of the situation and used the war as a cover to slaughter seventh step cultivators. The Xianyuan celestial sect was destroyed because of this. Our ancient star system pavilion was lucky. Out of two seventh step cultivators, one died and the other survived for a while. In the end, we managed to preserve a sliver of hope and didn't end up like the Xianyuan celestial sect. Two seventh step cultivators? Was the ancient star system pavilion that strong? Ning Qi was startled. At this moment, he could at least confirm one thing. In his memory, the ancient star system pavilion was not from the same era as the Xianyuan Immortal School. Grand Secretary Duan, the truth of this matter, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. My father told me this when he was still alive. When I was young, he told me this as a story. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized it might have happened. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Those people who took advantage of the situation. Ning Qi seemed to have guessed something. Seeing this, Grand Elder Duan smiled at Ning Qi and said, "You should be able to guess it, so we won't talk about it. It's been a long time, and the divine Luo world is now the strongest. It's almost impossible for the divine Luo world to regain its former glory. As for you, I'm really surprised that you could break through to the great emperor realm so quickly. However, you can't stay here for long. In your previous life, the Supreme Saint Parliament asked Great Emperor Jiang to kill you. In this life, you've destroyed the Jiang family. Grand Secretary Duan, I obtained an identity in the immemorial land and am now a cultivator of the boundless world. As for what happened in my previous life, it's not a big deal. I changed my name to Wu Yin in the immemorial land, so they won't be able to tell my real identity in a short period of time. I heard that the Holy Assembly has a patroller in the Tai Li land called the Eternal Sword Emperor. I wonder what rank of Great Emperor he is." Ning Qi smiled. "A cultivator of the boundless world?" Grand Secretary Duan's expression changed slightly. If Ning Qi was a cultivator of the boundless world and a great emperor, then he could indeed forget about the Jiang family. However, he was afraid that Ning Qi's identity in the immemorial land would be exposed. That was the base of the Holy Assembly. If it was exposed, even a great emperor would have a hard time escaping. The Eternal Sword Emperor is a third revolution great emperor, and his cultivation is the same as Great Emperor Jiang. Now that you're a great emperor and you're in the immemorial star pavilion, even if he comes here personally, he won't be able to do anything to you. However, two great emperors have joined the Holy Assembly in such a short period of time, so it's easy for people to think that you're the same person. Do you have a backup plan? Grand Secretary Duan's eyes flickered with seriousness. Of course I have a backup plan, and it's closely related to my advancement to the Great Emperor realm. I'll report it to you after I get rid of the Eternal Sword Emperor. Ning Qi smiled and brought the topic back to the immemorial star pavilion. Grand Secretary Duan, I wonder who in the immemorial star pavilion said that. Chapter 3865. What is it? Grand Secretary Duan was startled. To grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Ning Qi said. His gaze had been observing Grand Elder Duan's expression. He found that after he finished speaking, Grand Elder Duan's expression changed a few times, but soon Grand Elder Duan calmed down and asked Ning Qi, "Who told you this?" "Who told you this?" "Someone in the ancient star system pavilion once said this." When I broke through to the rebirth stage, the memory that surfaced in my mind told me that someone had once said these words at the peak of the main vein. Ning Chi smiled. He knew he had asked the right person. Grand Secretary Duan obviously knew about the origin of that sentence. Memory, then you. Grand Secretary Duan was startled. Her wrinkled face was filled with shock. She stared at Ning Chi and asked, "What else did you see in the memory?" "A man in black and Counselor White Dragon of the Holy Saint Council," Ning Chi said. "Come with me." Grabbing Ning Chi's arm, Grand Secretary Duan flew into the air. Before long, Ning Chi was brought to the Star Pagoda at the top of the main mountain range. Ning Chi let Grand Secretary Duan grab him and didn't resist at all. After entering the Star Pagoda, Pavilion Elder Duan took a deep breath. This Star Pagoda was left behind by the first Pavilion Master. Even the Holy Assembly was unable to detect the commotion here. "Why don't you tell me what happened? I'd like to hear it." "Okay." Ning Chi nodded with a smile and calmly recounted the scene in his memory. Grand Secretary Duan was startled for a long time after hearing it. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. The person who was killed by Counselor White Dragon was the third Pavilion Master of the ancient Star Pavilion. After the Shenyuan Celestial Sect was destroyed, the last seventh step cultivator of the ancient Star Pavilion appointed him as the successor. After a pause, she continued, "At the same time, the third Pavilion Master was my ancestor. My father was his grandson and was the fifth Pavilion Master. The current Pavilion Master is the sixth generation and is my father's disciple." That means Ning Chi's expression was rather strange. "That's right. It's highly possible that you're the reincarnation of my ancestor. Being able to break through to the martial monarch realm in such a short period of time. You're definitely not an ordinary person." Elder Duan let out a sigh and looked at Ning Chi with a complicated gaze. "My ancestor and my father both communicated with a forbidden planet, but they were killed by the Holy Council. In your previous life, you also communicated with a forbidden planet, but because your cultivation level wasn't high and I helped to hide it, the Holy Council didn't find out. However, due to another reason, you were also killed by the Holy Council. Speaking of which, there is indeed a feud between the Holy Council and the ancient Star Pavilion that can never be resolved. Beixian, your memories back then should be the remnants of your many reincarnations. It's unlikely that you'll remember what happened back then. Our relationship will be the same for now. Otherwise, if news of this spreads, you won't be able to escape from the hands of the Supreme Sacred Assembly no matter where you go." Grand Secretary Duan said solemnly, "That's not necessarily true. As far as I know, the Holy Assembly's counselors don't dare to enter the creation divine realm, nor do they have the means to do so." Ning Chi smiled. Grand Secretary Duan was startled and his pupils shrank. "Could it be that you— That's right. I can freely enter and exit the creation divine realm and Shenlua world. I came here today with the intention of bringing some people to the creation divine realm. There's no need to go through tribulation there, nor is there a meddlesome force like the Supreme Sacred Assembly. There are opportunities everywhere, not to mention seventh-step cultivators. There are even 4 eighth-step cultivators." Ning Chi nodded. Grand Elder Duan sucked in a breath of cold air. Apart from those sects that were allowed to enter the Fortune God realm, ordinary sects did not know much about the Fortune God realm. When she heard that there was an 8th-step cultivator in the Fortune God realm, the shock in her heart was like a tsunami. If what Ning Chi said was true, then the Supreme Holy Assembly in the Divine Lua world would not be able to compare to the forces in the creation divine realm that had 8th-step cultivators. While Grand Secretary Duan was still in a state of shock, a loud voice came from outside the ancient Star Pavilion. "I'm the Eternal Sword Emperor. I'm here to capture a criminal of the Sacred Assembly. I hope the Star Emperor can come out and meet me. This old guy sure got here fast." Grand Elder Duan didn't panic at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He believed that Ningqi wouldn't speak without thinking. Since he said he could enter the Fortune Celestial Realm, then he would. In that case, the Fortune Celestial Realm would be the perfect hiding place. Even the Holy Assembly didn't have that many people. Grand Secretary, the Pavilion Master, doesn't seem to be in the sect all the time. Ningqi's eyes lit up. Grand Secretary Duan's expression changed slightly. He forced a smile at Ningqi and said, "Go get rid of the Eternal Sword Emperor first. I'll tell you about it later." Ningqi's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have heard something special from Grand Secretary Duan's words. "That's the Eternal Sword Emperor? What a powerful aura. His eyes are formed by countless swords. Are those swords real or fake? As expected of a great emperor. With this kind of aura, even the palace masters of the major star palaces are like ants in front of him. The Eternal Sword Emperor is the patrol envoy of the Supreme Sacred Assembly stationed in Tyli. I'm afraid it has something to do with Senior Brother Ning. I heard that not long ago, Senior Brother Ning showed up and even went to the main sect. Countless cultivators of the ancient star pavilion stood on the ground and looked up at the figure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock, admiration, envy, and awe. Behind the Sword Emperor Longevity stood a few fifth-step borderless cultivators. They were the borderless cultivators Ningqi had encountered at the mountain entrance. Following behind the Longevity Sword Emperor, the few of them had looks of excitement and pride on their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures arrived one by one. They were the elders of the main sect, the palace masters, vice palace masters, and elders of the star palaces. In an instant, almost all the fifth-step cultivators of the ancient star pavilion had arrived. Everyone stood on the ground and looked up at the Eternal Sword Emperor with a hint of doubt in their eyes. "Don't tell me your pavilion master isn't here again?" The Sword Emperor lowered his head slightly. He was like a god looking down at ants as he calmly looked at the dozens of fifth-step cultivators below. These were the backbone of the ancient star system pavilion. Although the pavilion master isn't here, the other great emperor of the ancient star pavilion is. If you have something to say, you can talk to him. All of a sudden, Grand Elder Duan and Ningqi arrived at the same time. They stood in the air and faced the Sword Emperor of Longevity from afar. The words that came out of Grand Elder Duan's mouth shocked the crowd. The ancient star pavilion had two great emperors? Chapter 3866. So our ancient star pavilion has two great emperors. Some of the new disciples were surprised. Their faces were filled with joy, but the older disciples immediately shattered their fantasies. No, our ancient star pavilion only has one great emperor, the pavilion master. If there were two great emperors, we would have known about it already. But why did Pavilion Elder Duan say that? Could the person beside Pavilion Elder Duan be the Senior Brother Ning, who destroyed the Jiang family? Senior Brother Ning was able to destroy the Jiang family and kill Great Emperor Jiang. He can be considered a great emperor, right? Why did he really dare to come back? Yu Qizhenjin stood with a group of true disciples and looked at Ningqi helplessly. He knew about Ningqi's background. As a darkness cultivator, he had caused such a huge commotion. How dare he return to the sect instead of hiding? Did he really think the sect could protect him under the pressure of the Supreme Sacred Council? In front of the core disciples stood the head chiefs of the major star palaces. However, ever since Jiang Wankong left the ancient star pavilion, no one had been able to replace him. There were only 6 head chiefs in the 7 major star palaces. If Fei Xuanzi hadn't come back to replace Zhang Tianshu, there would only be 5 head chiefs left. Wu Ma Zhuxing, Fei Xuanzi, do you know who Pavilion Elder Duan is talking about? Francisco Qingyang's expression became slightly solemn. I don't know. The two of them shook their heads at the same time. They had no idea who the second great emperor the Grand Elder Duan had mentioned was, but they were very curious about the truth of the matter. The second Great Emperor, the longevity sword monarch's gaze shifted to Ningqi. He happened to catch a hint of an aura that surprised him. You are? Sword Emperor Chang Sheng asked with a serious expression. He had never seen Ningqi, but Ningqi was a great emperor and had appeared in the ancient star system pavilion. However, he had never heard of Ningqi's existence. This shocked the Sword Emperor a bit. The ancient star system pavilion was indeed worthy of being the ruler of Tai Li in the past. Sword Emperor Changsheng, I'm the Ning Beixian you're looking for. Ningqi smiled. You're Ning Beixian? Sword Emperor Changsheng was startled. The boundless border cultivators behind him hurriedly spoke up, confirming Ningqi's identity. The expressions of the elders below turned a little strange. They could vaguely sense that there was something wrong with the longevity Sword Emperor's emotions. I didn't expect Ning Beixian to be a great emperor too, Sword Emperor Longevity said with a peculiar expression. Ning Beixian is a great emperor? When these words reached everyone's ears, the pavilion elders of the main bloodlines, the palace masters of the various major astral palaces, and the chief disciples all looked at Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and astonishment. There were still some Jiang family disciples in the ancient star system pavilion. When they heard this news, their eyes were filled with despair. Ningqi had become a great emperor. How could they get revenge? The enmity between me and the Jiang family is a true feud. I'm taking revenge for my past life in this life. I don't think it's against the rules of the Supreme Saint Council, right? Ningqi smiled. That's not against the rules. Sword Emperor Chang Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, the expressions of the few borderless cultivators behind them turned ugly. Their gazes towards Ningqi already carried a trace of reverence. He was a borderless cultivator, a great emperor, and also from Tai Li. In the future, he would definitely be their immediate superior. Cultivators could live for countless years. They would most likely have to listen to Ningqi's commands for many years to come. As expected, even the Supreme Saint Council has to give in if you're strong enough. Wuma Xingxing's eyes flickered. The disciples of the Jiang family lowered their heads. They knew that the destruction of the Jiang family was already a foregone conclusion. Revenge had become an extremely slim hope. However, Great Emperor Jiang only killed you because he received an order from the Supreme Saint Council. Sword Emperor Chang Sheng changed the topic. That's something from my past life. What does it have to do with this life? Ningqi said with a smile. That seems to be the case. Sword Emperor Chang Sheng nodded slightly and suddenly revealed a smile. I heard from my subordinates that you've also become a boundless border cultivator. Ningqi nodded and took out his token. Sword Emperor Changsheng smiled and clasped his hands. Sorry for disturbing you today. I'll take my leave first. Finished speaking, he brought the boundless border cultivators behind him and tore through the air, instantly disappearing from everyone's field of vision. After flying for a while, Sword Emperor Eternal's expression darkened. The other party was a great emperor and a boundless border cultivator. With his authority, he had no way of dealing with such an existence. Therefore, he had to return to the Supreme Saint Council's headquarters and report everything clearly. As for whether the headquarters would allow him to suppress Ningqi, he would only know when the time came. Ancient Star Pavilion. After Sword Emperor Eternal left, the crowd remained silent. They stared at Ningqi and Grand Secretary Duan in a daze. However, as the other Grand Secretaries flew up to them, the disciples below also began to talk animatedly. From time to time, they would glance at Ningqi with awe and admiration in their eyes. The second great emperor of the ancient Star Pavilion. This exciting news was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. For so many years, there had only been one great emperor in the ancient Star Pavilion. When had there ever been two? Was this a sign that the ancient Star Pavilion was going to rise and target the sects in the immemorial land? After the Pavilion Elders from the main sect arrived before Ning Chi and Pavilion Elder Duan, they were speechless. Seeing this, Pavilion Elder Duan smiled. What? Are you surprised? I've always thought highly of this kid. If he hadn't been killed by that old guy Jiang Yueshao in his previous life, I'm afraid he would have already reached the Emperor realm. Pavilion Elder Duan, be careful with your words. Ning, Great Emperor is not the same as before. You can't be so rude, one of the Pavilion Elders whispered. One of the Pavilion Elders said in a low voice. Then he stole a glance at Ning Chi. Pavilion Elders, there's no need to be like this. Ever since I joined the sect, Pavilion Elder Duan has helped me a lot. Even if I become a great emperor today, I won't burn the bridge after crossing it. Ning Chi smiled. The elders were overjoyed when they heard that. They thought to themselves that the kid cared about old friendships. They were afraid that Ning Chi would treat them badly after he became a martial monarch. However, that was no longer the case. With Grand Elder Duan's help, they believed that Ning Chi would treat them kindly. That's great. The Pavilion Master isn't in the sect all year round and was humiliated by the great emperor from the mountain sect. If it wasn't for the heavenly cycle devil slaughtering formation that forced them to retreat, the sect would have been riddled with holes. Now that Great Emperor Ning is here, we don't have to worry about the thieves taking advantage of our weakness. One of the Pavilion Elders said happily. Chapter 3867. The news that the archaic Star Pavilion had 2 great emperors spread like wildfire. The archaic Star Pavilion had always been the #1 sect in Tylee. Now, their position was even more stable. Apart from the primordial land, none of the other 9 places had more than 2 great emperors. Only the archaic Star Pavilion could do that. The main sect. When all the other elders had left and only Grand Elder Duan was left, Ning Chi told him about the creation, sacred realm. Grand Elder Duan couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing it. In the end, her eyes lit up. Beixian, does that mean the archaic Star Pavilion doesn't have to worry about the Holy Assembly anymore? That's right. The Holy Assembly can't interfere with the creation, sacred realm. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Great. That's great. Grand Elder Duan was so happy that the wrinkles on her face squeezed together. What I mean is that we can pick some of the more loyal disciples to go to the creation, sacred realm first. We can't have too many people, just a dozen or so. If too many people go to the creation, sacred realm at once, the Holy Assembly might notice. If they find out, I'm afraid I won't have a place in the Shenluo world anymore. Ning Chi said, That works too. Let's arrange a few elders. There's no need for too many disciples. If they're too weak, they won't be able to develop there. Grand Elder Duan nodded with a smile. Grand Elder Duan, what's the relationship between the other elders and the Holy Assembly? Ning Chi's eyes lit up. Don't worry. The archaic Star Pavilion is very united. Otherwise, why wouldn't any of the elders be boundless cultivators? Grand Elder Duan smiled. What if someone is already a boundless cultivator but has never told anyone? Ning Chi said slowly. Grand Elder Duan's expression changed. After pondering for a while, she looked at Ning Chi. Without your permission, they won't be able to return to the Shenluo world, right? That's right. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. He already understood what Grand Elder Duan meant. Even if there were spies from the Holy Saint Parliament among the people heading to the creation divine realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything. This was because they wouldn't be able to return to the Shenluo world. Moreover, compared to the Holy Saint Parliament, the fact that they could head to the creation divine realm meant that the ancient Star Pavilion had already won against the Holy Saint Parliament. Even if there were cultivators from the boundless world, they wouldn't stand on the side of the Holy Saint Parliament. Now that Ning Chi was the great emperor and the cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion had gone to the creation divine realm, Ning Chi was their biggest backer. The Holy Assembly was too far away to help. As long as they had a brain, they would know which side to stand on. The two of them discussed for about an hour and finally decided to let Pavilion Elder Duan take a dozen disciples of the ancient star pavilion to the creation realm. Other than Mo Xia, Jiu Qianbei, Feng Litian, and Feng Yin, Wu Ma Zhuxing and Fei Xuanzi were also in the list. The other chief disciples were rejected by Ning Qi, and the remaining candidates would be chosen among the true disciples. In Pavilion Elder Duan's courtyard, Ning Qi and Pavilion Elder Duan sat on a stool and waited for about 10 minutes before someone brought Wu Ma and the others over. When they saw Ning Qi, they all bowed. "Greetings, great emperor." "No need to be so polite." Ning Qi smiled. Jiu Qianbei and the others were very happy. They thought they were going to be taken to the ancient land by Ning Qi, so they suppressed the joy in their hearts and tried to keep calm on their faces. They didn't want to be looked down upon by Wu Ma and the others. Apart from them, Yuqi Jinjin and the other true disciples were confused and curious. They didn't know why they were suddenly brought to the main sect to see Ning Qi and Pavilion Elder Duan. "I called you here because I have a special mission for you. However, this mission can only be carried out by disciples who are completely loyal to the ancient star pavilion. Is there a spy among you? Instead of being discovered by me in the future, it's better to tell me now. I can let him go." Grand Elder Duan smiled. His somewhat turbid eyes emitted rays of divine light at this moment. They swept over Wu Ma Zhuxing and the others with incomparable sharpness. The indistinct aura of the imperishable stage made everyone feel great pressure. Yuqi Jinjin subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile, he immediately calmed down a bit. Ning Qi was a dark cultivator like him. If there were spies, then both of them could be considered spies. Since Ning Qi had become a great emperor, he, a dark cultivator who had been forced into a corner, naturally had nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Yuqi Jinjin subconsciously straightened his chest. "Very good." Pavilion Elder Duan nodded with satisfaction and finally looked at Ning Qi. "You're going to a place next. Pavilion Elder Duan will also be there. Your mission is very simple. Just be yourself." Ning Qi smiled. Be himself? Even Jiu Qianbei and the others were startled. They didn't understand what Ning Qi meant, but it didn't take long for them to understand what he meant. Creation realm. In the courtyard, figures appeared one after another. Wu Ma, Fei Xuanzi, and the others immediately noticed that the spiritual energy here was terrifyingly dense. Even the best cultivation cave in the ancient star pavilion couldn't compare to this place. Not even 1/10 of it. Just taking a breath here was equivalent to cultivating. Everyone looked at each other. Some sharp-eyed people had already noticed the willow tree outside the courtyard. Fei Xuanzi's expression changed. He looked at Ning Qi and exclaimed, "Great Emperor Ning, is that willow tree the willow emperor who has lived for God knows how long?" "That's right." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Young master, we have guests?" Zhao Er and Zhua Shi heard the noise and walked out of their rooms. They came before Ning Qi and smiled at Pavilion Elder Duan and the others. "Let me introduce you. Zhao Er and Zhua Shi are responsible for taking care of this courtyard. They have been with me for a long time. They have been with me since I wasn't even a human immortal." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ning Qi was already a great emperor, yet these two had been with him since he wasn't even a human immortal. It has to be said that when Ning Qi entered the ancient star pavilion, he was already a fourth-step cultivator. Thinking about this, they looked at Zhao Er and Zhua Shi with a hint of respect in their eyes. There seems to be something hanging from the willow tree. Wu Ma Zhuxing's eyes moved slightly. When she looked over, her expression immediately changed a few times. She saw two faces that she could not be more familiar with, Jiang Tianxu and Jiang Wankong. These two were once the chief head disciples of the ancient star system pavilion. Along with Wu Ma's discovery, everyone else also saw Jiang Tianshu and Company. Fei Xuanzi's expression became very strange. Jiang Tianshu was tied up by a willow branch and hung on a tree. It was obvious he had been suppressed here by Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning, is this the immemorial land? Zhu Qianbei looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. The immemorial land? Everyone was startled. They withdrew their attention from Jiang Tianshu and Company and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. This is not the immemorial land. After a pause, he continued, This is the creation God realm. Not the immemorial land? Everyone was a bit disappointed, but after a few breaths of time they reacted and looked at Ning Qi in shock.